and you're going to go watch the game and put
go
yourself through
and
that.
by watching, I mean struggle to
Present.
watch. I'll
You're
be in
yeah.
the stadium. I might spend a fair bit of time like looking at the expensive food vendors or something because like my nerves are kicking in again. But I feel very, very confident that Cronulla can get up because if you remember, the last time that they faced each other, it was at Shark Park, and Mr. Nico Hines kicked a pretty impressive field goal to win in, Golden Point extra time.
And you're very, very confident, even though they only won by 1 point at their home ground.
Yeah.
Very, very.
I have to, because I can't get through it if I don't feel like that.
All right. Well, that is what's happening. I hope you have a good weekend, whatever you're looking forward to, and we will see you next time.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. Within hours, King Charles will make his first visit to Wales as the new sovereign. Our correspondent Alison Horn reports from Cardiff, Wales.
Charles was the Prince of Wales for more than 6 decades. Now he'll return there as king for the first time, accompanied by the Queen Consort. The visit will begin at a cathedral in Cardiff, where the royal couple will join a service of prayer and reflection. They'll then attend Welsh Parliament to receive a motion of condolence, followed by a reception at Cardiff Castle, where the King is expected to meet members of the public who've gathered there in the grounds.
The British government has warned authorities will start turning people away from joining the queue to see the Queen lying in state at Westminster Hall if the line grows much longer. The queue has topped 14 hours and is nearly 8 kilometres long, stretching as far back as Suffolk Park. The Department of Culture says it will pause the queue if the park becomes filled with people. These mourners have nearly reached the front of the line after hours of waiting, but say it's worth it.
I don't know, no sensation on my knees at all or legs. But it's been fine. You know, most of the people have been lovely and we've had quite a nice time.
There was a part up there where the traffic had stopped for an hour and a half, but there was people singing and generally people just get on with it, deal with it. We're good at queuing, very good at queuing.
2 police officers have been stabbed in central London after approaching a man with a knife in Leicester Square. The Metropolitan Police say the 2 men are being treated in hospital for injuries. The man wielding the knife has been arrested for causing grievous bodily harm and assaulting an emergency worker and has also been taken to hospital. The chair of the Standing Committee on Economics says the Reserve Bank needs to continue to act independently to curb inflation. RBA Governor Philip Lowe has been giving evidence at a parliamentary committee in Canberra, warning interest rates will keep rising but may soon slow down if inflation shows signs of easing. Labor MP Daniel Molino says the government should respond appropriately to the rate rises to ease the pressure on millions of Australians.
The high interest rates are causing some pain in the community, and we see it as very important that the Independent Reserve Bank continues to set interest rates in such a way that it sets an appropriate trajectory for inflation. But there's also a role for government to play in relation to cost of living issues because the burden of those interest rates doesn't fall equally.
Hundreds of fans planning to camp at this year's MotoGP in Phillip Island have had their plans cancelled after the closure of nearby campgrounds. Organisers of the October event have offered refunds to 1,500 attendees due to bad weather making the campgrounds unsafe. It's the first time the MotoGP is returning after a 2-year hiatus during the pandemic. Australian Grand Prix Corporation CEO Andrew Westacott says the closure is an unfortunate but necessary move.
We regret having to make this decision, but as we've seen from other events around the country because of inclement weather conditions, the last thing any organiser wants to do or should do is surprise fans when they arrive on the doorstep and there's nowhere to stay.
Travellers around Europe are being told to brace for disruptions as air traffic controllers in France launch a nationwide strike action. The BBC's Katie Austin reports.
This industrial action is among a series of strikes which have disrupted air travel in Europe in recent months. The CNCTA Air Traffic Control Union has called for wage increases and a guarantee of more recruitment. Many services which fly over France are affected, as well as those departing from or arriving in the country. Air France said that following a request from the French Civil Aviation Authority, it would cut more than half of its short-haul services.
Former North Melbourne President Dr Alan Aylett has died at the age of 88. He played 220 games and kicked 311 goals for the Kangaroos. He went on to be president of the club during its first premiership in 1975, later becoming the president of the NFL. To the weather now, there's a strong wind warning for the west and central coasts. Scattered showers about the northeast tomorrow, widespread showers developing from the west during the day. For Melbourne, showers tomorrow, a top of 15 degrees. Sunday, rain 16. Monday, showers 17. Currently, it is 12 degrees. You've been listening to ABC News.
Did you know that ABC Listen has a little sibling?
Hi.
The ABC Kids Listen app with music to move and podcasts to play. ABC Kids Listen stimulates curiosity, fires imaginations, and fosters good listening skills.
Wow! That's a funny noise.
Discover a world of entertainment that will spark creativity in the minds of your little ones and get them up and moving. Download ABC Kids Listen today, free from your app store.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
The Sharks are sitting at home, riding this bashathon like a Melbourne Cup winning jockey over the straight at Flemington.
Yeah, Richie definitely never wanted to be famous.
This young, arrogant, overconfident kid.
Cummins has probably got another 3 or 4 years if he sustains his fitness, form and desire.
It's a daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Qualify for finals, it's such a tough environment to be in.
Playing the be at this time of the year, you'd have to be at your best, and it's exciting.
Feel the pressure rising.
We're just really excited to be in this position where we can have a crack at it.
Here it comes again.
When you play in these big games, you've got to win them several times.
Feels like now or never.
Truly believe if we play our best footy, we can beat anyone in the comp.
Running in your veins.
Tell our players to live in the moment.
This is our time. This is our destiny. This is when all the stars align and we make history.
The Cats win a cliffhanger. They're back to a familiar place into a home preliminary final.
Be able to play in big games on the biggest stage is why we play.
This is our time. This is our destiny. This is when all the stars align and we make history.
Kenwood swings out a hand pass and McCluggage running downhill. Unguarded goal square. He's got it. Brisbane believe.
The last 3 or 4 weeks, and they're the only weeks that matter, have been pretty good.
Welcome to the 2022 AFL Finals Series.
And he sees the moment. Gary Rowan from 50. It's high, it's long, it's straight. Cats back in front.
Just got to take your chances and back each other in.
Rise up, take it all.
Towards the pocket. Oh, beautiful fly and Martin Danaher.
On towards Hawkins. Gathers and goes.
These are the moments you play footy for. He gets to play in the finals and big moments.
Your dreams are reality.
The carrot's there and the dream is alive.
On Grandstand AFL, here we go. Towards Lockie Neal, dribbles it towards the goal line. Superb from Lockie Neal. Punches the air in celebration.
Outside of the boot. Don't tell me.
Steadies from 45 and goes whack. Hard up hits the boundary in the right corner. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
Left foot strike. He's done it.
He has done it.
Back to Selwood. How past to Cam Guthrie. Steadies and finishes.
This is just getting good at the G. Charlie Cameron snapping from the boundary line. King Charles, a third. And Brisbane look a winner.
Grandstand AFL.
The preliminary final.
Live from the MCG. On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
It is the most familiar of settings for the Geelong Football Club. The Cats have made 15 preliminary finals in the past 29 seasons. So over almost the past 3 decades, there's a better than even chance Geelong will be in the penultimate game of the year. It is a staggering level of consistent success. But taking the next step has at times proved problematic. Just twice in the 7 chances during Chris Scott's reign have the Cats been able to go on from this game and win through to a grand final. For Brisbane, it's the first time they've been at this stage of the season since 2004. But this year, so far, has been one of ending hoodoos. The Lions snapped an 11-game losing streak last week here at the MCG. And Chris Fagan went into this finals campaign 1-5 in the games that matter most. He's now won his past 2, including ending the seasons of the 2 most recent premiers. Welcome to the MCG. Welcome to the first preliminary final on Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. It's Geelong up against Brisbane. Clint Wilden with you. Corbin Widowas is with me. G'day, Corbs.
Thanks, Clint. It's great to be here. Preliminary final weekend. There's 3 games left in the season. And these 2 teams, they've shared history since 2006. So obviously they played a prelim against one another before that in 2004. But it's been lopsided. It's been Geelong predominantly over that time. So in their last 26 meetings, Brisbane have only won 4 of them. And yet there have been sort of fiery flashpoints the whole way through. You think of the miracle on grass game where Ash McGrath kicked the goal after the siren to win for Brisbane. In 2019, Link McCarthy taking that towering pack mark and then going back to kick the go-ahead goal for the Lions at the Gabba to give them a top 2 finish. And then in more recent times, they had that spiteful meeting in Geelong just a year ago where the coaches came to blows and were cussing out each other in the post-match press conference. Mark Blitzarp's caught holding the ball. It's not paid in the dying stages in the goal square. And then even earlier this year, you have to go way back to round 2, but they played another Friday night thriller. There were 5 lead changes and the Cats home by 10 points. So despite the fact the Cats have won more often than not in matches between these 2 teams, there's plenty of great moments and a 3rd preliminary final against one another in their history as a joint venture, the Brisbane Lions up against Geelong. And what a treat to start preliminary final weekend.
It is the great weekend, particularly for supporters of all clubs around the nation. Fascinatingly, the first time that Geelong and Brisbane have met at the MCG since the 2004 preliminary final. 18 years on, can the Lions repeat that 9-point win? One of our experts will be hoping that is not the case. And we couldn't ask for a more star-studded lineup. 3-time premiership-winning coach Mick Malthouse is with us, a premiership-winning captain in Cameron Ling, and a dual All-Australian in Brett Delidio. Gentlemen, welcome to you all. There's something special about preliminary final weekend, isn't it?
There is. It's the best weekend of the year for me. I'm a mad footy fan, so I love watching the 4 best teams go at it in front of the best footy crowds.
Yep.
Grand final's a big crowd, but lots of corporates sneak into that one. This is true footy fans on a pretty cold, maybe wet Melbourne night here, and there's still going to be a heap of people here. I just love it. And watching Brisbane lids the last 2 weeks against Richmond and then Melbourne, this is no just fait accompli. Geelong doesn't just come up, turn up, win the game, and away they go into a grand final. The Lions have shown they are a very, very good football team.
Well, they wouldn't want to, would they? And I think that's going to be the key for the Lions, is to come out and really test Geelong early. You know, can we get on the scoreboard? Because we know that the Cats have been slow starters, and that's, you know, if they can, put some pressure on early, the crowd's probably going to be in favour of the Cats. It's going to, ask some questions of the Cats boys, but on paper, looking at it, I'm leaning your way, Lingy. Don't worry, I'm feeling for you, but I wouldn't mind seeing you squirm a little bit towards the end of the game. I want a nice tight one, so I'm pumped. I'm really excited to be here. Preliminary final weekend. I've only experienced the one as a player, so really looking forward to it.
Fantastic night. They are outstanding games, and as Lingy said, they are generally, we say in Melbourne 50-50. Of course, tonight will be 80-20. And Lingy's still red in the face because it took him an extra hour to get down here. So that tells me that the highway is chock full. And I don't know where they're parking, Lingy, because you can't park out here. So they're probably all parking out the front of my place or something like that. They'll all get booked, every one of them.
I think they might, Mick. It took me 2.25 hours.
No,
it's not an exaggeration. From door to door, Geelong to this
a
ground.
A lot of scarves out the windows. Yeah. Look, I've said Geelong beginning of the year that they're the ones to beat. It was a good game last week, but I was really thinking that Geelong would produce better, and I think it was their soft last few games and the fact they had a week off probably took them Collingwood to actually bounce back and think, heck, you know what, we're in because Collingwood were all over them. And I reckon probably the credit to Geelong was that they were able to get back and actually get control of the game towards the end, but which a lot of sides struggle to do against Collingwood. But I've got another opinion too, particularly about the mind. If you are always constantly told you can't win here, it starts to wear you down. That game last week for Brisbane, all of a sudden that is now jumped off their shoulders. They don't have to start looking around and going, you know what, we can't win here. We know we can win here. So let's eliminate that. Let's have a look at the last performances. I don't reckon... I've always thought in final series there's got to be a thumping somewhere. I thought Collingwood... It was 10-goal win last week against Fremantle.
Yes,
it certainly wasn't two goals. This one here, I was thinking all week maybe it will be this one, depending on how Brisbane turn up. But I'm not sure. I reckon a lot's going to depend on how Geelong structure their midfield because they're not that quick in there. Brisbane can be quick.
No, and I think all the talk has been they'll go to Lachie Neale.
Yeah.
Chris Scott's been pretty open about that.
And we spoke off air.
Yeah, Mark O'Connor's the sub though, so I assume that's the one they bring in to go to Neale. Now we think maybe it's Tom Atkins.
He's a tackling machine, Lee.
Yeah, someone's got to do it because Lachie Neale has just been unbelievable.
It won't be Mark Blitzhouse?
I think we all agree. Lachie Neale is that, he just buzzes around and he's that quick feet, the lateral movement, the gather of the ground ball. I think Mark Blitzar's better suited to a Cripps and Oliver, these big, strong beasts in the middle of the ground, a Bontempelli. I think it'll be Tom Atkins as well.
Yeah.
I would have gone with O'Connor, but Chris Scott knows a hell of a lot more than I do.
Could you see Cam Guthrie go head-to-head with him potentially? Like you don't like that, Nick?
You are opening up a world. Ask Richmond.
Yeah,
a couple of years ago. But I reckon because he's such... Why take away one of your strengths in that regard? Unless you're prepared to say, I can actually quell him and still get 35 possessions.
Well, I think that's where Cam Guthrie is so good. That's what I like about him.
I reckon he was, though. I
don't know whether he still is.
I don't know if he is.
I think if he goes looking for the footy too much, like Richmond did, you end up with Neale getting 39 touches and 15 clearances.
Geelong can't have Neale getting that.
Nah.
And that's why...
It's got to be more on the defensive side of things than just going
So
head-to-head.
take someone out of your play offensively to quell him.
Well, if Atkins could end the game with 18 to 20 touches, hard one equality, and 15 tackles, and Neale ends the game with 23 touches and 4 or 5 clearances, you take that as a huge win for the Cats.
Yeah, that's why I reckon he's size-wise, he's tailor-made for him.
Yep.
Of all the players, he's even better than O'Connor because I reckon O'Connor started like a house on fire a couple of years ago as a tagger, drifted off to the point where players started to work him out. Taggers, the Irishmen don't like being hit when they're not supposed to be hit. And when I say that, I mean off the ball when you're going to lock in on Neale, all of a sudden he gets a bit of body contact. He tends not to be able to then get back on the scene.
Just to make it official as well, no late changes for either of the sides. Mark O'Connor is the sub, as you've heard, from the Geelong Cats, and Reece Matheson, the sub for Brisbane.
We're not a gambling show. We don't like to talk about odds on the ABC, but just to try and give you sort of an idea on where the conventional wisdom is leading into this game, I noticed that Brisbane were almost a 4-1 outsider. Lingy, tell me there's no such thing as a 4-1 outsider in a preliminary final,
no,
surely?
Not in a preliminary final. No way. That goes out the window. And not when you've shown what you've shown over the last 2 weeks. Richmond were an outstanding team. Yes, they ended in the bottom half of the 8, but they were a very, very good football team. Brisbane knocked them off. Then you got the reigning champs who were 28 points up, I think, during the second quarter.
Yep.
They smacked them after that. This is an excellent football team in the Brisbane Lions. And prelim finals, you play so much tighter in preliminary finals often than you do in grand finals because you are so desperate to be there the following week. You're so desperate to be part of that grand final week, and once you're there you can just go all out. Prelim finals are different. We will see so many mistakes in the first 15 minutes of this game. Fumbles, missed kicks, missed handballs, just little taps away, maybe a spilt mark here or there because everybody is really tense and tight with the way they play. So again, I always feel bad doing this, but the 07 prelim final that I played against Collingwood and Mick was coaching was the most tight and tense game. Now, if you went on pure home and away form, we were the best team. And we had 9 All-Australians and we were this magnificent football team. But throw that out the window. Collingwood played a superb brand of football that night, and it made it so... It was an ugly feeling, an awful feeling inside that this is going to slip away. Hang on, what have we... And you start panicking and you start tightening up, and Collingwood had it on their terms at times. That's what can happen tonight. That's what prelims do to you just inside your own head.
Does that worry you leading into tonight as a Geelong person, thinking that if there's one team that would play tight and one team that would play free, you could argue, given the storyline about Brisbane, where they've come from, sort of bucking the odds every week, and then Geelong sitting there waiting for them, won 14 games in a row, you sort of put your finger in them when you feel like the one team that would be more tight would be Geelong.
That's the risk, and that's where the nerves of all the Geelong fans are, that you've got a Brisbane team and a Collingwood team who, even though Collingwood lost their first game, who've been better off playing every single week because they are riding this, whatever it is that they've found within these finals, the unity and the excitement and the energy and the Jared Berry having that massive second half and the Lachie Neale flipping a tag around last week. They are better playing every single week. Now, Geelong will be better for the rest that they've had because they're fresher if they still come out sharp and hungry. But if they're flat and tense and nervous and all of that, well, then it's back advantage Brisbane. So, absolutely, that's the worry. You prepare a team as best you can to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Did you think that Brisbane were capable of this, though, leading into the finals? I certainly didn't. I didn't know they had that in them with the level of intensity and their defensive pressure, the way they've attacked the man. I honestly didn't think they had it in them, Mick.
No, I've been saying all year that they played a game of football that was very good at getting the ball forward to centre, kicking goals, but couldn't defend the ball. There was little pressure put on the forward line because they got talls down there that really wouldn't know what a tackle means unless someone falls in their lap. So that hasn't changed. So therefore that loads up 2 or 3 other players around them, and those players around them, you either do it or you don't do it. If you don't do it, then look out, because down the other end they're going to score 15, 16 goals as well. So that to me was a real flaw in their game. A lot of big bombs and just bombing it in and hoping to hit with. Not he come in late, but Danaher marked it, McInerney marked it, or whatever the case. Now all of a sudden they're starting to get a bit smarter. Even the game against Melbourne, we were talking about the fact that they were bombing it in, and May was marking it, or Gawn was marking it. All of a sudden they had a subtle little change. No, we're going to make them chasers. So they've learnt a bit, and maybe they've learnt a bit about this ground. You just don't do that because it won't pay off.
More from Mick Malthouse, from Brett DeLidio and from Cameron Ling in just a moment. Being entertained here at the MCG. A bit of a marching band making its way around the ground beneath our broadcast position. Let's head downstairs ourselves and join the other member of our commentary team. He's got a special guest from the Geelong camp with him, Tim Hodges. Hello.
Clint, brilliant to go into the Geelong camp. Sean Grigg joins us. Sean, can you take us down into the rooms? What is the mood in your camp ahead of such a big game?
Yeah, the boys are ready to go. Obviously, having the week off, we were ready to play last week. So, yeah, hopefully we're out for a fast start.
You know what this stage is like. You've been there as a player, as an assistant coach before. Are nerves heightened with so much on the line, so much at stake?
Oh, I think that those thoughts always creep in, but the thing you got to realise is just what can you do in the next moment. That's sort of what we've been talking about with the players, and the team who executes those fundamentals the best in these big games generally wins. So it's nothing really spectacular or special. It's just those moments that if you can stick to those fundamentals, it's helpful.
What advice can you give from your own experiences?
Yeah, well, it's a bit about those fundamentals, but it's also embracing the crowd. These are the moments that you want to play footy. As a coach, it's sort of the only one time you miss playing, running out in a big crowd. So the advice for the players is to soak it up when you run out, have a smile, and these are the things you dream about as a kid.
It's been a wild afternoon of weather. I'm sure you probably copped it on the drive up. There is a lot more rain coming by the sounds of it in the next hour. What does that do to the contest?
Oh, it just magnifies it, I think. I think big prelims are about the contest. They're generally contested and hot, especially early. So the way Brisbane pressured last week was really good. So we expect the pressure to be high. And if it's wet weather, then it's pretty simple, isn't it? It's get it forward, lock it in your front half, and kick a winning score.
Starts have been so crucial, especially in prelim finals, especially for the Cats. I mean, do you harp on that? Is that a theme that we have to start well the first 15 minutes? I mean, it's crucial. It's obviously crucial. It's probably a dumb question to ask, but it just is ramped up so much more.
Yeah, it just goes back to the players' preparation about executing their moments. And those moments start at the first bounce. So, we'll look forward to those guys going out there and starting well. Obviously, we don't think the game's going to be blown open in the first quarter, but if it's in a real arm wrestle or contest, that's a good thing.
Can we zero in on a few players? Lachie Neale, how much time have you put into him? how many players will be rotated through him to try and quell him? Like, he's been unbelievable in the first 2 weeks of September, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's really good around the contest, and it starts with their ruck as well. Big Oscar and Darcy Fort last week really gave him good service. So it starts with our rucks making a good contest and giving our midfielders a chance. So yeah, we'll make sure there's a plan in place, for Lockie, and it probably just won't be left up to one Geelong person. So we'll rotate through Lockie, and but it starts with our ruckman and all our midfielders doing the job.
Was there a temptation to bring O'Connor in to start him so he could start on Lockie?
All those things are discussed, but we're back in the midfield we've had all year. Mark's done that role occasionally for us, not too much this year. So we'll back the guys in there. Guthrie, Atkins, Blitzarves, and of course Joel and Pat. So we'll back those guys in.
Jeremy Cameron was so good in the qualifying final. He has that Mr. September feel about him, but he hasn't done much training this week. What are your expectations tonight from him?
Yeah, exactly what you just mentioned. If our midfield can get enough supply to not only just Jeremy but all our forwards, we think we've got a dangerous forward line in Hawkins, Stengel, Rowan, Close and Myers at their feet, and Jezza is a tough matchup. Whoever gets him. So, a lot relies up the field to give those guys a chance, but we feel if we give them enough ball and enough chance that they're good enough to kick a winning score.
And Joel Selwood, you play so much of your footy in big games against him. Now you're working alongside him. Just a word on him as he equals Michael Tuck's record. 39 finals. It's almost 2 extra seasons. Phenomenal, really, isn't it?
It is. The way I describe Joel, I've never seen anyone with a bigger will to win than what Joel has. And at his age and all the games he's played, that's still so big and so high. And for me, that's sort of what waned as a player late in my career, was just the mental side of the game, and hasn't wavered once for Joel.
So you're hopeful tonight. It's the big dances on the line. Massive stakes, aren't they?
Yeah, it is. Really looking forward to it. Exciting to be here. Packed house. Hopefully a lot of Geelong supporters. Hodgie.
We love talking to you. Thanks so much for your time. Always on ABC Sport. Best of luck tonight.
Thanks, mate.
There you go, Clint. Sean Grigg from the Cats.
Good on you, Tim. Tim Hodges downstairs with Sean Grigg. If you'd like to get in touch with us, you can, of course, as you always can, via our text line, 0437 774 774. We'll run through a few of those messages in the build-up to this game. 0437 774 774. Both banners out on the ground as we await the entrance of the Cats and the Lions. But I did just want to make mention some very sad news for football today. Dr. Alan Aylett passed away at the age of 88 this morning. He's a Hall of Famer, of course, 220 games with North Melbourne between 1952 and 64, 3 times a North Melbourne club champion. He was a dual All-Australian. He was part of the Kangaroos team of the century. He was their president between 1971 and 76, so he oversaw their first premiership in 1975. And Dr. Alan Aylett then became the VFL president between 77 and 84, which is, of course, of real interest to the way the competition is now, because the Brisbane Lions, who are about to run out, wouldn't be there if Alan Aylett hadn't pushed hard and supported the national competition when Sydney moved from South Melbourne to Sydney in 1982. He had a big say in that, and if he hadn't, we wouldn't have teams, the West Coast Eagles, Fremantle, Adelaide, Port, Gold Coast, GWS and so on, if that first step hadn't been made right back in 1982 with Dr. Alan Aylett as the VFL president at that time, having a real push for it. Mick Malthouse, your thoughts?
Yeah, he was, as a kid growing up, and you used to get the cards, and one of the cards was Alan Aylett, and you knew that he was a good footballer. The State of Origin games you listened to, didn't watch, because that was what it was in those days, and I'm not saying TV wasn't around, but that's what you did at home, and you always knew that he was around about as a very good footballer. But more importantly, he took over North Melbourne and tried to make North Melbourne into something that they hadn't been, and that was one, a premiership side, and also be very, very successful on and off the ground. And he 76 litre. I know that the rules were changed. The 10-year plan was basically made for North Melbourne, and they took advantage of it, and they won their premiership. But he kept North Melbourne viable. And then, as you mentioned, my association with him was limited. It was off ground. It was just a chat from time to time. He got on very well. I think he got on very well. It appeared he got on very well with Alan Schwab. Alan Schwab he was my CEO at Richmond when I first arrived there. Fantastic person. And you say about Alan Aylett and Alan Schwab, they're both football people. One was a player, one was an administrator all the way through, then another one became an administrator as well. but they loved the game and they wanted to see the game grow. And they knew that if you looked around the world, Australian rules football was basically state by state, as we're all aware, and he knew that it had to expand. And Alan Schwab backed him up, and Alan Schwab came over him. I'm just looking at those years, 84. I think Alan Schwab was in a bit later than that. Not long, might have been about the same time. But anyway, two fantastic people, no longer with us, of course, and the great Alan Schwab and of course Alan Aylett was just one of those people that you can actually talk to. And I think the most important thing is you throw in Jack Hamilton. There were people that were football people that were prepared to talk football to you. And it was fantastic because they spoke about the game.
Plenty more to come here from the MCG Grandstand AFL, building up to the first preliminary final between Geelong and the Brisbane Lions. Our thoughts with the Aylett family. Plenty more to come. Stick around with us here on Grandstand AFL.
The 2022 Men's T20 World Cup is coming.
Hi, I'm David Warner. Join me for every ball.
Pull shot. Struck it nicely. Straight to the field. Gets another wicket.
Every catch.
Shooter comes in and takes the catch.
And every big hit.
Hits this high, far. Are you kidding me? Whips it for six. What a shot.
The world's best cricketers hitting our shores.
This is a World Cup you won't want to miss.
The 2022 Men's T20 World Cup is coming to you.
ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
ABC Sport. Welcome to the 2022 AFL Finals Series.
And he sees the moment. Gary Rowan from 50. It's high, it's long, it's straight. Cats back in front.
Just got to take your chances and back each other in.
Take it all.
Towards the pocket. Oh, beautiful fly and Martin Danaher.
Long towards Hawkins. Gathers and goal.
These are the moments you play footy for. I guess playing the finals and big moments.
Your dreams are reality.
The carrot's there and the dream is alive.
On Grandstand AFL, here we go.
Towards Lockie Neal, dribbles it towards the goal line. Superb from Lockie Neal.
Punches the air in celebration.
Outside of the boot. Don't tell me.
Steadies from 45 and goes whack. Hard up against the boundary in the right corner. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
Left foot strike. He's done it. He has done it.
Back to Selwood. How past the Cam Guthrie. Steadies and finishes.
This is just getting good at the G. Charlie Cameron snapping from the boundary line. King Charles, a third. And Brisbane look a winner.
Grandstand AFL.
The preliminary final.
Live from the MCG.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Welcome to our listeners throughout South Australia, WA, the Northern Territory, and those joining us on News Radio through New South Wales, the ACT and Queensland. The Lions have just burst through their banner. Pyrotechnics bursting into the night sky. Flames on either side of them. The Lions are here and they mean business. There's a spot in the grand final of 2022 up for grabs as we await the Cats to run out onto the MCG. Clint Wilden with you on Grandstand AFL. Thanks to ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass is with me. There are no late changes for either of these two sides. And the subs, Matheson for Brisbane, O'Connor for the Cats. Danaher and McInerney come back in for Brisbane. So that's an interesting decision to leave out Darcy Fort with how successful he was last week. Brisbane breaking their run of 11 straight losses at this venue. Hoodoos are there to be broken, Corbin. We've seen a couple of those fall throughout this year.
Absolutely. It feels like some real similarities on either side of the bracket. So tomorrow we've got Collingwood and Sydney, two teams arguably ahead of their time. Sydney, very young team. Craig McRae, first year in charge. No one thought it was going to happen that quickly for Collingwood. Very different for what we're going to witness tonight. We've got Geelong, who are through to their fourth straight preliminary final, 12 in 16 years. They know all about preliminary final weekend, and yet they haven't won too many. Since their last flag, they've won just one of their 6 preliminary finals. And Brisbane, even though they're on this Cinderella run through the final series, if you look at the last 4 years under Chris Fagan, they've been a top 4 team on 3 occasions, and now for the second time in that run, they're a Final 4 team, trying to convert that through, obviously, to their first grand final under their coach, Chris Fagan.
And big steps for Chris Fagan as well, remembering when he first started at the club in 2017, they picked up the wooden spoon, and he entered this finals campaign 1-5. He's now 3-5, having won the past 2, and they've rolled the 2 most recent premiers on their way to this stage tonight, beating Richmond in the elimination final, and then in the semi-final, last year's premier in Melbourne. The Cats gather at the top of their race. It's a big moment for them. The minor premier for season 2022. Can they win tonight and go on and claim their first flag since 2011? The banner is up. They wait at the top of the race. Joel Selwood, who tonight will equal the record of Michael Tuck with 39 finals appearances. It is a remarkable effort for him. Tom Hawkins just behind him with 31 finals appearances. The Cats make their way out onto the grounds. Huge pyrotechnics, fireworks explode into the sky above the MCG. It's something to look forward to. We could not have a more experienced expert lineup with us if you've just joined us. Michael Malthouse, a 3-time premiership winning coach and a premiership player himself. Premiership captain, and a man who admittedly will probably be leaning towards the Cats tonight in Cameron Ling, and a dual All-Australian in Brett Delidio. Lingy, before we go any further, I do love this time of year when you get to see a television news package that flows from the likes of Robbie Williams into Cameron Ling holding a premiership cup. You don't see that as a mixture very often.
No, you don't. 2 very similar looking blokes there. Yes, no, they were some very, very good memories. I do like when they flash up on the screen occasionally, and I get the opportunity to tell my kids they need to listen to me because I once did something pretty cool. They don't listen to me at all, but no, this will be great tonight. Geelong, yes, they are the favourites. They were the best team all year in the home and away season. They were 2 games clear and 14% better than second spot on the ladder. But a lot of that means nothing now. They just got over the top of Collingwood. Yep, they get a week off and they freshen up. But this Brisbane Lions outfit has been superb in their 2 finals. They're excellent around the footy. Lachie Neale leads that, but there's Hugh McCluggage. Jared Berry's performance last week was simply superb. Oscar McInerney comes back into the ruck. Darcy Ford unfortunately had to make way despite playing a great game last week. So this is not favourites against a team who's just snuck their way into a prelim. This is 2 very, very good teams, and I'm expecting it to be close. So Brett Delidio, if in the last quarter I go very, very silent, be ready to say a lot.
Well, mate, I'll be asking you questions. Don't worry about that. I want to hear from you. But I'm excited as well, Lee. I think it's a couple of teams that are, they've got some real speedsters in their lineup. And I talk of Holmes and Rowan. Guthrie's even got a fair bit of speed for the Cats, but it's McCluggage, Bailey, Charlie Cameron down forward for the Lions. And it's not just speed on offence that I'm looking for, it's speed on defence as well, and the ability to close down space. And we saw, that Cats-Pies game, that was electric in terms of pressure. And then it's going to come back to executing the fundamentals. And we spoke about that last week, the Pies-Freo game. Pies were able to, Freo couldn't, ultimately lost the plot.
Mick, I've got one worry for me as a Geelong is... So that tall Brisbane forward line, it's got Charlie Cameron, it's got Link McCarthy, it's got Cam Rayner, but Joe Danaher comes back in. Hipwood was excellent last week, Daniel McStay. It's just assumed that Sam de Koning will be able to handle all this. He's been brilliant all year. But surely Brisbane Lions as a group would have a focus. Let's get it in, whoever the opponent is, let's assume it's Danaher, as fast and as often as we can to de Koning's opponent, because he's still a very, very young man. Make him feel nervous in his first ever prelim.
Yeah, you might say that, Lingy. I'm just looking at young Wilmot. He was 3 years of age when Tommy Hawkins played his first game. Now he was 3. Tommy Hawkins was 18. I'm assuming around about 18 or 19. So look, I don't go too much by age. I go by performances and how they're going. I think that Conning has been an absolute revelation, and I think that, you know what, to me, he would be eating that up. It just seems to be a player that says, I don't give the kick to me, I'm either going to mark it, and if I have to punch it, I will. I can't remember him being beaten too often one-on-one. They all do, because sometimes the ball's just been delivered so perfectly, but by and large, I think that the worry, the only thing I'd say about the Cats is I don't reckon they had really realised the game had started last week, because they were still in that mode of beating bottom sides in the last 4 or 5 weeks. But the thing is about Collingwood were able to take that right up to them, but still couldn't get a 3 or 4 goal lead on them. Oh, well, they did early, but when it counted most in that second and third quarter. So I think Brisbane have to, you say about hitting hard, their forward line structure, this is Brisbane's. I wouldn't be going with the 3 talls early, because I would be saying we've got to get it in there, but we can't go in like we did against Melbourne
early.
So what we have to do is go around the Cape or get it in there, but put it on the ground, because Geelong eat anything in the air. They are brilliant at either marking, intercept, or that big smash away, and that gives confidence to De Conning in these sorts.
Mick, we've seen right throughout this year Geelong play a different style of footy, higher tempo, more risk, bolder, braver ball movement. But the start of that Collingwood game, I think you're right, there was a tentative nature to their ball use. They were looking inside thinking, I should go there. That's where I've gone all year, but I might turn it over so long and slow down the line. That's a risk that can happen again now.
Well, that's what you spoke about, isn't it? Before when we're talking about prelim finals, you tighten up. You go, I don't want to turn this over. But the teams that can go and attack that, I think they're the ones that ultimately get their game up and going earlier, and take a stranglehold of the actual game.
But also, Brett, I think history plays such a prominent role that the Cats have been, like, over the last few years, Lingy, you've probably even been part of it, is that when they've played in when we had the bye, you almost like, gee, you know what, we've got a chance against Geelong, because Geelong tend to go out there and, they look like they've been on the surfboard the whole, for a week or two, or in Tommy's case, out in the farm, this sort of stuff. And it takes them a week to get going. And I think last week would be, the pressure would have been, we can't lose this game because we lose too many first finals. And I agree with you. I think there was a big clamp up. I don't think they just went, the way we've played, we got there, but no, we can't afford mistakes. Well, yes, you know what, finals are about mistakes. But I will say this, the bottom 5 players in each of these clubs will determine the victor, because it is inevitable that the bottom 5 will fall right out and can't contribute.
Couple of bits of news coming through. Chris Fagan, the coach of Brisbane, has told Fox Footy that Jared Berry will start in the midfield. He didn't specify whether he'll go onto a Cat to tag from the opening bounce, and Darcy Gardner is set to line up on Jeremy Cameron at the first bounce. Interesting.
Good luck.
Darcy Gardner was very good last week, but that's a whole different ballgame playing on Jeremy Cameron.
But what is their matchup for him, though? Like, seriously, who could go with Jez when he goes up and down the ground? He's so mobile, he's quick. I don't know whether they've got the matchup.
I reckon you've got to, in your own mind, you've got to do something about when do I drop off him?
Yeah.
Because if Cameron will mark it, but you've got to then be able in a position to mark his kick or spoil his kick. I would be, as a coach, I did this with a lot of players that played high forward and went up the ground. There is a point where you just got to drop off and know that he's going to get you on the way back. So don't let him get you on the way back. You be back there and let the wingers do their work against him up the ground, or your half forwards come up and create a wing and half forward combination, and you just sit back and become the extra. I don't think you've got to drop off Cameron.
The trouble is Cameron's such a good kick, and he's also got the motor to arrive back inside forward 50.
Yeah, I'm not saying leave him wing. What I'm saying is your wing and half forward have got to come up the ground, and when he comes up, drop off a wing or drop off a half-back flanker, so that you then actually, I'm not for one moment saying you drop off a bloke who can kick the ball like he can. You come up and take him, and that allows you then to get that extra. Geelong hate the extra. They love the extra, but they hate the extra against them. And if you can come back there and then force him then to kick the ball to where Hawkins is leading and stop him.
Blitzarves will often, if he starts on the wing, play that roll around wingers. So you can do it off Blitzarves. Harris Andrews will no doubt go to Tom Hawkins and what a matchup that is, and may have decided that game earlier on in the year when Andrews should have got a couple of pushes in the back. I think Brisbane Lions fans would be thinking the last 2 games down at Kardinia Park should have gone the Lions' way.
Absolutely.
Some dodgy free kicks there, but that Tom Hawkins last week, you'd say he was beaten by Darcy Moore, But I still thought he was superb on the night in that he engaged Darcy Moore at critical times and allowed Jeremy Cameron and Rowan to do their thing and have good nights. So that will be crucial as well, where Hawkins can fight, even if it just ends up as a stalemate a little bit, but Andrews can't help in the air, and if it's Darcy Gardner or if it's anyone else, is caught isolated with Jeremy Cameron often. That is worrying for Chris Fagan.
Now, I know he's your favourite player. I know you don't say this on air, but can Rowan have 2 in a row?
Why is he your favourite? Is it the
Corbin wants to move on with the
Which
different
bit is it?
discussion?
Which bit is it?
His prelim performances actually haven't been too bad. His grand final performances are well down on his usual average.
His last start was great. That's all you have to worry about.
Can he have 2 in a row,
It's
Lingy?
very good call. I hope he hasn't now reset his expectations that he needs to do what he did in that first week.
Yep.
I think he went into that game saying, I'm going to be the best high-pressure forward I can be. I'm going to compete on the air, in the air. I'm going to harass at ground level. And lo and behold, he was in the game and he had a terrific game. He's got to reset them back to that simple fundamentals of his game. If he thinks he's going to kick 3 and take towering marks, kick them from outside 50, might not happen.
Very, very quick one, Leeds. We've talked a lot about the pre-finals bye. Obviously, 87% winning record for the teams that won the quali in the prelim prior to the pre-finals bye, and that's dropped right down to 40%. When will it show itself up as to whether the Cats are rested or rusty?
At the end of the game, probably. I don't know, Corbin.
And the other one, Lingy, you spoke a lot about, obviously, the differences in prelims, or just the different finals. So we spoke about how the quali is different to other games and how the prelim differs. 7 guys for Brisbane playing their first prelim tonight, 2 for Geelong.
Well, significant.
Yep.
2 for Brisbane. Did them with other teams as well. Let's head downstairs for the official ceremony.
Brisbane Lions. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and their contribution to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country tonight, please welcome Wurundjeri Elder Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
I'd like to start off by acknowledging that this evening we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to having gathered here this evening. Woman Jekka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balak, Yemen Kundi Big. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri, no, Buddambor War, Kondi Nagnak, Dubban and Big Bullock Bor, Tillican. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Walrong language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So, Woman Jekka, enjoy the game.
Thank you, Uncle Colin, for that wonderful welcome to country. If you are able, would you now please rise and join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem performed tonight by the amazing Bonnie Anderson.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with gold and store and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains and let us sing. Advance
It's an enormous roar at the MCG. The first preliminary final just minutes away from getting started. What is it like downstairs? Tim Hodges joins us again. G'day, Tim.
G'day, Clint. It's awesome to be here. I will start with the weather. It's dicey. We've had a stack of rain this afternoon. The chance of more to come. It is a very wet and very slippery surface, so it will be a factor early. I will say it has not deterred the crowd. The MCC expecting 70,000 plus, so it's a monster house here. I will say, though, there is complete and utter chaos getting into the stadium. The car parks at the stadium are closed. So many people who have come up the highway, like Lingy from Geelong, are just struggling to find car parks. I would think, guys, there's still maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people outside trying to get into the ground. So it's going to be a huge crowd, even bigger than what it currently is, as we look at the toss between Joel Selwood and Dane Zorko. And Joel Selwood wins the toss. The Cats will kick to the city end. Repeating the news, no late changes. The medical subs for the Cats, it's Mark O'Connor. For the Lions, for the second straight week, it's Reece Matheson. It is an absolute buzz down here on the boundary, guys. Good calling to you all.
Thank you, Tim. Fascinating. Joel Selwood goes in the middle, has the toss, and then will head to the bench. Alongside him, Zach Guthrie, Atkins and Myers. For Geelong, it's McCarthy, Rayner, Ainsworth and Wilmot will start on the bench for the Brisbane Lions. Which way are you tipping, gentlemen? Cameron Ling?
I am tipping with the Cats, both head and heart. A little surprised Atkins is on the bench.
Yeah.
We thought he'd go to Neil. Leeds.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe he's coming on after and go straight to him after that. But I'm going with the Cats as well, Clint.
Well, Cats should win, but
Are you tipping me?
I'm going for the Cats, but I just think that we have written off the Lions because of this ground. But after last week, I think that monkey's jumped off their shoulders and be ready for that commitment in their forward line. If they can't bring that commitment in the forward line, they're in trouble.
Cats for me, Corbin.
Yeah, shut out up here, so we're all on the Catters.
That is very concerning if you're in the hoops tonight. The first preliminary final. It's the Cats, the minor premier, up against Brisbane, who have got here from sixth. They've had some absolute blockbusters between them with plenty of controversy in recent times. There's a spot in the grand final up for grabs on Grandstand AFL. Corbin Middlemass to get us started.
Reece Stanley and Oscar McInerney to go at it in the middle. Oscar, one of the two inclusions for Brisbane. The bounce favours him. He swats it down, and there's Lockie Neal at the drop for the first disposal. Kicks Brisbane out to the southern wing. Robertson moved out of the way, and the intercept mark for Holmes. Has it for the Cats on the southern wing. Kicks to centre half forward. Dangerfield back with the flight. Takes the mark, looking over his shoulder. And a true centre half forward. He'll shoot for the first score of the game.
Yeah. Just that kick of Neal's just really just set Geelong up. It was a bad kick for a start off. You're better off just rubbing the ball there, just let it be a loose football and giving the ball back.
Impressed with that one-on-one contest though with Max Holmes. It's a good way to settle yourself into a big game.
In his seventh prelim, Patrick Dangerfield, he's played in just the one grand final. Started on the bench the first 3 quarters of the quality. He gets the start tonight. A dream one for Geelong. Dangerfield puts it through post high, and the Cats have the first goal in the opening minute. Dangerfield on the board. Geelong 1 straight, Brisbane yet to score.
We wondered out loud about the ball movement of the Cats. It was tentative early in the Collingwood game in the qualifying final. As soon as Holmes marked that footy, Nick, he wheeled around, went corridor. Dangerfield had started in the centre bounce, charged forward. So obviously Chris Scott's message is, let's get back to playing the way we played all year. Take the game on, move it quickly, create some opportunities, and nice set shot from Dangerfield.
Yeah, you just imagine that Lingy going back, taking the mark, going back, and let's see if we can set play up. But no, early on, as you said, just get the ball in there quick.
Restart in the middle, good bounce as well. McInerney won it down straight to Neal for the Lions. A hurried kick towards right half forward, bounce past Cameron. There's Duncan. Gathers for Geelong and kicks towards left half forward. Good defensive Mark Payne up there for Brisbane. In the bright orange boots, he trots back to take his kick. On the southern wing, he'll head towards right half forward. Stretching, Robertson unable to mark. It'll spill out the back to Holmes. Wobbly looking kick, goes through the hands. Smith couldn't gather, Dangerfield can. runs onto the logo for Geelong and moves it short. Chance to go forward again. Duncan spears it into the chest of Cameron. Jeremy Cameron marking 52 out hard up against the boundary line. Into the right, left forward pocket. Hawkins can't quite mark it. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Great spoil by Harris Andrews. It was a nice kick by Cameron. And just got the punch in there. What about the 2 clearances from Lockie Neal? Straight out of the centre bounces, but they haven't made the most of them.
Absolutely nothing's come to them at all. In fact, offensive play for Geelong.
McInerney won it down again. Brisbane will get the clearing kick away. Starcevic towards the southern wing. The mark taken by DeConey. He's got it for the Cats. They lead by 6 points, opening 3 minutes of the first term.
DeConey goes back to Henry. Henry to centre half back for Stewart, who has to hurriedly move it on. Closed down by Charlie Cameron. Out wide to Kolajasny. Marks and takes a bounce. Runs across the AFL logo. He heads wide to Tui.
Bad play by the Lions. They've dropped their 6th forward for a start off.
Tui will close to about 50. Pursued by Archie against the boundary line. Kicks to the top of their goal square and buries back. He beat the charge at the tribunal during the week. He's out there marking back pocket for Brisbane.
He goes short for Rich. He marks hard up against the boundary at left full back.
Melbourne let him have 25 kicks last week. I would assume Geelong will try not to do the same. Maybe close with a bit of a roll on Daniel Rich.
Long kick beyond defensive 50 towards left half back. Danaher thought he was being infringed. Down after it, Bailey. Taken instead by views of the Cats. The Guthrie almost run down by McStay. He's tackled and goes over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in. Left half back for Brisbane.
That's a good way to get yourself into the game. There's a big key forward, not relying on your teammates to get you the footy. Get yourself a tackle, hit a body. Good chase down there on Cam Guthrie.
McInerney back in the team for Brisbane this week after concussion. The previous week had to sit it out. He taps it down right up against the boundary line. Berry can't keep it in under pressure. Takes it over for another boundary throw-in right beneath our broadcast position here on Grandstand AFL. The Cats with the only goal so far, 1 straight 6. Brisbane yet to score, 4 and a bit gone in the opening term. You can tell Joel Selwood's on the ground.
Cheer for him straight away, and just roughing up Lockie Neal from the ball up. Holmes is into the back of, in fact it was Myers, into the back of Berry. Berry takes the free for Brisbane, swings a hand pass out to Rich. Rich kicks to half forward for the Lions. Henry in the box seat for Geelong. No mark, spills down to Stanley. Some indecision. Hurried kick out of the defensive 50. Cameron there on the wing. The fist comes from Gardner. Finds the safety of the boundary line, and it's out of play. 70 out from the Brisbane goal.
I'm trying to get a read on these midfield matchups. There's not a clear tag going on. Selwood came to Neal at that last stoppage and took his body. Atkins has come off the bench and is now Neal. So we might watch that for a little bit, but it's not a hard tag.
Stanley got away, got fingertips to it. Not a telling tap, but down to Tui nonetheless. Kicks the Cats down the commentary wing, but turns it over. Marked by Payne. Defensive point of the centre square at left half back. He'll move it short. This is Archie marking. Trots back to assess his options. The Lions in their red Fitzroy-like jumper tonight. The white shorts. The Cats in their home jumper. And the dark blue shorts. The kick is towards left half forward. Nicely done from Ridge. Spots Bailey. Zach Bailey, about 60 from home at left half forward. Kicks long towards full forward. Big pack up. No mark taken. Cats have got numbers around. Kolajasny got a hand pass away to DeConey. Back to Kolajasny. He's still in stride. A lovely hand pass. Found its way to Blitzard. The clearing kick beyond defensive 50 to right half back.
Gardner spoils again. Gets it away from Jeremy Cameron. Payne keeps it alive only momentarily. Hand pass to Rowan. He's out of play. And a throw in front of the Lions bench.
I feel like the Lions have settled into this game pretty well so far, Lingy. They're setting up really well behind the footy, but it's as a result of their forward pressure that's causing that.
Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling, Nick Noldhouse in the second row in our experts' chairs on Grandstand AFL from the boundary throw-in. No clean possession from the stoppage. Sockering in danger against Atkins.
We'll go to Atkins,
no, it's going to Atkins.
Yeah, kicking in danger. I disagree with you, Brett. I reckon that they're falling for the trap of having one less forward, and Geelong just eat that up because they just can't now marry off. I think they're better off just going marry up and just see how it goes for 15 minutes or so.
They'll try and maybe down the line isolate Blitzhalves v Ainsworth here.
So Atkins takes the free as Berry tried to soccer it away, looks for Selwood, lost it in the air, comes down to Neal of the Lions. Hand pass to Starcevic, gives it to McCluggage, not a great kick. Off the left, he puts it out on the full. Free kick Geelong, Cats by 6 points, 7 minutes in.
So I shouldn't read out Pete's text. He says, I'll tell you now, I'll tell you for free, Hugh McCluggage is the man tonight. He's gone to the next level in the last 2 games and he's done some brilliant things. He certainly has. Probably like to have that back. There's Duncan for the Cats. Kicks towards right half forward. Stretching, unable to mark blitz up. Spill down to Myers. Has he been wrapped up in a tackle? No, just got the ball out. Brisbane fans are hoping for more. It's been locked in now at right half forward for Geelong. And we a ball up as Blitzarves hands it back to the umpire.
Geelong are +2 behind the ball. No, they have it now.
Blitzarves won it down to McCluggage. Clever little kick, bounces it forward. Tap down in the direction of Tui. And then Tui shovels it forward again to a teammate who's met immediately by McCluggage and Ainsworth. And it's climbing up off the deck. It's De Koning. McInerney punches it down. I can get to it first time. Berry sockers it forward. It'll bounce on the logo. Commentary wing. Oh, Danaher gathered, spun out of trouble. That was magnificent. Gave it to Lincoln McCarthy. That kick wasn't. Put it inside the forward 50, and then Stewart was there to mop up and casually gives it by foot to Tui, and then he goes back to Duncan.
Duncan lays a hand pass to Stewart, centre half back, kicks in the middle of the ground for Jeremy Cameron. Banging bodies, Gardner and also Henry. Comes back to Jeremy Cameron, knocks it out wide to Holmes. Southern wing, kicks down to half forward. Starcevic competes in the air, runs away from Stengel. And out of bounds, a throw in half forward for the Cats.
What about the work rate of Jeremy Cameron there? Yeah. 3 separate contests.
I rest my case though about this back line.
No, you're right.
Because Geelong will just keep eating this up.
They need to stay at home forward, don't they?
Well, they do. They don't need the extra. They're going okay through the middle, so why have the extra?
9 minutes in, Geelong the only score. A goal to Patrick Dangerfield from the boundary throw-in. No clean takeaway. Starcevic grabs it. Stengel's got him. And we'll have the ball up on the 50, half forward for Geelong.
Look who it is.
And just to paint the picture, what Mick's talking about here. So Tom Stewart about 75 metres away from the ball. The furthest player completely by himself for the Cats.
Genuine battle just inside the Cats forward 50. No one can get a clean hand pass away. Selwood was tackled, shoveled it out the side. Ball bobs up in the air. Holmes taken to ground again. Umpire says we'll board up. Good tackle from Rayner.
So where's the extra? Lingy at the source.
He's at the stoppage.
The Brisbane Lions extra is at the source, yep. And they're just getting quick kicks from there. Not real fluent play.
Flick between the legs of McInerney, trying to work it to Berry. Didn't quite reach him. Berry then forced the tackle.
So if you've got the extra at the stoppage, you need to make sure you chain it out really efficient from the stoppages, and that's not happening right now unless they're through here.
Brisbane are away down the outer side. Chain of hand passes comes to Danaher. Now to Rayner. In front, the southern wing. Kicks inside 450. Oh, McCarthy stretching, diving, sensational. What a great mark. 49 out from goal. It's just better than a 45-degree angle to the right of centre.
Well, they found the loose player for the first time, and then they were able to look up and had a player on the lead. If he didn't mark that, was going to hit a target anyway. So that's the first time, though, that it's actually worked where a clean ball's come out of the stoppage.
34 goals, 13 for the season. He's one of just 3 Lions that's played in every game for them in 2022. He'll kick from pretty much right on 50. Lincoln McCarthy. Shot is on its way. Looks good. He levels the scores. It's a goal apiece in the first preliminary final after 11 minutes of the first term. Brisbane 1 straight 6. Geelong 1 straight 6. On Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Our experts Mick Malthouse, Brett Delidio and Cameron Lynn.
Well, it's almost exactly what we were talking about, wasn't it? If you can't get it from the source and chain it out, and it wasn't the prettiest bit of ball movement, Lingy. I think there's a couple of little fumbles there, but what it required was high work rate and speed away from the contest from Link McCarthy. They even had Zach Bailey right out the back. He'd motored from that contest to try and get free, but nice touch from Cam Rayner. Love that little kick there to Link McCarthy. If it didn't find him, it was going to find the player in behind anyway.
Played 29 games in 7 seasons as a Cat. He's missed just 2 of 92 since moving to Brisbane. I think even the most hardcore Geelong supporters will be stoked to see him playing continuous footy since he's moved north. He gets the first goal for Brisbane. 1 straight 6 apiece. Free kick in the middle to Neale for a hold. He takes it by hand to McCluggage. Hits up Bailey. Marks 60 metres out at half forward. Told to go. High bomb to the top of the goal square. Danaher down there. Henry spoils for the catch. Diffuse to DeConing. He's caught by Charlie. Laid the tackle. Ball spits out. Says play on. Pack forms and a ball up. 15 metres out from the Brisbane goal at the Punt Road end. Scores level after 12 minutes.
Winning a lot of ball around the stoppages now, the Lions, which is putting pressure on that back line of Geelong.
Thrown up by the ruck on a tilling tap. Trying to come out with it was Bailey. He was tackled. Hughes got him. Ball up again. Still in the right forward pocket. Now he climbs up for the Lions. Ball sent skyward. Tapped down by Blitzars of the Cats. Trying to get there Selwood. He couldn't. Atkins picks it up. Clearing kick beyond defensive 50 to the southern wing. Payne flew up against Rowan, couldn't mark. Myers' hand pass stolen away. A chance to go inside 50 again, but turned over. The kick from Starcevic only finds Dangerfield. He marks defensively and then goes on a bit of a run.
He kicks long over halfway for the Cats. So trying to get it out the back is Hawkins. Wilmot clever, knocks it down in front. McCarthy alongside the centre circles. Another high bomb inside 50 to Koning. Eats it up, sits underneath it, takes the intercept mark at centre half back. He swings it wide to Duncan. Duncan pokes a drop punt down the wing. Wanted Cam Guthrie and getting across. McStay just knocks it out of play. The double-fisted effort and a throw-in right on halfway. Scores level after 13.
Brisbane having a really good patch because of that midfield control that they've got a little bit of, but also they're starting to defend the ground well now, not letting Geelong have easy exits from their back 50.
Blitzarf's front position had 2 taps at it. Work it to a teammate. It's there for Neal. Goes back by hand to Berry. Will kick the lines. Oh, close with the smother. Well done. And he gathers it again. Hand pass on to Myers. Myers from right half forward has put it out of bounds on the full. Great effort, though, from Brad Close with that smother. Just seconds before. The Lions, though, will end up with it deep in the left back pocket. No change to those scores. 1 straight 6 apiece. 14 gone in the first.
No late change either. So Mark O'Connor and Reece Matheson, the 2 subs, as Gardner goes long and Rayner on the way down takes the juggled mark. Immediately looks back into the corridor, plays on, not a heap up ahead, risky handball to Answorth, works his way through the maze, got it to McCarthy, hand pass to Bailey, kicks Brisbane inside 50, ugly kick, Hughes there with Charlie Cameron, and Hughes knocks it out of bounds. And a throw in 40 metres out from the Brisbane attacking goal at the Punt Road end. 1 straight 6 apiece.
Again, it's not pretty, but their chain of handballs is causing Geelong some issues right now, the Lions. So not everyone's getting out perfectly. But I reckon Geelong
Unsettled.
expecting the kick, and they're giving that extra handball or 2.
Blitzarves takes clear possession, got it on to Atkins, just got the hand pass away as he was tackled by Rayner. And then Stewart kicks towards the logo, commentary wing. Coleman, good mark for the Lions. He'll trot back, stand just on the commentary edge of the logo, sends it right into the middle of the ground to Gardner. He'll mark and play on, kicks across the centre circles. It's in the hands of Wilmot. Every game he's played has been a final. Remarkable, and Wilmot sends it out to the southern wing to Robertson to mark.
Still 18, I think, Clint.
Yeah,
he is.
Only teenager on the ground tonight, Darcy Wilmot, in his 3rd game. As Clint said, his 3rd final. Outrageous start to his career. Robertson looks inside 50. Blitzarves knocks it close to the boundary line. It won't go out. Charlie Cameron keeps it alive. Henry's got handball. Spills free. Comes to Blitzarves. Hand pass to Holmes, to Myers. Now by hand to Close. Geelong run it out of the defensive arc. Gives it to Zach Guthrie, who sprays the kick out on the full. And Brisbane will win it back. They trap it in their front half. They've had 9 of the last 11 inside 50s Brisbane, and yet the scores are still level. 1 straight 6 apiece, 16 minutes in.
It's a typical prelim final. Yeah. Everyone tight. It's giving nothing away.
Gardner with a kicky to Starcevic, who's at right half back for the Lions. Who'll kick Brisbane just back inside the defensive 50. This is Answorth. He looks to come to the commentary ring. Not a great kick. He's turned it over. Marking there was Holmes. Max Holmes for the Cats. Sends it into the corridor. Cam Guthrie marks. Running by Henry. Receives the hand pass. Kicks towards full forward for Geelong. Battle here, Stengel couldn't quite mark. Hawkins there in the goal square. Umpire says a push. It's going the way of the Lions defensively. They'll be delighted by that. Starcevic with the free in his own defensive goal square, and he'll move it short into the right back pocket to Coleman for Brisbane.
I don't think he must have grabbed hold of him.
Big hold of his jumper.
Because I thought he was facing Stengel.
Yeah, big handful of jumper.
Oh, Kitty Coleman dangerous to centre half back, turns it over. Stewart, unguarded, goal square.
Coming back, boys.
It was a very late whistle. I was watching the umpire see what he was going to do with that. He couldn't give 50 metres because he didn't call it till the Geelong player actually kicked it.
About 60,000 people along with me thought that was going through for the third goal of the game. Stewart denied. Free kick Brisbane.
I didn't want to interrupt you either, Corbs. You were doing such a good job of calling that goal.
I was ready to go. McCluggage from half-back kicks down the outer wing but turns it over. And the intercept mark for Kolajasny, who's pulled up and out there with the bung knee that he hurt in the quali. Heads down to half-forward. Andrews puts his fist through it into the lap of Robertson, who can kick Brisbane down the southern wing. Unkind bounce for Charlie Cameron. Stewart attacks it front on. Got there. Hand pass away to Dangerfield. To Zach Guthrie for the Cats. He kicks to half-forward. Close trying to protect the ball. Drop no mark. Jeremy Cameron mops it up. His hand pass eventually got to Stengel. Gives it to Myers. Stengel still going, keeps it in front of him. Now he's lost it. Andrews out to McCluggage.
McCluggage set upon immediately. It'll be a ball up. Still inside Brisbane's defensive 50. Scores remain 1 straight 6 apiece. 18 gone in the first. Umpire puts it up. McStay got a fingertip to it. Trying to knock it forward. McCluggage taken by Close. Hand pass to Myers. Worked it on again. Kick towards full forward. Stengel couldn't gather. Dangerfield could. Hand pass to Cam Guthrie. Set upon immediately by 2 Lions. McCarthy got him. So too Wilmot. Climb up off the deck and they'll throw it up again. Still inside Geelong's forward 50. Hawkins does the right quick. Down to Dangerfield. He'll snap around the body. It'll bounce into the right forward pocket. Trying to get there first time. Starcevic tackled the ground. He's been pinged. What will the umpire do? He's got him holding the ball.
That is a rough call.
Shocking call.
Stengel has him.
It's a shocking call.
Had no
chance.
fire opportunity.
None at all.
And the crazy thing is, because he had no prior opportunity, if he just let it go, just dropped it, it would have been called play on. But because he was pinned to him and to the ground, he gets a rough holding the ball against him.
He's one of the great stories of the season, though. An All-Australian Tyson Stengel, after coming to the Cats, resurrecting his career. It's a tough shot from deep in the right forward pocket. He'll curl it around. Oh, he made it look easy. That's spectacular. His 47th goal of the season. His first goal in a final is something to behold. And it gives Geelong the lead. 2 straight 12 to Brisbane, 1 straight 6. 19 gone in the first. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC News Radio.
Did he just decide to kick a banana about halfway through?
How casual was that? I'm sitting there thinking,
no, he's shaped for a banana.
Did he? I thought he was shaping for a drop punt.
No, his angle was too far.
Yeah, well, it was late, but I was sitting there thinking, how good was that? That took me by surprise. Jesus, absolutely flushed that. That was a great kick.
Me too. Me too.
Great kick. It shouldn't have been a holding the ball decision, but it's in the book now.
That's what he's in the team to do, isn't it? Apply pressure and create some goals.
Cats 2 straight, Brisbane 1 straight. Restart back in the middle as we tick into time on opening turn. Back and Ernie palms it down. Zorko at the drop, tackled by Holmes. All up. No late change for either side coming in, so Matheson and O'Connor, the 2 subs, as they were in their last fixtures. He got another ball up alongside the centre circles.
Berry trying to do the job on Dangerfield, but Cody Dangerfield started this game very well for the Cats.
Third go at it. Stanley down to Dangerfield. Somehow got a kick away to centre half forward. Payne in the box seat. Just pushes it to the broadcast wing. Close there. Clever handball. Got to Cam Guthrie. Hand pass away to Blitzarps. Long high kick to right half forward. Jeremy Cameron tries to palm it back into play. Wilmot kicks high up and under. Still close to the northern boundary line. Rowan competes and it spills out off hands. And a boundary throw in about 70 metres out from the Geelong goal at the city end. Cats by 6 points, time on opening turn.
Ball spun back into play. Getting there first was Stanley. Got a hand on it. Then picks it up himself. Bounced off Dangerfield. Swept the hand pass forward. Not quite where he wanted it to go. Ansell tackled immediately by Close.
Geelong's forward line tackling has been outstanding.
He wins the free kick for the Cats. Gardner bumps into him as he tries to follow his man behind Close. He's got it about 55 from goal. He'll set it towards the hot spot. They come from everywhere. Off hands. Holmes couldn't quite get there. Berry got a hand pass away. Neal under pressure. Got it to Coleman. Kicks dangerously around the body. Bounced off the chest of Blitzarves. Waiting for it. Stanley. Set upon by a couple. Tap forward though. It came from Guthrie. Dangerfield off the step. Kicks it from nearly 50 out. Oh, Paddy Dangerfield's got two. And Geelong have got their third. 3 straight 18. The Lions 1 straight 6. 22 gone in the first.
If there's one thing, and only one thing probably, Lids, that Patrick Dangerfield doesn't have in his resume, is a monster final in a huge a prelim or a grand final.
Yep.
He tonight has got all the makings of that. He's had 8 touches, 2 goals already, couple of clearances, but just the way he's attacking the footy, that power is there at the moment.
He doesn't look like he's trying to overdo things at the moment.
Yep.
Like he's imposed himself on the game, but in finals gone by, I feel like he's trying to do everything for the side. At the moment, he's playing his role, and he's come up clutch already. That beautiful finish, that one.
Zorko, captain, hasn't had a possession. Hipwood hasn't. Cameron hasn't. There's the differences at the moment.
Oh, they're going out of the middle again, Geelong. 2 lines fell over. Selwood runs onto it, hits up Hawkins. That familiar combination. Joel Selwood to Tom Hawkins, and now the set shot from 50 out at centre-half forward.
And take a bow, Jeremy Cameron. He laid a nice little block there for his fellow spearhead. Then they caused the mix-up, which meant that Gardner tried to get to Hawkins. Andrews was caught on Cameron. Just a really selfless, nice little block from Jeremy Cameron.
What a start this would be. Hawkins from right on the 50. Misses. Out to the right, are behind. 3-1 to 1 straight. Geelong by 13 points, but riding a bit of momentum here as we are 24 minutes into the opening term.
2 footballs on the field. As Coleman brings it back into play with the kick in to Gardner. Finds Bailey. And the inbound foot pass. Still in the left back pocket. He's looking for Answorth under pressure. Blitzarves got a fist to it. Answorth got up quickly though for the Lions. Gathers, hand passes to Danaher on centre wing, commentary side. Kick towards left half forward. Duncan tried to soccer it forward. Didn't quite work for him. Zorko, there he goes, gets a possession. He was laying on his back and he hand passed it forward and then taken over the boundary line at left half forward for Brisbane by Colin Jasny of the Cats. They lead 3-1-19 to Brisbane, who are 1 straight 6, 24 and a half gone in the opening term. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC News Radio.
Dangerfield with 2 first quarter goals. He kicked only 6 in the season leading in. The boundary throwing. Stanley palms it down. Selwood, smooth mover through the stoppage. Kicks down to half forward. Hawkins hunting out after it along with Rowan. Rowan does well to half the contest. Forces the neutral ball. And a boundary throwing. 55 out from the Geelong goal.
Yeah, the Cats have taken over the stoppages now. That's been the major difference in the last 7 or 8 minutes. You take over the stoppages and you've got a dangerous forward line. Spells real trouble for the Lions. They've got to wrestle that back because they had control of it in the first part of the game.
Spun back in. Both rugs had a touch, the 246ers. Came down and Selwood worked it inside forward 50. Payne for Brisbane. Shared it with Berry. Back to Payne. Now under pressure, Starcevic. Kick down the commentary wing. Flying for it to Coney. Won't be paid the mark. Spills to ground. Bailey might have been taken without it. Zach Guthrie looks to hold it in. Umpire says, I'll have that. And we'll ball it up. Just shy of centre wing. Commentary side of the ground for the Lions, and it's slapped forward by McInerney from the restart, straight down the throat of Rayner.
Great kick, pulls the trigger inboard to McCarthy. March shoots a hand pass away to Neal. He's got Kitty Coleman in the centre square, receives the hand pass, kicks inside the forward pocket, and Archie drifting forward takes the mark, 20 metres out, 10 in from the boundary line.
Well, I can't explain it on that kick was just one of the best kicks you'll see. A left footer coming across, having to take the ball, kicking, having a Geelong defender inside of you and have to get it over his head to a running player. It is absolutely superb.
quarterback like Mick, you reckon?
Just unbelievable.
Just rolled gold foot skills. Kadeem Coleman in his first prelim. Here's Calamachi on the set shot to steady the ship. Through it goes. A much-needed one for Brisbane. With Geelong just getting a bit of momentum. 3-1-19 to Brisbane, 2 straight 12. 27 minutes into the opening quarter of the preliminary final. The Cats by 7.
Well, there's a lot of talk about who was going to go to Lachie Neale, and we haven't seen a red-hot tag at the moment, Lingy. But Tommy Atkins had him there at that last stoppage, and he nullified him initially, but then he was just too slow to react, and Lachie Neale was on the burst, got through and ended up giving that handball off to Coleman, who laced out that perfect kick that you spoke about, Mick. So you're going to do your job not just at the stoppage, it's got to be away from it as well.
It seems like it's Selwood at times,
and
Atkins at times, and Guthrie occasionally.
Yeah.
And you're right. I think Atkins thought, oh, I've got him at the first little contest, but you know, with Lachie Neale, he's hunting where's the next chance to get a hold of the footy and set that up nicely.
Back in the middle for the restart. Another great bounce. It'll come back. Umpire Brett Roseberry will have that again. Concerned. Sorry, Mick. Concerned a second ago. We saw pyrotechnics fire off the top of the roofs here. I wondered what all the smoke was until we were finally able to work it out. Started down by Stanley to shovel it forward to Selwood. He couldn't get there. Zach Guthrie could. He's wrapped up in a strong tackle. That was well done.
Probably no different to the other one down the other end, quite frankly.
No. Well, true. Actually, a very good point. Umpire spots a free kick. It's going the way of Selwood. Taken high in the tackle. He'll bounce up for the Cats quickly. Put it into the middle of the ground. Marked there by Stewart. Just on the outer edge of the 2 centre circles. Cats lead by 7, 28 gone in the first.
Hughes has drifted down to high half forward, takes the mark, swings a hand pass inboard to Kolajasny, lifts it over to Stanley, short kick. Izzy Smith marks, not 15, chucks it straight on the left peg. It's across the goal face. Misses. 3-2 to 2 straight, Geelong by 8 points. Seesawing to a cagey opening term, 29 minutes old, as we close in on quarter time of the prelim.
Rich goes short, up the middle to Neal, back to Rich, almost got into trouble. Was able to escape, kick beyond defensive 50. McInerney couldn't mark under pressure. McCluggage tried to tap it forward. Duncan met it, tackled the ground. McInerney slaps it down for the Lions. McCluggage's kick knocked down though by Henry. Ball pinballing around on centre wing. McCluggage will try to gather again. Strong tackle from Stewart. That's a sling tackle. Too strong. He threw him into the ground. And he'll get the free kick here, McCluggage, on the logo northern wing.
Hugh McCluggage sends it in the Hitwood direction, who's been quiet, and Jeremy Cameron getting back to take the intercept mark. Stands in front of the big left footer, and Cameron with one of his own goes short to blitz halves. He'll hand it back to Jeremy Cameron at centre half back, if you don't mind. Kicks to Tui, outer edge of the centre square. Hand pass to Zach Guthrie, looks inside 50. Andrews got the fist in there, finds the safety of the boundary line. And a throw in 30 out from the Geelong goal. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, real concern down here for the Cats. Tom Atkins came off the ground. It's right ribs he's complained to the doctor about, and they've taken him straight down to the room. So, yeah, some serious concern for the Cats.
Ball put back into play. Hawkins with 2 hands slaps it towards the boundary. Sliding out. Going down low. Might have been contact below the knees from Selwood.
Well, that is.
They didn't pay it though. Gets away with that as he hand passed it forward to close and then spills it across the line. That really should have been on Robertson, a free kick to the line.
Well, it's you're supposed to have the best umpires, and quite clearly that is, everyone knows that is a free kick.
Thrown back in. Hawkins tapped it back inboard. Smith couldn't gather. Picking it up. Wilmot kicks beyond defensive 50 to right half back. Rayner for the Lions. Hand passes to Zorko, right up against the boundary. He'll kick towards the southern wing. As it stayed in, if it has, it's only just. It is. It's going to be a throw-in just shy of centre wing. 3-2-20 the Cats. 2 straight 12 the Lions as we tick past the half an hour mark in the opening term.
Both these teams, fast starting teams, having trailed on only 6 occasions all year. From the boundary throwing to Ruck, Smith miss it. Tui for the Cats, hand pass to Dangerfield. Long kick into the forward pocket. Andrews with the spoil over the back of Hawkins, and again finds the safety of the boundary line.
Well, he's playing it right, Andrews. Yeah. Sometimes he tries to mark. He just knows that Hawkins is such a big body player, and you're always out of position, so you've got to make sure that your arm is in front of Hawkins' body, always.
32nd minute, the opening quarter. Is there time for a score for the Cats? Blitzhelps grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass went to Wilmot in the end. The teenager under pressure, caught holding the ball. She shrugged one tackle and then was caught by Max Holmes. And the man who kicked the go-ahead goal in the qualifying final, Max Holmes, is going to get a ping at the sticks after the siren.
So the umpire just telling Max Holmes he's allowed to start inside the line of his kick for goal and therefore allowed to run around, but no further, obviously, than the line of the kick if he was doing a drop punt.
He steps onto the line now, hooks it around on the right boot. Superb. Max value on the finish. Geelong 4-2-26. Brisbane 2 straight 12. And it's the Cats by 14 points at quarter time, the preliminary final.
So the goal kickers for Geelong, Patrick Dangerfield has a couple, and then singles to Holmes, as you heard just then, and Tyson Stengel. The 2 goal kickers for Brisbane, Archie and McCarthy. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC News Radio, this is Grandstand AFL.
ABC, your trusted source of accurate and timely emergency information.
We've had the ABC on basically all afternoon listening.
There's so much going on, and getting news is a priority.
Well, I'm a fan of the ABC.
It must be love, love, love.
I listen to the ABC every day. I'm extremely grateful.
ABC Radio, reliable source for information.
On radio, on the ABC Listen app, and the ABC Emergency website.
It must be love, love, love.
ABC, stay connected.
ABC Sport Digital Radio isn't just the best place to catch all your live sport.
His ball! It's all over! All out for 68!
You can also hear big games again.
Game! Set! Series!
And the best sports programs from around Australia and the world.
Mark Murphy's going to join us next. This is Corbin and Ben on ABC Sport.
Hello and welcome to Stumped, your intercontinental hit of news, features and debate from the quirky world of cricket.
So even after the game is finished, there's no need to go anywhere else. ABC Sport on digital radio.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Holmes has it for the Cats on the southern wing. Kicks to centre half forward. Dangerfield back with the flight. Takes the mark, looking over his shoulder. In his 7th prelim, Patrick Dangerfield. He's played in just the one grand final. Started on the bench the first 3 quarters of the quali. He gets the start tonight. A dream one for Geelong.
Now to Rayner from the southern wing. Kicks inside 40 deep. Oh, McCarthy stretching, diving, sensational. What a great mark. Lincoln McCarthy. Shot is on its way. Looks good. He levels the scores. An All-Australian Tyson Stengel. It's a tough shot from deep in the right forward pocket. He'll curl it around. Oh, he made it look easy. That's spectacular. Stanley set upon by a couple. Tap forward though. It came from Guthrie. Dangerfield off a step. Kicks it from nearly 50 outs. Oh, Paddy Dangerfield's got 2.
His first prelim. Here's Calamarche on the set shot to steady the ship. Through it goes. A much-needed one for Brisbane. Blitzhelps grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass went to Wilmot in the end. The teenager under pressure. Caught holding the ball. She shrugged one tackle and then was caught by Max Holmes. He steps onto the line now. Hooks it around on the right boot. Superb. Max value on the finish.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Geelong lead Brisbane in the first preliminary final at quarter time by 14 points. There is news from downstairs. Let's head there right now. Tim Hodges.
Clint, just watching Mark O'Connor, it was a significant warm-up during the quarter-time break in case he's required straight away, and he may be required straight away. Watching Tom Atkins has gone down to the rooms, and he's still there. He was bent over when he was collected. It got him in the right side ribs. He came off and went straight to the doctor. The doctor did a number of tests on him. He was in significant pain, enough to take him down to the room. So that will be a watch this space to try and get him back on for this game. Also for next week, should the Cats advance. There's not much, boys, you can do for rib damage apart from put a bit of strapping on it, right?
No, you can actually get a little jab in that. You can get, as long as they know it's not broken, they can put a little local in around it. It's only ribs, you don't run on your ribs.
Tom Atkins is one of the toughest young men I've ever met. His dad's probably the second toughest bloke I've ever met.
But there are ways of... I mean, you can't even tape ribs, because if you tape them up, you're actually not being able to breathe properly. So you either put something over them and tape it on, but not around the ribs, or just get a little local.
I've never had it, so I'm not going to comment. I wasn't tough enough to play through broken ribs.
Was Nigel Lappin the famous case? Was that
2003.
They tested him out.
Lee.
Yeah, Lee put him through a fitness test. He's like, mate, seriously, try and look after me ribs so I can play.
In 60 seconds, gents, what did you make of that?
Early Brisbane, when they controlled the stoppage and chained it out, looked dangerous, I thought. But then when Geelong wrestled that clearance control back and got the ball in there, that's when they were at their most threatening.
Yeah, that's it. As soon as they got a hold of in the clearances, they looked so much more damaging forward of the footy. Brisbane had that ascendancy early, didn't they? They got a lot of inside 50s, weren't able to capitalise, and then the Cats eventually just opened them up with some faster ball movement and got the shots on goal. But led by Danger, I think his composure around the footy hasn't been that frenetic. Throw your body at the ball on every occasion. It's just let the game come to him, as we spoke about off-air, Lingy.
Mick, you spoke a lot about the fact Geelong were able to have the spare.
Yep.
If you're Chris Fagan, do you even the numbers back up?
Well, early in the game, no. Early in the game, yes, because you had dominance. But Geelong have taken over the stoppages. So perhaps you have to bring someone up, but don't let it be Tom Stewart's man. Just get someone to wander across to Stewart so he becomes always accountable.
Bit more news from downstairs. Tim Hodges.
Tom Atkins has just returned from the rooms. There looks to be some sort of strapping or padding underneath that jumper, but he got the thumbs up from both doctors. He is good to go to come back onto the field in the second term.
A little bit of running repairs on one of the umpires' mics here, I reckon. That's the little delay.
We just had to take the big box of tricks off the ground. Now we're ready for a start. The Cats lead the Lions by 4-2 to 2 straight. Second term underway. From the bounce in the middle, it comes down to Dangerfield. Hurry kick up in the air. Beautifully gathered on the bounce. Cam Guthrie shoveled the hand pass forward, and it's going to be a push in the back. Lyon tried to get in the way. Rowan took him high. Climbing up is Payne, and he'll have it just inside his defensive 50.
He's had the better of Gary Rowan so far. 6 touches to zip.
Yeah, you can't win your game by half back long winning, as you know, Brett. So about time their forwards start to get involved, because Cameron hasn't touched it.
Goes out.
Hopwood.
Tad Andrews kicks towards the logo on the southern wing, and there's a free kick spotted here, taken high. Rayner wasn't sure who to give it to. It'll come to Colin Jasny. Colin Jasny has it for the Cats.
Hawkins isolating down the line, but he's also got Blitzarves there to help and maybe come third up.
Kicks towards right half forward. Hawkins brings it to ground. And past to Myers. He got it to Cam Guthrie. Tried to shovel it forward to Tui. Well tackled by Answorth over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in about 60 out from the Cats attacking goal.
So there was just a really clever play by Rich there. Blitzarves was coming in as that third up, and Rich just laid a beautiful little bump. Checked Blitzarves' run at the footy, which meant Harris Andrews could get the spoil and force a boundary throw-in.
Geelong by 14 from the throw-in. McInerney palms it down. Stengel, hurry kick inside 50. Rowan reaching a post to Payne. Couldn't rip it down last moment. Follows up on ground level. Tackled by Rich. Lets them roll. Pack forms and a ball up. 40 out from the Geelong goal. Right half forward.
Back comes Geelong extra player behind the line.
2 spares again, Nick.
Yeah, it's hard to penetrate.
Hawkins wins it down and then follows up with a hand pass. Got to Darcy Wilmot, who's tackled, taken to ground by Hawkins. And a ball up, same spot, right half forward for the Cats.
I reckon the target at the young kid too, Wilmot.
Both rucks missed it. Going to pick it up through there. McCluggage, he was tackled immediately. The ball spilled free. Still a real rugby ruck developing here, about 50 out from the Cats' goal.
Geelong are trying to release someone at this stoppage, because Reece Stanley currently has Cameron Rayner as a defender, Stanley. So Geelong's trying to manufacture something at the stoppage. It's not going to work.
Brisbane get it away. McCluggage through Berry. Kicks long towards the southern wing, but puts it out of bounds on the full. Under Shane Warne stand. Cats will move it quickly across half back. It comes to Stewart. And then to Buse, who marks in the centre square. Oh, almost ran into trouble. Got tackled by Cameron, just got a hand pass free.
He's not the guy you want to take on. Buse has a second go at it, can't collect. Now Robertson wins it for Brisbane. Hand pass to Bailey. His handball out wide to Charlie Cameron. Bangs bodies with Duncan. Charlie wins it. Hand pass to Bailey. Sweeping hand pass to Robertson. 70 out, kicks inside 50 to cone him back. Takes the intercept mark. Hipwood went to ground in front of him. Looking at the umpire, but no call coming, and coning it. Left half back with a footy for Geelong. Cats by a game high 14 early in the second term. Long kick to the wing. Rich knocks it down. Hand pass from Robertson. Got its way to Hipwood. He took on the tackler. He's in trouble, surely. Holmes got him. The umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt, and a ball up between wing and half forward for Brisbane.
At 8 intercept marks the 4, the Cats. McInerney got it down. Robertson going through, a little tap on it. McInerney kicks up in the air, or bounced off the chest of McCarthy. Was able to regather. Hand pass to Bailey. Oh, taken high. Oh, surely. That was ugly too. Player crashing into him front on, going over the top. That wasn't nice from Henry. He's got the free kick here, and rightly so.
Zach Bailey slipped to his knees and just knew, had the courage to think, someone's coming at me. If I keep my head over this footy, I'm definitely getting a free kick. That takes a lot of courage to do that. And Bailey got it. And Jack Henry, it was as you said, a really nasty, ugly effort at the contest.
Fortunately, Bailey is okay. He's got the free kick. He can have a shot on goal from just inside 50. Kicks on its way. It's not a bad-looking kick. It's a great kick. The first of the second term belongs to Brisbane. Bailey converts with the free kick. And he drags the Lions back to within 8 points. 4-2-26 the Cats. Brisbane 3 straight, 18. 4.5 gone in the second term. Our experts on Grandstand AFL in the preliminary final. Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio and Mick Malthouse.
Well, it's a mark you'd normally expect Lincoln McCarthy to take, wouldn't you? But his recovery was excellent. And he just heard the voice, I think, of Zach Bailey, flipped it out to him, and it was that composure and the courage to take on that tackle and say, well, you know what, you're coming at me, but I'm going to be smart enough to, keep my head over the footy and just wear this one. And we know how well he finishes. He's seen a couple of clutch moments from young Zach Bailey in the last couple of years.
A big time finish from him. 37 goals, 16 for the year. And Brisbane back within 8 points. Restart back in the middle. McInerney just gets it going forward off the deck. Sockers it out wide 30 metres to high half forward for Brisbane. Robertson gets rid of Holmes. Robertson collects. Hand pass to Rayner. Rayner feeds it through for Charlie Cameron. Took on the tackler. Got it to Berry. Hand pass trying to link up with McCarthy. Rayner has a second go. Still Brisbane at half forward. Kicks inside 50. Handsworth overran it. And Tui at the back mops it up for Geelong. He goes short and finds Buse, who marks at half back. Geelong by 8, 6 minutes into the second term.
Another good little patch though by the Lions. Winning the ground balls. It's just that composure, that Rayner kick. Just missed its target.
Buse heads towards the commentary wing. Good mark at the end. Stretching for it twice, Rowan. Brings it down, wheels around, gets told to play on. Steps inside Hipwood. Hand passes to Cam Guthrie. Chips the Cats short. Delicate kick. Is able to find Myers, just shy of left half forward. Atkins is back on the ground, thanks to Tim downstairs, and he receives the hand pass from Myers. It's 55 from goal, pops it inside forward 50. He wanted Jeremy Cameron. Yeah. He couldn't mark. He's going to get the free kick though.
Yep, easy one to get that one. The umpire was not the central umpire, but the umpire looking at the play. Perfect positioning by Brett Roseberry.
The right arm being grabbed as he attempted to mark it. So Jeremy Cameron with an opportunity here for his first goal of the game. The Coleman medalist. He'll kick from 45 out. It's out to the left. It misses. Behind for the Cats. 4-3-27. The Lions are 3 straight 18. 7 gone in the second term.
Rich brings it into Kadeen Coleman, who marks left back pocket. Not a heap up ahead. Very stagnant for Brisbane. Long bomb to the wing. Leaping up is McCarthy. No mark. Spills down to Neil. He's gang tackled as soon as he grabs it. And a ball up, 70 out from the Geelong goal.
see Cameron come up the ground. He's up the ground at the moment only because he's been forced up because of Geelong defender, but if he plays high, he's going to attract more of the ball.
Cats by 9. McInerney down to Neil. Got it out to Berry's. Rolled over in the tackle. Umpire circles. Berry trying to get a kick away. Can't. Spills to Tui. Hand pass out wide. In fact, it's too wide. And Selwood grabs it out of play. Boundary throwing 70 out from the Geelong goal.
Couple of checks rolling in. Kevin's in Myrtleford in Victoria, enjoying the cool in front of a fire on a wet night. Thanks for being with us, Kevin. We're in Reservoir. Hi, guys. I'm a blind listener. Loving the commentary. Great to see finals back in Melbourne and be able to be held at 100% capacity after 2 years. Thrown in. Blitzarv's had it. Dropped it. Zorko tried to knock it forward. Rayner gathered. Got a hand pass through traffic. Well done. McInerney kicks down the southern wing, but only as far as Henry, who leaps up into the air. Takes a good mark for the Cats at right half back. He'll stab a kick short. He found a teammate. Looking to work at the Duncan, and now to Stanley, who's cool under pressure, to Tui, who marks well. It is back at right half back, where they were about 15 seconds before. Cats are 4-3. Sorry, Corpse. Brisbane 3 straight.
Tui in his 5th prelim tonight. Having played in just one grand final previously. Across the half-back line to Henry. Marks, kicks down the outer edge of the centre square to Stanley. He takes the mark, rolls onto his right boot, kicks inside 50, rolling the target, thumped away by Payne. At the drop, Rayner takes the contact as soon as he got it. And a ball up centre half forward for Geelong.
I tell you, Lingy, Geelong are finding a lot of space out wide. Brisbane concentrating behind the ball as opposed to across the ground. That's letting Geelong really dictate central ground.
McInerney won it down, but straight into traffic. It's been locked in, about 5 or 6 players over the top of it. Half forward for the Cats. They're kicking to the left of our broadcast position. The punt road end in this second turn. Throwing up, umpire spots a holding decision. It'll go the way of the Lions.
Yeah, it's clear as day. I don't know what Reece Stanley was thinking, just trying to throw Oscar McInerney out of the way. It's going to be paid every day of the week. Release of pressure there because that's a tough spot in the ground to defend.
McInerney hands it off to Kitty Coleman, who sends it to the outer side. Hipwood drop the mark, immediately pouncing on it. Zach Guthrie gathers. He runs to 55 from goal, kicks in the direction of Rowan, who marks. Just shy of the attacking goal square for the Cats. He'll kick on a 45-degree angle from no more than 20 out.
Well, just a horror moment there from Eric Hipwood.
That's it. You get your opportunity as a key forward to finally break away from your opponent. And you spill the beans. Well done for Zach Guthrie staying involved in it. It was a nice kick just to the advantage side of Gary Rowan. Still had to do a bit of work and catch it, but nice kick. Usually pretty reliable.
Gary Rowan, a trot, a step and a shot on goal. And a major for Geelong. Oh, the stuff of football nightmares for Hipwood. As Rowan gives Geelong their 5th. 5-3-33, Brisbane 3 straight 18, 11 gone into the second term. It's the Cats now by 15 points.
Well, we spoke pre-match about preliminary finals and playing tight and playing nervous. Eric Hipwood's had a massive game last week and got his team over the line against the Demons. Right now, those nerves and tension is only growing with him. So he hasn't touched the footy yet, hasn't had a disposal. No. That was a chance, as you said, Liz, just to find one, an easy one.
Yep.
He's now spilt that and he's seen it go through the big sticks for the Cats. So he's got the mental demons now that he needs to overcome to still be a contributor for his team tonight.
It's a good call out, Lingy. The big 3 up front for Brisbane. McStay, Danaher, Hipwood all without a touch in this third quarter. McStay in the ruck here. Bounce favours Blitzarves. There's a free kick. It's going against Dangerfield. He's caught with the footy. And Neil will be rewarded as the tackler. So holding the ball a little hotter tonight than what we've seen throughout the final series so far. Kicks in the Hipwood direction. Climbing over the pack. No mark. Down to Zach Guthrie. He's locked up straight away. And the ball up as McCluggage lays the tackle. And up it goes, 48 metres out from the Brisbane goal. McStay again rucking down into the lap of Kolajasny. He's tackled, or in fact it was Tui. And a ball up, same spot, half forward for the Lions.
One down here by the Cats to Hipwood, who tries to kick through traffic. Pinballed away to Zorko. Good hand pass down reach. 50 from goal. You know he can kick these. Misses though. He had the distance, just misses. Oh, so close. Minor score, 3-1-19 Brisbane, 5-3-33. That's Geelong, 12 and a half gone in the second.
Stewart Short to Cam Guthrie, back to Stewart, and he kicks along the boundary line southern side. Zach Guthrie fingertips to it, spills through to Selwood. Hand pass to Close along the boundary line. Rowan doesn't take it clean. Gee, a clash of heads. Coleman and Rowan both front on attacking the footy. No call from the umpire. And now a ball up as a pack forms behind them.
That was a great assault on the ball by both players. It was outstanding, and neither of them were hurt.
I agree totally. Both went after it.
I think they just avoided their head. I think it was more shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, spot on, Mick. Nick Malthouse, one of our experts tonight, with Brett Delidio and Cameron Ling, as Blitzarve wings it down. Got it on towards Dangerfield. Suspicious-looking hand pass forward that's worked into the Lions' defensive 50 to Gardner. He hands it off to Rich. Sweeping hand pass to Coleman. Goes towards Bailey for Brisbane. Ducks one tackle, then lost it on a pressure from Selwood. Kolajasny to Stengel. Kicks towards full forward. Andrews went up, knocked it to ground. Hawkins slipped over. Hand pass. Jeremy Cameron gave it back again in the right forward pockets. Remarkable. That is an absolutely incredible goal from Lions. They would not give up the catch just when it looked like Brisbane might be able to deal with it. They kept on, and Myers kicks Geelong sixth. 6-3-39 to Brisbane, 3-1-19. 14 gone in the second.
Well, it's the ability there for the Cats defenders and midfielders to create that turnover in the middle of the ground. The Lions were really trying to get some speed on the footy. The Stengel kick probably allowed Harris Andrews to play on the footy, but Tommy Hawkins just parked that big rump in front of him. Unlucky to fall over. Handball up to Jezza. Brian Myers, not a bad finish there. Right foot to the boundary to snap that one through. That's what you pay your little fellas to be able to do. Well done, Tommy Hawkins, for staying composed enough to be able to get that handball off.
This is just what AFL footy looks like to him. 4 years in the system, 4 prelims for Brian Myers. In a big-time spot there. Cats by 20, a new game high. Blitzarve's out of the middle to Dangerfield, but the Cats retreating. Duncan, hand pass dangerous, and we'll have a ball up. Half forward here for Brisbane. Zorko, the last man up with the footy.
Lockie Neal's got to get involved. He's had one possession to date this quarter.
Ball up half forward for the Lions. Blitzarve's down to Dangerfield of the Cats. Hand pass to Duncan. He releases Max Holmes. Good luck running him down. Has a bounce. Kicks from the southern wing to half forward. Cameron's out the back. Jezza gets it on the bounce. Hand pass inboard to turnover. And Wilmot back in the other direction for the Lions. He kicks wide. He wants Archie. One-on-one with Holmes. Archie keeps his feet, wins the footy for Brisbane.
And gets a kick away down the southern wing, and he hits Hitwood on the chest, and he marks right up against the boundary for Brisbane. Pauses as players stream forward. Twirling the yellow footy over in his hands. He'll now kick high and long. It'll drop inside forward 50. Defensively, though, Henry up to mark for the Cats. Almost stepped off his line.
Just got to ask the question, why wouldn't Joe Danaher be over there already instead of standing 80 metres away?
The Cats to Kolajasny, kicks back towards centre wing in front of the Shane Warne stand, and seen over the boundary line for a throw-in. The spoil coming from Dangerfield in front of Archie.
I'm sorry, Clint, I've still got to follow that up, because you just know that Cameron or Hawkins would have been there. Joe Danaher is lazy. He's just not working hard enough.
Geelong by 20 from the boundary throw-in. Stanley down to Dangerfield, who bursts away, looking extra motivated tonight. Kicks for Hawkins. Caught in a tangle with Andrews. Ball comes out the back. Andrews just tucks it back underneath Hawkins. Umpire circles. It's going to say holding the ball. Free kick Geelong.
Wow, that is a huge call. I'm going to need to see a replay on that one, Leeds, because it looked as though both Geelong and Brisbane, I'd say Gardner and Hawkins had a hold of it.
He raked it back in.
I think Andrews tapped it back in underneath Hawkins. The umpire saw all of it. And in the end, Harris Andrews is the man penalised. Gardner, who's got the direct matchup, can't believe it.
You pump when your teammate does that one to you, Corby.
Oh.
Not ideal. Just to go back on what Mick was saying about Joe Danaher, always, when I think about key centre forwards, Matt Richardson, Nick Rewalt, always offering up an option.
Always.
Worst case, you bring it to ground and give you another reset.
A big moment in the game. Tom Hawkins, their champion forward, with that premiership DNA. He misses. Jeez, 20 out straight in front. And a huge let-off from Hawkins. Cats by 21. Should be 5 more. 18 played, second term. Big moment here for Brisbane before the half.
Gardner in the right back pocket, short to Starcevic. Has to mark right up against Myers. Still inside defensive 50. But told to move it on. Kicks towards the commentary wing. Flying up, Danaher read that best. Cunning went early. Danaher was able to mark it and then send it with a kick inboard to Wilmot in the centre square. Rayner's on. Doesn't go quite that far. It goes to Answorth instead on the logo. Commentary wing. Takes a couple of steps and will put it deep inside forward 50. Front position, Stewart read it beautifully. Brings in the mark in front of McStay, and he has it between fullback and centre half back for the Cats, who lead on the scoreboard by 21 points, 19 gone in the second.
Dangerous kick. Stewart wanted to try and find De Koning. Spills through to Myers. He got the 1-2 to De Koning. Myers' second hand pass a little dodgy. And Zach Guthrie cleans it up. Hand pass to Cameron. Kicks down the wing. Turns it over. And Zorko marks for Brisbane. Straightens up to Wilmot. The only teenager on the ground. He was the youngest man in the draft. Born on New Year's Eve in his draft year. The 18-year-old comes all the way out wide to Hipwood. He was so big last week in the second half and has been able to get his game going tonight. From right on halfway, long kick inside 50 and the intercept mark in from the side, Kolajasny. Swings it across the goal mouth and Stanley takes the mark 15 out from his defensive goal.
He'll pause for a moment for the Cats and goes up the corridor. The kick has to be precise. Wilmot was able to bring it to ground against Selwood. Dangerous hand pass. Tui taps it down to Myers. To Duncan. Sweeping hand pass forward to Close. Can't gather it, so Alex the Soccer inside forward 50. Cameron goes to ground. They keep playing. It came to Myers. Moves it on towards Holmes. Hawkins at right full forward. Kicks the goal. He didn't miss that one off the outside of the right boots. The Cats are starting to take complete control. 19 gone in the second turn. Geelong 7-4-46. Brisbane 3-1-19. Tim Hodges is downstairs.
Last week in the third term, Chris Fagan had some very stern words to Jared Berry in the third term that we shared. It got an immediate response. Lachie Neale has just come off the bench. And Chris Fagan gave him some very stern words as well. Expect some sort of response from Lachie Neale, who I think, the Brownlow medalist, was actually startled by the coach having a whack at him.
He's only had the one touch in this quarter, as Mick told us before. I can't believe the ball movement Geelong's trying there. They're kicking to the middle of the ground.
How ballsy was it?
1v4 and something comes of it. So that's what Brisbane have got to be ready for. Geelong's going to try and take that kick and open up the ground because they're feeling like they've got the momentum.
New game high, 27 points Geelong's way. Crooked bounce in the middle.
So Danaher's had a luxury of midfield winning. Now they're not winning. Now he can't get near it.
McInerney climbs up, knocks it away, but straight to Selwood. Geelong again with the centre break. Kicks to centre half forward. Coleman spoils. Straight into the lap at Dangerfield. He kicks a cannon from 60 out. Needs a kind bounce. Won't get it. It's offline. Geelong by 28. And this is as far back as Brisbane came from last week. 28 down in the second term. They ran Melbourne down. Again, they're giving away a significant head start as we close in on half-time.
Daniel Rich stands at the top of his defensive goal square. Takes a couple of steps, then moves it by foot to Payne, who marks. Runs beyond defensive 50. Comes to the commentary wing. And another mark to the Cats. Intercept. It came to Kolajasny. Moves it back to Duncan at left half-back. Looks to pop it forward. Precise pass to Smith. Smith kicks towards Tui. In space on the commentary wing. Sweeps a hand pass over the top to Dangerfield. Dangerfield steps inboard. Kicks long towards full forward. Coming back, Coleman. Read it well. Kitty Coleman for the Lions with a defensive mark. And now he's told to play on. Wasn't aware of it for a moment. Kicks towards Ryan half-back. McCarthy can't mark. Dangerfield dives over the top of it. Tackled by Robertson and McCarthy. Umpire says it'll be holding the ball.
Yep. Right call.
Free kick for Brisbane, who need to get a wriggle on here as we approach half-time. It's the Cats by 28.
It's in slow motion. I think they're catching the train down Collins Street. Honestly, it is that slow.
Robertson with that unorthodox ball drop goes long down the wing. McInerney knocks it down. McCarthy, hand pass wanted. Berry couldn't take it clean. Blitz ups to Holmes. Slick hands for Geelong to Zach Guthrie to Colajasny. Hand pass to Myers. Sells a dummy. Kicks inside and Hawkins, the sprawling mark, has got it left half forward, 45 out.
Each of those long, slow kicks that you're talking about, Mick, have either ended in a Geelong intercept mark or on that occasion a spoil and an immediate takeaway.
Yeah.
So the long, slow play just isn't working. So at half-time, I would imagine Chris Fagan is just going to reset. The ball movement needs to be fast to test these Geelong defenders.
They are generally a quick side.
Yeah.
But they're just falling for it.
Kick one, missed a couple of other opportunities. Tom Hawkins steps inside the 50. His kick is out to the right and it's helped through by McInerney on the behind line for a minor score. Geelong by 29. It's as wide as it's been. Time on in the second term.
Brian Myers has been really good in his second quarter, up to 8 disposals already. We just saw that beautiful little kick there to Tommy Hawkins.
Hawkins is laying back on his kicks at the moment. His set shots are usually so dependable.
Rich on a run, and then a kick towards the southern wing. Archie got hands to it, couldn't mark. It spills down to Blitzarves, puts the Cats back inside forward 50. Hawkins got rid of Robertson and takes the mark. He'll start in line with the left-hand goalpost and go back and shoot from around about 40 out.
Well, Geelong's recovery is that much more desperate and outnumbered the opposition time and time again. Look, I don't know what sort of impact it has on Brisbane last week. It was taking too much out of them, but I'm not going to call them lazy, but they're just not working anywhere near, or they're well behind Geelong's workload.
He's got 1 goal, 3. Could have 3-1. Tom Hawkins for Geelong from 40 outs. He's missed another one out to the right-hand side. Is there a problem with him at the moment?
He's not getting the momentum through the ball like he normally does. No, I think it's just someone needs to remind him of what he does well with his kicking. He's leaning back so much.
He's got really tentative, hasn't he, about it? But for a bloke who's kicked nearly 1,000 goals.
Poking at him.
From the kick out, Gardner at half back, just long with the contest, kick down the wing. McInerney got his mitts around it. Takes the mark, still on the defensive side of the wing.
He's looking for something to hand pass. All the Brisbane players have just run straight past him.
And they look out on their feet before the half. 25 played in the second term. Geelong by 30. Goes along to another contest. No mark. McStay scrapping for it on the deck. Spills to Tui's. Mowed down. Good tackle from Robertson. We'll have the ball up just inside the boundary line. Northern side between wing and half forward for the Lions.
Umpire puts it up. Stanley won it down for the Cats. Hand passes back to Buse from left half back. Kicks around the body. Myers flew. Robertson front position. He takes the mark. Brisbane could really do with a goal here. One of the understatements of the year as Robertson goes back to the logo. Finds Gardner. Has to step away from close. He'll pop it towards right half forward. He missed Robertson, but he continues the run on. It bounced past Holmes. Robertson gave it to Neil. Crunched over the boundary line by Buse.
I've got to say, young Robinson, I know that there are a lot of young players, but that is a ball you kick the football. You don't hand pass because you know your teammate's going to get absolutely flogged into the ground. Basic mistakes made by the Lions.
The old hospital hand pass, Mick.
It is.
Thrown in. Front position, McInerney. Won it down. Taken by Berry. Tackled immediately. Was it in the back? Yes, it was. That was unfortunate from Holmes, who really did land in to the Lions player's back.
Hard to dispute it when he had a saddle on him.
Made himself comfortable for a moment.
Players getting so good at being able to do that, aren't they? They just carry their momentum so far forward.
Berry decides not to have a shot or go towards the top of the goal square. He'll go back into the centre square to Andrews, who's now standing in the centre circles.
Scoring well and truly dried up for Brisbane as Andrews looks inside 50. Archie, the target in the forward pocket. Knocked away from him. Hipwood slides in on top of it. Right on the 50. Hands it out to McInerney. Somehow got it over his shoulder. Cloach jumps on top of the footy. Umpire lets them all roll. Selwood through traffic moves it forward before the umpire eventually says, I'll have it. And the ball up, 55 out from the Brisbane goal.
Good text from Rob, from Montmorency. If I've got that right, I'll apologise. I'll get back to that in a moment.
Well, Oscar McInerney just knocks it forward 30 metres. Jeremy Cameron out to meet it. Comes to Bailey. He's tackled. Two-man tackle taken to ground. 30 out from the Brisbane goal.
The boss told me to pronounce suburbs the other day, and he's in the box, so I'm doing my best. Setting off more pyrotechnics than a Rammstein concert here tonight. I'm reciting in the second back row of the members. Thanks, Rob. It's been busy, all right.
McInerney grabs it out of the ruck. Quick kick forward, but straight to Stewart, back pocket. Just kicks out of the defensive arc, but turns it over. And Richmond's between wing and half forward for the Lions.
Still no way through for Brisbane. Kick into the middle of the ground to Andrews. He'll pop it short to Gardner. In space, centre wing. Into the right forward pocket he goes. He looks for Danaher. Can't mark. That's half time. A dominant quarter by Geelong has seen them surge to a 30-point lead at the major break. The goal kickers for them, Dangerfield with 2, and then Holmes, Stengel, Rowan, Hawkins and Myers. And Tom Hawkins would note he probably should have 3 next to his name. For the Brisbane Lions, their goal kickers Archie, McCarthy and Bailey. What was a 14-point lead to the Cats at quarter time by half-time has become a 30-point advantage. Couple of more texts. 0437 774 774. Terry's in Thailand. Balmy 29 degrees. G'day, Terry. Great call once again. Thanks for being with us. Tony from Glenelg. Terrific to be hearing the call tonight. Mark in Adelaide says, what's your best estimate of the crowd? Corbin, what do you reckon? About 70?
Yeah. Yep. I think that'll be pretty close if you had that in the nearest to the pin.
That was the expectation from Tim Hodges. He told us at the start of the game. So, yeah, I reckon that's about right. And speaking of trains and going a bit slowly, Marcus from South Melbourne says there's too many passengers on the Brisbane Express. Every third or fourth kick by the Lions is going to the advantage of Geelong. If you'd like to get in touch, 0437 774 774. Let's hear from our experts, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Lingy's gone off. He's got the party going. He's starting to light the candles and put the champagne out.
If Tom Hawkins had kicked straight, Mick, I might have lit a couple of candles, but he's left the door ajar.
It's a horrible thing to say, but when you have 63 possessions in one quarter, which would be almost, I'd say, at the most 2/3 of what they generally get, and the Cats only had 84, but the Cats 84 were precise, depth, out clear, kicked 3 goals, 5 to 1 goal, 1. As you said, probably Tommy Hawkins before would have had probably 4 or 5 by now. And it's not because Harris Andrews is not playing well on him, it's just simply that the delivery has just been perfect. But the real worrying sign to me at any time at half-time, that if you just go to the full time there, I reckon that the top 4 or 5 position getters at Brisbane, we've got a back with 10 and 1, another back with 9, then another one, 3. So 3 backs have had 8 and 1. It's not that they're overusing it or just going sideways. It's just simply that they've been under the pressure, and because of the Cats' ability to put pressure on, most of those kicks have not, outside of Rich's 1 shot on goal, you couldn't really say that they've dominated. Whereas if you ever look, like Paddy Dangerfield, this is the game of the year for him. It's 11 and 5. Last time he had 16 by half time would have been a long, long time ago. And they've just dominated. The Cats have dominated the loose football, the hard football in the air. And we spoke about DeConning first up, and he just loves to get there. He is outmarked, he's outpunched, he's done everything possible against one very lazy player.
You're right, Mick. They've been so composed back there for Geelong. I think the way Brisbane are moving the ball is playing beautifully into the hands of those Geelong defenders. Unfortunately, again, it's an example of no Lachie Neale dominating the middle of the ground. Other players just disappear completely. Lachie Neale, 1 touch in that second term. Last week, he was well held to half-time, only had 9 touches in the first half, and then exploded in the third quarter, got his team back into it. It feels like if Brisbane are going to be any chance, it's going to have to be on Lachie Neale's shoulders all over again.
Yeah, no doubt that's what Chris Fagan was talking to him. He's like, mate, come on, we need you. We need to grind. But I think back to days when I was playing, you were playing, Lingy, is the amount of pressure that's been put on to Lachie Neale all this week. Oh, if he can do it again. Look what he's done in the first 2 weeks. No doubt, he's just like, come on, boys, give us a chop out. You know, who else is coming along for the ride here? Like, Berry, we know after half-time was amazing last week. He's had the 9 touches, but I'm looking at Dane Zorko.
But Berry's playing on Dangerfield.
That's the biggest worry, isn't it? That he's not nullifying and he's not getting it 15 or 16 times himself and being damaging. So, yeah, there's a lot of work to be done for the Lions. Getting their hands on the footy is probably first and foremost.
Yep. Dangerfield's meterage, which we haven't got.
Yeah, it's 403
already. 400 metres. So Berry could have... he could have a very good game. But tell you what, if you're going to give a bloke to half-time 400 metres, particularly the way that Dangerfield can get 400 metres, so in other words...
You're in form tonight, aren't you? I feel like you're feeling crispy. He's crispy. You've had a couple of really good crispy ones, I think, particularly late in that second term and into half-time. You're on fire.
Well, I'm just trying to get... Well, listeners want some variety. I mean, at the moment, we've got just Geelong, so I'm just trying to throw in the other part of it.
Give the people what they want. I'm all for it.
No, look, I'm going to say it's fantastic for Geelong. The sneaky suspicion was they needed the Collingwood game to get out of their apathy. They've jumped in where they left off there, and they've just got better. And the disappointing thing was that the side that they're playing can't go with them.
No, they can't, you're right. But at half-time, Chris Fagan's down there in the rooms. Surely the message is the speed of their ball movement. Liz is right. They've got to get their hands on the footy first. But when they do, it's got to go. So right now, Jake Kolajasny and Tom Stewart, just those two alone have had 11 intercept possessions. So the long, slow, boring ball use isn't actually allowing them to set up and defend the ground. It's ending in a Kolajasny or Stewart or Blitzar's mark for Geelong, and then away they go.
Yep.
So at half-time, Fagan must be saying, go, 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 go. Run past. Coleman, run past. Get a handball receive. Rich, run. Zorko, run. Get yourself into the game by creating. Run from behind. Give. That's the only way. That's their only chance of getting back into this game.
Yeah, what's I said about Charlie Cameron? If you're not getting the thing, bring him up the ground where he can use his ability to, 1, win the football, and 2, run with the football. Because being deep, when you've got the Conning marking everything, Stewart takes off when he doesn't get... We didn't even mention Henry. I mean, Henry's been fantastic. That whole back line has been outstanding. It's been without pressure.
Thoughts of our experts on Grandstand, AFL and ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, also throughout our northern states on ABC News Radio. And remember, you'll hear, if you're a News Radio listener, the grand final on ABC Radio next Saturday. Don't go looking for News Radio just for once, and we appreciate how many people do listen on News Radio. Next weekend on your local ABC radio station. Half-time, the Cats, they lead by 30 points. We'll run through some of your text messages too, if you'd like to get in touch with us, 0437 774 774. But right now, let's pause and take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The head of the Reserve Bank is defending the board's rapid string of interest rate rises. The official cash rate has been lifted for the last 5 months in a row. It now stands at 2.35% as the RBA tries to rein in inflation. Philip Lowe was told a parliamentary inquiry keeping rates down until 2024 was never an ironclad commitment. The Defence Minister Richard Marles says the government's focused on moving forward with the nuclear submarine program, 1 year into the AUKUS partnership. It's been a year since the former Prime Minister Scott Morrison announced Australia was dumping the $90 billion submarine deal with France. A leaked confidential documents reveal most defence and government officials were kept in the dark about the deal being dumped. Richard Marles insists the nuclear submarine program is now taking shape.
There were lots of very significant questions, I think, about the process that occurred in the lead up to last year. But obviously where we're at now is we're a year into the AUKUS arrangements and we're very focused on moving forward.
British authorities have warned they'll start turning people away from joining a winding queue through central London to see the coffin of Queen Elizabeth II. The wait time has topped 14 hours and is nearly 8 kilometres long, stretching from Westminster Hall to Southwark Park. This morning, Miranda has travelled to London from the West Midlands and says she spent the whole day in the queue. But she says visiting the Queen's casket is an important way of showing respect for Britain's longest-serving monarch.
She's just unique, wonderful, and we love her, and it's been like losing a family member. So it's just been it's wonderful. So we don't regret any minute of it, do we? And we've got another 2 hours to go apparently, but we'll do it.
In Adelaide, a woman who murdered her partner with her own prescription drugs to try to inherit his home and his superannuation has been sentenced to life in prison. Here's Chris McLaughlin.
After a retrial, former escort Wendy Sue Dent was found guilty in June of murdering her partner David Lawrence. She was today sentenced to at least 25 years jail, the same sentence she got after her 2020 trial. In her sentencing remarks, Judge Sophie David said Dent isolated Mr Lawrence from his loved ones and sedated him with Valium before giving him the fatal dose or doses of her own prescription drugs in 2015. She said the crime was motivated by greed and society needed to be protected from Dent, who is already appealing her second guilty verdict.
Human rights advocates say modern slavery is found in many of the supply chains linked to the goods that Australians buy every day. A new report published by the UN's International Labour Organisation has found 50 million people are trapped in modern slavery around the world. Grace Forrest is the head of Australian-based human rights group Walk Free, which co-authored the report with the UN and says forced labour is linked to many of the items we buy now.
Breaking this figure down into the two main categories, it's 28 million people living in forced labour and 22 million people living in forced marriages. So there are more people living in forced labour throughout the world than there are people living in Australia. And the alarming fact is that this exploitation is closely linked to the goods that we buy and use every single day.
Taiwan has described ties between Russia and China as a threat to global peace, urging the international community to resist the expansion of authoritarianism. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has expressed his support for a one-China policy on the sidelines of a regional summit in Uzbekistan. Taiwan's foreign ministry has condemned Mr. Putin for allowing the Chinese government to continue making false statements, undermining the territory's sovereignty. It says the China-Russia alliance harms global freedom and democracy. And health officials in Pakistan are warning recent flooding has led to a spike in waterborne diseases. The country's health minister says around 4,000 people have contracted the mosquito-borne viral disease dengue, and the figure is growing every day. The flooding disasters forced at least 600,000 people to flee their homes, with around 4 million hectares of farmland submerged in water. This doctor in Pakistan's southeastern Sindh province says hospital wards are overwhelmed with patients suffering from waterborne diseases.
Dengue is spreading fast these days. Out of every 100 patients, there are 90 patients suffering from dengue. Some of them come here with severe symptoms, but others with mild symptoms.
That is the latest from ABC News. For more, you can download the ABC Listen app.
Hello, Costa here. Gardening is great for the whole family, and I want to tell you something that will get the kids in your life growing. It's my brand new podcast, Gardening Buds. Everything a kid needs to know to make their own garden grow. Whether you've got a big backyard, a balcony, or a little pot on a windowsill. Join Kaylee and I for Gardening Buds. Out now on the ABC Kids Listen and ABC Listen apps.
The 2022 Men's T20 World Cup is coming.
Hi, I'm David Warner. Join me for every ball.
Pull shot. Struck it nicely. Straight to the field. Gets another wicket.
Every catch.
Shooter comes in and takes the catch.
And every big hit.
Hits this high, far. Are you kidding me? Whips it for six. What a shot.
The world's best cricketers hitting our shores.
This is a World Cup you won't want to miss.
The 2022 Men's T20 World Cup is coming to you.
ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Bounced off the chest of McCarthy, was able to regather hand pass to Bailey. Oh, taken high. Oh, surely. That was ugly too. Player crashing into him front on, going over the top. That wasn't nice from Henry. He's got the free kick here, and rightly so. He's got the free kick. He can have a shot on goal from just inside 50. Kicks on its way. It's not a bad-looking kick. It's a great kick. Coleman, who sends it to the outer side. Hip would drop the mark. Immediately pouncing on it, Zach Guthrie gathers. He runs to 55 from goal. Kicks in the direction of Rowan, who marks. Gary Rowan, a trot, a step and a shot on goal. And a major for Geelong. Kolajasny to Stengel, kicks towards full forward. Andrews went up, knocked at the ground. Hawkins, slipped over. Hand pass, Jeremy Cameron gave it back again in the right forward pockets. Remarkable. That is an absolutely incredible goal from Myers. To Duncan, sweeping hand pass forward to Close. Can't gather it, so Alex the Soccer inside forward 50. Cameron goes to ground. They keep playing. It came to Myers, moves it on towards Holmes. Hawkins at right full forward, kicks the goal. The Cats are starting to take complete control.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Clint Wilden with you at the MCG alongside Corba Middlemass, our experts, the absolute best in the business, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio, as we've just watched Geelong take a 30-point lead into the main break. As always, we like you to get involved here on Grandstand AFL, thanks to ABC Sport. Carol is listening in Paris. Nice spot to be listening. Loving the broadcast. I'm a Cats fan. Thank you, Carol, for letting us know. Matt's driving from Geraldton to Perth for a Bucks party for a mate of 25 years and loving the call on the ABC. Thank you, Matt. Best wishes to your mate as well for his Bucks. Russell from Hobart. I'm not sure whether he's a bit tongue-in-cheek with this. He says, get rid of Tom Hawkins. Cannot kick straight. He presents a lot of the time, Tom Hawkins, I would say to you. I reckon that might be tongue-in-cheek, and if it's not, it should be. Hi, team. Loving the call, says Fran from Melbourne. Feels like I'm there in the stands and watching. Thank you. 3 special comment experts, the cause, and it's making for an exciting few hours. And Dave and Carolyn, sitting on the banks of Gunbower Creek near Koondrook. Where's Koondrook? Koondrook.
Yep.
Where's Koondrook?
Up north. If you go towards Echuca, keep going left up towards Swan Hill, up that way.
Okay. Been to Echuca. Been on the Emu and the paddle steams.
Have you?
Yeah, many times. Well, many times. 3 times in my life. Good part of the world. Love Echuca. So there you go. Thank you, Dave and Carol. Go the Cats, you say as well. Let us know where you are, where you're texting in from, where you're listening. 0437 774 774. Corby's got some of the numbers for you at half-time.
The Cats overall, 34 more disposals. They've had 8 more inside 50s, 29-21. And the tackle count's actually ahead of the AFL final series average, which is 67 tackles per game, 38 apiece at half-time. The individuals, Patrick Dangerfield with 16, as we touched on. That is quite significant. He's also kicked a couple of goals, 5 clearances and 11 contested possessions. 13 for Kolajasny, 13 for Myers, 11 for Tui and Duncan, while for Brisbane, Daniel Rich has had it 11 times and had 9 each for Gardner, Coleman and Berry. Dev Robertson also with 9, 5 and 4. His makeup, and the 3 bigs up front, Danaher, McStay and Hipwood. Danaher's had 4 touches, McStay's had 2, hasn't had a kick as yet, 2 hand passes, and Hipwood 2 touches, and none of them have hit the scoreboard as yet for Brisbane. So the 3-headed monster coming back in. They've played probably 2 on the ground at any one stage for most of the match, but none of them, Cameron Lang, have really had an impact so far.
No, they haven't, and they've got to fight harder when the ball gets in there, but I think their ball use and the players up the ground can help them. Now, it's on them to compete, but I think their teammates can assist in that. When you've got, throw in Charlie Cameron as well, only the 2 handballs so far, they need to speed up their ball movement if they're going to be any chance in this game. When they get the ball in the middle of the ground or they get a turnover at half-back, they just simply have to go. Just force those Geelong defenders to not get themselves set and comfortable, and then they're just taking in turns to take intercept marks at the moment, the Cats defenders.
Just one other number to back up exactly what you guys illustrated before the news at half-time. So scores from turnovers in the game, which is really the modern-day way in how you hit the scoreboard. Geelong, 5-3-33, Brisbane, 0s. Have not registered a single point from turnover, and from clearance they're winning that by just 3, so 3-1 to Geelong's 2-4. They've had 19 defensive 50 chains, none of them have resulted in points.
And I can't really even think of an intercept where they've gone quick.
Yeah. No.
From stoppages I've seen it happen, and they've chained it out, a couple of flicker rounds and got it in there, but That's got to be the number one thing, doesn't it, for the
You know what
Lions?
I'm seeing, Lingy, is their forwards are always retreating. They're always going back towards goal. No one's ever hitting up at the footy, so the kick's too far. Like, how do you go if you've got no one to kick to?
Look, you're better off losing the ball, aren't you, at half forward than not getting it to the full forward line.
Yeah.
And what they're doing, it won't get to them because their half forward line is non-existent.
Yep.
Geelong have got the extra one, and because they play it so well, I think honestly they've got to keep a 6-6-6. Now it'll be very interesting to see how they line up.
I reckon Devon Robertson's been thrown the big task of Patrick Dangerfield. Jared Berry did it in the first half. Robertson standing next to Dangerfield starting in this centre bounce. That is a huge ask with Dangerfield the best player on the ground so far. 16 touches, 5 clearances and 2 goals. Good luck, Dev.
Good luck indeed. Actually, it's quite emblematic of how Geelong have been this season, those stats, Corbin. They're number 2 at scoring points off turnover in the competition. And they're the very best team when it comes to not conceding points from turnovers. Second half about to get underway. Corbin Middlemass with you on Grandstand AFL.
Geelong protecting a 30-point lead, 2 quarters away from a 6th grand final in 16 years as McInerney knocks it away from the first hit out of the second half. Down to Rayner, hooks a kick inside 50 and Joe Danaher finds himself at the drop, takes the mark uncontested. He'll kick from right on 50.
That was impressive from Rayner.
Wasn't it?
Body line the ball.
Yeah. Straight at it. Tom Atkins coming out the other way. Clean. And just give your forward a chance. Get it in nice and quick. Joe Danaher finally playing in front and on the move. I think he's coming forward towards it.
Having missed last week's semi-final, Joe Danaher with that long left-footed cannon. He kicks goalward. He misses the whole set. Out of bounds on the full. No change to the score, Mick. Geelong by 30.
Well, we can't blame the baby yet. Has he been home from the hospital? Because if it is, he's probably going to go, I haven't had any sleep. Well, the way he kicked that, he hadn't had any sleep.
Cole Jasny beyond defensive 50. Good mark. Dangerfield, who's been everywhere tonight. And he looks to play on from left half back. And he'll kick down the southern wing. Bounces the way of Hawkins. Gathered it beautifully. Spins around the body. Kicks towards left half forward. Smith waits for it to bounce. Tapped it over the shoulder to close. Got it to Stengel. Deep in the left forward pocket. Stengel will go for goal. And that is absolutely top shelf. Sublime from Stengel. As good as you could see. His second is a thing of beauty as they work their way up in front of the Shane Warne stand. And he curled it in from deep in the left forward pocket. The Cats, their lead is 36 points. We've gone 2 minutes into the third.
Well, I don't want to worry the Brisbane people too much, but the danger sign there is that not one Brisbane player went at him. They went to their direct opponent and left him have a relative... Look, it appears a hard shot, but when you don't have someone running at you and you've got a little bit of space for a player of this calibre, he will knock it over. Brisbane players just fell off him. It's quite extraordinary that... I don't know what was said in the rooms, but you'd think there'd be a little bit more desperation.
Yeah, it was Lachie Neale who needed to come at him. Just let him have that time.
McInerney to hit out again in the middle. Neale trying to slide in on top of it. Dangerfield extracts it from a number of bodies. Got it through to Tui. Tui stands up with the footy. Hand pass to Rowan. They're going inside 50 again, the Cats. Hawkins the target. Andrews spoils. Close to the boundary line. G. Harris Andrews wanted that out of play. The umpire says spin it in.
Oh, Harris. Wowee. That was as deliberative as you'll see, but well disguised, I suppose, for a big guy who's 6'6".
Tremendous fumble. Yeah. Thrown back in. One down by McInerney. Starcevic was there. Got it to Andrews. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Rayner can't mark. Ball hits the deck. Close. Rocket hand pass onto Holmes. Sends it towards goal. He's missed to the right-hand side.
Well, Rayner is sore here. Timmy Hodges will be all over this, but his attack on the footy then was fierce, but he's in a lot of pain.
Might head downstairs. Tim Hodges, what have you got for us?
He's writhing in agony, Clint. He can't get up. That makes you really worried about that right ankle. He's tried, I reckon, 3 times to stand up and he just cannot put any weight on it. So this is a serious concern for the Lions. Reece Matheson is their medical sub.
Just trying to see how he did it.
If you just look at the pain he's in,
I think it rolled
it could be him.
Yeah, it was trapped under him as he and two other players were falling forward.
And he's been their most threatening player at times. Clean. He started this quarter really well. We're watching the replay now, Hodgie, and oh yeah.
McStay's got him sort of falling over the top, not deliberately, but see his right ankle there gets twisted.
When it twists that much and that bad, you really worry about a break. Let's just hope it's one of those lateral rolls of the ankle that are very painful, but nothing bone.
Yeah, lateral.
That can be ligaments.
Well, it's all ligaments, so you can tape it up and get it. I mean, I hate it when players did the medial side of their ankle because it knew you were in trouble, or syndesmosis. But that just seems to be a sprain to the outside, if not certainly would upset the ligaments a fair bit.
Tell you what, he'd have to come good a fair bit, Mick, by the way he's getting off the ground.
Yeah, I agree with you. I know it didn't look a good one, but I think if you had an ankle, it'd rather be the lateral ligaments.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's been helped off by two trainers, barely able to put much weight on that right ankle. Of course, missed the first final, the elimination final, with suspension. Played last week. His dad played a starring role in the rooms afterwards, and now Rayner hurt with his ankle. Oh, they're in trouble here, Brisbane, as Rich shares it with McCluggage under pressure, kicks to half, or the back pocket, in fact, and Andrews takes the mark. Lays a hand pass away to McCluggage. Comes out a defensive 50 for Brisbane. Hit with the target. Blitz up. Spoils.
Free kick.
Shot his arms.
Yeah.
A free kick for Hipwood and the Lions. Defensive side of the wing. Some concern for Cam Rayner's ankle. Maurice Matheson is the medi sub for Brisbane, and he's warming up. There's the long left-footed drop punt from Hipwood down to Danaher, who leaps up, takes the mark. There's a whistle on the play. Advantage applied. Brisbane are going to get it. As Danaher kicks inside 50, another whistle. A free kick for Brisbane. Gee, the umpire's very involved here. Charlie Cameron's calling for the footy, and he's going to get a set shot, 30 out, straight in front.
Yeah, just held him back enough. Buse tried to hold the space for his teammate.
I can tell you what the first whistle was. That was going to be a free kick paid to Danaher no matter what. He took the mark. And then the other one, just a little tug of the jumper.
Yeah.
Charlie Cameron to try and give Brisbane a rev. He moves in. His drop punt floats through. One to grow on. And Brisbane trying to come from 37 back. They wipe off 6 from that margin. 6.5 played third term. Geelong 8-8-56. Brisbane 4-1-25. Geelong by 31 early in the third. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
The doctor and the physio from the Lions have held the 2-finger sign up. They've got the boot and the sock off for Cam Rayner. They're going to re-strap it and try and get him back out there. So that's amazing. Reece Matheson's hanging around like a bad smell. He just wants to get into this game. But it looks like they are desperate to get Rayner back out there.
Well, that goal came about purely because Joe Danaher rolled and gave him a one-on-one opportunity and forced Buse to panic and get grabby.
And again, Cameron doing what you said at half-time, coming at the footy rather than trying to get the one over the back, and causes defenders to panic and grab the jumper.
Stanley against McInerney, and McInerney wins it down. Zorko runs onto it, bounces off Buse, got a hand pass away to McCluggage. At centre half forward, kicked inside forward 50, right spot was Stewart. He takes the intercept mark for the Cats. Quickly kicks towards the commentary wing. Myers can't take it. Spills out the Holmes. He'll shovel it forward for Geelong. Trying to get there. Neil's done really well. Bounced off Cam Guthrie. Got a hand pass away as well. The Cats through Archie towards... the Lions through Archie towards left half forward. There's Zach Guthrie. And he's tackled to ground by McCarthy. It'll be a ball up inside Brisbane's forward 50.
Lockie Neal just turned a 50-50 ball into his own then. He's so good at those ground balls.
Blitzarves locks up with McInerney. It's one down by the Cats. Spills to Myers. Hand pass to Cam Guthrie. Squeeze a little kick away close to the boundary line. And Starcevic collects and runs it out of play. So a throw in between wing and half forward for Brisbane.
Well, they've started a little bit more energy. Even though Geelong kicked that first goal, there seems to be a little bit more energy, seems a bit more urgency, and it has to come. Otherwise, this game will just peter out.
Rayner landed awkwardly on his right ankle earlier in the quarter. He's having that re-strapped, but seems to be staying in the game from the boundary throw-in. Both rucks miss it. Bounces to Blitzarves. Hand pass away to Myers. He's off and running. Broadcast wing. Kicks inside 50. On with the chest of Hawkins. What delivery from Brian Myers.
It might be a ridiculous kicking style, but when he hits it as flush as that, he can do what he likes.
I'll just add,
lace out.
Yeah, I'll just come back to that stoppage. Brisbane are keeping their 6 at home, so therefore they now have to win the stoppages, and that's where Geelong have just cleaned up.
It's probably the most difficult of his settings so far, so knowing Tomahawk, he'll probably knock this one through.
Kick just the one so far. Tom Hawkins, 1 goal, 3. He moves in. This set shot finish is superb. The Cats are purring. 10 minutes into the third term, Geelong back out by 37. And they deny Brisbane back-to-back goals again. It hasn't happened all night. Hawkins with a couple. And the Lions again face the long road back. Geelong by 37.
Just a completely different kicking style to the ones he missed in that second quarter, where he was really tentative, just leaning back on it and hardly kicking through it. That one, as you called, Lids, from a bit further out, a little bit harder, went through his normal routine, got right through the footy and just nailed it perfectly.
On the text, 0437 774 774. Kay from Lonnie, loving the coverage. Thanks, Kay. Kim's enjoying the call from Cairns, a one-eyed Geelong diehard. And love you, Lingy. Go Cats.
Love you too.
Isn't
Thanks.
that nice, Kim? The restart, Blitzarves wins it forward. Bailey can't gather. Neil could, though, for the Lions. Got it to Bailey. Juggled it. Was tackled by Selwood. His hand pass stolen by Blitzarves. Worked it away to Rowan. Rowan runs to centre half forward. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Gardner marks, despite some attention coming a little bit late from Hawkins. And Gardner will take the kick as he stands right up against the boundary line in the right back pocket.
Geelong just cover the ground, across the ground. There's no room for the kick to find a target.
Gardner long down the boundary line. Mark to be paid from McCarthy. Gets up, kicks inboard, turns it over. Selwood with the intercept mark forward at the southern wing. He's looking inside 50 again for the Cats. Hawkins throws his arms back. No free kick. Comes to Wilmot of the Lions. Hand pass to Andrews. He dishes it off by hand to Starcevic. Bullet-like drop punch short to McCarthy. He's got it again, right half back, and again Brisbane in the slow play. And the Cats are all over them. As wide as it's been, 37 points Geelong's way as McCarthy's kick, a turnover. Again, the Cats keep it in their front half. Tui on the intercept mark and goes immediately. Kicks into Hawkins' direction. Can't take the mark. Spills through to Wilmot. Hand pass to Rich. Put him under the pump. He's tackled straight away. The umpire's going to let them roll and eventually call for it. Forward pocket for the Cats. 20 metres out from their attacking goal at the city end. Geelong by 37.
Get the runner out to Hipwood and Danaher and say, come forward a little bit. We can't kick it that far.
McInerney tapped it down. It was straight to Cam Guthrie, who was then tackled by McInerney. We'll go through it all again. Thrown aloft. Punched forward by McInerney. Bounces to Buse. Gathers it second time. Hand passes forward. Selwood. Selwood missed his hand pass back to Buse. Ball hits the deck. McCarthy looks to lock this one in. Tackling Blitzarves will ball it up again.
And they're really confused ahead of the footy now. Danaher's trying to do what you're talking about, Lids, but then Tom Stewart's just sitting behind him. And you can see him signalling, I don't know where I'm supposed to stand.
Blitzarves won it down. It was slapped forward by Bailey as far as Cameron. Fed it back into traffic. Tries to gather himself. Lovely hand pass off the deck to Guthrie. Short pass to Smith. And Isaac Smith marks about 40 from goal. He'll start in line with the left hand behind post.
Third touch for Izzy.
Yeah. He would have done easily 6 or 7 Ks, I reckon, Izzy, for 2 touches. It's not great efficiency. Tell you what, I could watch Cam Guthrie kick a footy all day. He just kisses it.
Isaac Smith. Boots cross the 50. Shots on its way. It's missing well to the right. Behind for Geelong. They move on to be 9-9-63. Brisbane are 4-1-25, 13 gone in the third.
See if Brisbane try and get a bit of speed on this. No, straight away, held up. They'll take the short little option, and Archie now really will only have one possible option. That's going to be that long kick down the line. No.
Bailey to Archie, to Gardner. Gardner hand pass back to Archie. There's nothing up ahead. Swings the kick across the half back line to Berry. He marks. He comes down the members' wing. Looks for Hipwood. Takes the mark. Can roll onto his left boot.
See, Stewart now covers the hole beautifully.
And Hipwood kicks it out on the full.
And you know why though, Mick? Because Hipwood refused to just kick straight away to Coleman, who would have been able to do something and get it past Stewart.
Yeah, and like they did in their first goal.
Yep.
First goal they got was because they moved that ball quick. But Stewart just knows it forces Hipwood then to kick it wide, and it was just too wide.
Stewart takes the free kick. He goes short to Cam Guthrie. Geelong by 38 points. 14 played, third term.
Doing it easily at the moment, the Cats. Guthrie's got time to assess what's ahead of him. He'll kick long down the commentary wing. Big pack underneath, off hands, close look to tap it forward. Stealing it away, Coleman gives it off to Andrews. Back to Kitty Coleman for the Lions. His kick was touched by Cam Guthrie on the way through. It's kept in play by Buse. Back to Guthrie. Hands it off again to Henry. Henry boots it long towards right half forward. Dangerfield. It's been his night. He kicks and it's smothered. Well, there's the commentary cursing. Full flight by Payne over the boundary line at right half forward.
Yeah, Tyson Stengel just turning around to Paddy and saying maybe instead of going the real long one, just chip it over the top. He'd had his opponent beaten there, Stengel.
Thrown back in. Good starts with the more telling tap. It came down to Selwood. Hand pass to close. Hand pass releases Rowan. Rowan, despite the pressure from Archie, kicks the goal. He's got two. It's becoming a romp. Geelong 10-9-69 to Brisbane's 4-1-25. 15 gone in the third. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC News Radio. Our experts, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio.
Well, we might be experts, but we're not having any luck with trying to get these Brisbane players that are so heavily relied upon. They just can't get the football to make it a good game of footy, to make it a prelim that we can all remember. It's an easy street for the Cats because one is the Cats are so powerful for start off, holding Brisbane up, forcing them to kick the ball down the line or intercept, and then Geelong take off. Their game is so quick these days compared to what Brisbane is displaying. So till that happens, this will be a rout.
Game high lead keeps growing. 44 points Geelong's way. Back in the middle, Stanley swats it down. Cam Guthrie trying to knock it back to him. McStay wins it for Brisbane to McCluggage. By hand to Zorko caught. Ball spits away to Holmes. He's pushed off his kick by Bailey. McStay collects for the Lions. Short kick to McCarthy. Runs, carries, and then goes long to Joe in a one-on-one. In a tangle with DeConey. Danaher goes to ground. Umpire says play on. Zach Guthrie exits the defensive 50. And Lendy to hand is Myers up to meet it. Hand pass away to Atkins. He gives it to Tui. Hand pass back to Atkins off the back flank for the Cats. He lifts it over the top to Close. And a hand pass away to Holmes, who's off and running.
Holmes finds Smith. Marks, turns, plays on, sends it to Dangerfield. Marking 40 metres out, 45-degree angle to the left.
Well, that was forward out in the goal square at one end. Now it's a shot on goal. Clean ball, numbers, just willing to use the football, the Cats.
I think Max Holmes has just signalled back to the bench. Big run. He's might have grabbed the hammy, I think, unfortunately, for the young bloke.
That would be a huge blow. He has been so important for the Cats with his run tonight, especially.
Doesn't look great.
No, that is crushing.
Dangerfield is looking for a third. He won't get it with that. It's across the face.
It's a bad hamstring,
out to the right-hand side. A little bit of news downstairs. Tim Hodges.
Yeah, the Lions tried to get Cam Rayner back out there. He got to about 50 metres out on the field, turned around and came straight back. He's been subbed out of the game. Reece Matheson is in, and already Holmes looks devastated. He knows what opportunity has gone as he hobbles to the bench in front of us.
These are the worst moments in sport. At just 20 years of age, Max Holmes in a preliminary final, his team 45 points up. Chris Scott's spoken so glowingly about what he brings Geelong and that extra pace, and they recruited him to be in this team that's meant to go a step further, Lingy, and now he's pinged a string in the third quarter.
Yeah, he's crucial to their chances next week if they go on and win like we think they will. And he's lying down right now talking to docs and physio, and he's devastated. I reckon he knows exactly what it is. He has been so important to this team.
They're awful scenes as he was coming off the ground. He's trying to lift the jumper over his face as he was running off. Brisbane in the defensive half. Starcevic hurried kick forward, and that turns out okay. It was disjointed, but got it to Hipwood. Hipwood kicks into the man on the mark. It's been that kind of night. Spills to McStay. Hand pass to Bailey. Bailey snaps. Unguarded. Goal square. Offline. It misses. Geelong by 44. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, that was yuck. Max Holmes, I don't think he knew what to do, so he came over right in front of the boundary riders and laid down to put his head down for a massage. And then he just started crying and he couldn't stop. And the physio actually patted him on the back and said, how about we just get you down to the room? So he's a mess. He knows what's at stake here and what he's lost. So just horrible news for Max Holmes and the Cats with that hamstring.
The Cats storming away down the commentary wing. Close is able to work it to Dangerfield. He looked to pop it into the right forward pocket, but he's missed everything. It's out of bounds on the full. They're the most heartbreaking scenes you could imagine. He knows his side is all but into a grand final, and he knows he won't be there, Max Holmes. The Lions turn it over. Zorko, his kick intercepted by Selwood. He marks at the attacking edge of the centre square. What will he do? Will he find someone short? He does! Oh, that's incredible. But all on his own. It was as simple as you like for Myers to mark, and he's right in front. And will kick from 45.
Yeah, Brisbane boys pointing at each other. If someone goes into the forward line, runs into a space, it's not your job to point. It's your job to get to him. It's quite disappointing now when you start to point in a final. It means no percentage. I've seen sides just giving up.
Brian Myers shoots on goal, kicks the goal. He's got two. The Cats are all but on their way. They're 11th of the evening. 11-10-76. The Brisbane's 4-2-26. Their lead is now 50 points on Grandstand AFL.
Just looks like it's a little bit too hard at the moment, Mick, doesn't it? Unfortunately for the Lions, but they've been challenged a hell of a lot. The Cats have really... They're smelling blood, especially in that forward half. Speaker Close and the Stengel, young Brian Myers, they're hunting in waves and in packs, and it's really forcing the Lions into silly errors.
There's one passage of play that typifies this game. Smith had the ball here, got it. Berry was on him. Smith took off, sprinted in. He ended up 30 metres well and truly in front of Berry. That just typified the game. One was desperate, the other one was lazy.
50 points the spread. Falls down to Bailey as the Rucks both miss it. Umpire says holding the ball.
Wow.
Gee, Bailey spun around a number of times. Selwood's going to be rewarded.
No prior opportunity there, and got one for dissent. Yeah.
Now 50 as the quarterback pass from Bailey back to Joel Selwood, and he turned to the umpire and had a word with him. Tim Hodges is on the boundary.
The substitution has been made for the Cats. Mark O'Connor is into the game, and Max Holmes remains down in the Cats' rooms with that hamstring injury.
Well, so often when there's no next week and a team knows it and realise it and they've been broken, that it really can blow out
it's
bad.
It's shocking, yeah.
Sheer helplessness.
Yeah. Because you know that your percentage is untouched, and Geelong know that as well. It's just now getting good match practice.
Joel Selwood, the man who's been on the final stage more than anyone else in history, pops it through, and Mr. September puts Geelong 56 clear. Time on in the third term, 12-10 to 4-2. 39 finals appearances, equal with only Michael Tuck. And it looks like he's going to go past it in 8 days' time.
Well, knowing the competitor, and you can probably speak to this about Joel Selwood, he'd be like, foot on the throat, boys. We're going for the live kill here.
Yep, no doubt about that. And he'd be talking, he's saying, for good habits. We play, finish the way we want to play at the start of next week's game. Is exactly the message he'd be pushing. And there's opportunities in who's going to stay in the side for some players. So there is still plenty to play with. Other players may play within themselves a little bit, but still going to make sure you play that right way. And you're right, he'll go to 40 finals next week. That's ridiculous.
And a 6 grand final appearance beckons as well. From the restart, the Cats will gather. It's been held in here by McInerney. A little bit of push and shove off the ball between Atkins and Neal. And finally, Fitzarves climbs up off the deck. Hands it back to Brett Roseberry, who throws it aloft. Both rucks had a tap. Neal goes out after it. Hand pass on towards Ainsworth. Got it to Matheson, the sub. To Bailey. The Lions working hard here. Atkins, great tackle and a turnover. Ball spilled out to Blitzarves. Worked it on again towards Guthrie. He'll kick towards right half forward. Punch came at the back from Starcevic. Berry missed it. Gathering again, Dangerfield. Shoveled a hand pass back as he was falling over. It comes to Zach Guthrie once more. From the logo commentary wing. Kicks inside forward 50. Tap was one down here. It came the way of Payne. Then Neal. Back to Payne for the Lions. Kick towards the outer wing. Archie couldn't mark. With it is Kolajasny. Under pressure, got a hand pass to Tui. Still worked a hand pass forward again. Myers once more. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Hawkins. It's a procession.
You're right, Clint. They're lining up now, aren't they? The Cats boys. Well, how good was Kolajasny there? His ability to create that spoil and then get back onto it. Brian Myers just stepping. Good composure for a young guy. I know the scoreboard probably allows him that time and that peace of mind, but nice little finish and touch kick to Tomahawk.
Kolajasny's been big tonight for the Cats.
Huge. 8 intercepts.
On form, Hawkins will kick it from here. He's deep in the pocket. Kicks from 45 outs. And he nails it. He's now got 3. It's officially a shellacking. Geelong's lead is 62 points. 13-10, 88 to 4-2, 26, 25 minutes gone in the third on Grandstand AFL.
Such a big game and so much at stake, but we're seeing the results from the Cats of the decisions they've made throughout the year. The decision to leave Patrick Dangerfield out for 5 or 6 weeks and to get him healthy again and fresh is so that he could play a game like he did tonight. Atkins to go into the middle of the ground halfway through the year completely changed the dynamic of that midfield. Lachie Neale's had 10 touches.
Yeah.
You take Neale away, you take so much of what Brisbane does away. Mark Blitzarves playing as that utility. All of those decisions made throughout the season have allowed this performance tonight.
It's such an even contribution too, though. Back line, forward line, centre line, they're all dominant tonight. There's no passengers. You can't say, oh, he's in danger of missing out.
Geelong out the centre square again. Atkins to Myers. Kicks inside 50. Close on the bounce. Hand pass to Blitzarves. Gives it to Hawkins. Kicks back inboard. Turns it over. And Lachie Neale off the back flank. Exits defensive 50. Wanted Charlie Cameron on the wing. No mark. He'll get a second look at it. Charlie. Hand pass away to Bailey. Chance on the counter-attack for Brisbane. Danaher in front of De Koning. Takes the mark. And again, slowly, as they rush inside the forward 50. 60 metres out, he's just going to go short. And hits up Dev Robertson, who takes the mark. Centre half forward, 45 out.
Yeah, clever kick by Joe.
It is. Not reliable here, though. Young fella.
Robertson?
No, he's not overly reliable.
Back him in, Mick.
Well, you've got to back him in, but he's not. I mean, you wouldn't want to be saying we need a goal on the siren.
27 goals in 25 games for Dev Robertson. The Sandgroper who moves in. His set shot doesn't have the distance from 50 out. Lands in the top of the goal square. The Cats again come up with it. Kolajasny, hand pass away to Stewart. Kicks a barrel out to half back. One bounce out of play. Not enough intent to keep it in.
It's about as good a kick for touch as you can get if it was the game from last night. But
we've got the umpires from last night.
So this is Berry. He puts it into the left forward pocket. Good spoil came at the back from Stewart. Going after it again. Cam Guthrie.
Numbers, Geelong, everywhere.
They're swarming. Guthrie will get it again. Got it from Zach Guthrie, and now it's with Close. Hand pass on to Duncan, to Cam Guthrie to Close, bursting away. Oh, it's champagne footy. Now to Zach Guthrie. On in turn to Rowan. He'll send it inside forward 50. Beautiful gather on the bounce from Hawkins. Wheels around. Gets a hand pass to Stengel. Oh, it deserves a goal. And Stengel makes sure of it. He's got 3. He is the recruit of the year. And that is as easy as you like. Geelong 14-10-94. Brisbane, they're a shambles. 4-2, 26, 28 gone in the third.
Interesting call there, Clint. That's as easy as you'll get. It appears so easy because it was so crisp and so precise. But it really, it takes a great team to string that with numbers and have support all the way through and left their opponents on every occasion.
So well connected, aren't they?
Oh, it was... So what appears easy is so well rehearsed.
Yep.
And that's one of the goals of the season.
The decision of close here to realise, no, I've got nothing down there. I'm going to handball back.
Yeah.
Then they chain it all the way through.
Yeah.
Identify where your numbers are.
Yep.
It's not ahead of the ball. They've got the... I'll use the numbers around me.
Yeah.
You're spot on, guys.
6 in a row for the Cats. They've kicked 10 of the last 11. And this looks done before three-quarter time in the prelim. Reece Matheson, the sub on the ground. Got it out of the middle. Hand pass to Dev Robertson. Kicks to centre-half forward. Kolajasny and Buse collide. The ball still comes back with the Cats. It's Kolajasny. Got a hand pass away to Blitzarves. To Cam Guthrie. Back to Blitzarves. A little fumble. Lost it. Attacking it front on. And a free kick for Brisbane. Dev Robertson to take it. Lays a hand pass off to Lockie Neal. He kicks out wide. Zorko on the hop. Collects, hand pass to Answorth, pokes it to the top of the goal square, Berry sliding through, and Jared Berry marks just outside the goal square, 5 metres out.
And he took a good mark, but the difference between both ends, his man was right on him. It was just a good kick, and he just let his man to it, but there was no space. He couldn't play on because his man would have grabbed him.
Berry snaps off a single step and curves it through to stop the bleeding. The Cats lead cut to 62, and Jared Berry hits the scoreboard. It's just Brisbane's 5th goal of the game. They move to 5-2. Geelong way out in front, 14-10. Half-hour mark, third term. Cats by 62 points.
You said they've stopped the bleeding. They put a little Band-Aid on a big open wound, a big open gash, I think, Corby. It was a nice kick. Zorko kicking it in. Berry playing the offside winger role, just doing his best work to get forward of the footy. But it was one of the few times that they've actually looked like to get their game style and their ball movement up and running. But it's been all the Cats this quarter. They've certainly put this game well and truly to bed.
It ends a run of 6 unanswered goals. As we head downstairs, Tim Hodges.
Interesting, Chris Scott has just come from the rooms, so I reckon he's gone from the coach's box down to the rooms to check in on Max Holmes, and then he's come up the race and walked around the boundary to his position waiting for three-quarter time. So I think he has been down to check on the young Cat, who was probably still having a pretty tough time of it.
He would be distraught. His teammates take the ball to the southern wing. Brisbane able to win it. Coleman got it back again to McInerney. Kicks towards centre-half forward. Zorko couldn't mark. Still there to be gathered. O'Connor tries to pick it up, then looks to knock it away with his foot. Only as far as Berry for the Lions. To Matheson, the other sub. Kicks around the body. Inside forward 50. McStay flew, couldn't mark. Zach Guthrie's there to mop up. And a beautiful pass, just calm and cool and collected to Duncan, who then pops it to Henry, who's just beyond defensive 50.
Henry along the boundary line to Blitzarves. So both subs made in this third quarter. Holmes, a suspected hamstring, was in tears as he made his way off the ground as the kick heads down the wing to Cam Guthrie. Hand pass back to Duncan, his second possession in this chain. Goes long to Hawkins, one out in the cage, no mark. Spills to Close. Close gives it back to Hawkins. A hand pass away to Jeremy Cameron. He snaps goalward, misses near side. And behind, so Geelong by 63. And the other sub, Cam Rayner rolling his right ankle. He tried to have it restrapped and come back out, but ultimately subbed out for Matheson.
Oh, dangerous kick up the middle. Might be turned over. Having to battle Matheson. Did well to get the hand pass to Starcevic. Hands it off to Neal and then to Coleman for the Lions, who pops it to Bailey, who's in the right back pocket. So Bailey goes beyond defensive 50. Looking to find McStay. And he marks.
Probably the last game for Lions too.
Certainly would seem that way from the reports. Kick to the outer side. Hipwood went up, couldn't mark, slapped it between his legs, knocked forward by McCarthy, but down the throat of Henry. Happy to have it for the Cats. The hand pass a bit quick for Close to hang on to. Spills it. Cameron gathers. Got it away to Bailey for the Lions, then to Zorko. Meant for Bailey. Stanley was in the road. Henry was able to win it. Hand pass to Kolajasny, to Tsui. They move it forward once more to Smith. Hand pass went a little bit past Close. He couldn't gather. Rowan's there, though. There's Cats everywhere. And his hand pass was chopped off with the end by Neal. As the siren sounds after an emphatic quarter for those in blue and whites. The Hoops are on their way to a grand final. And they lead at three-quarter time by 63 points. Geelong 14-11-95 to Brisbane 5-2-32. The goal kickers for the Cats. Hawkins has 3. Stengel with 3. Rowan's got 2. Dangerfield 2. Myers 2. Singles to Joel Selwood and to Max Holmes. While for Brisbane, singles to Archie, to Berry, to McCarthy, to Cameron and to Bailey. A couple of text messages for you. Mark Monday says, I'm feeling at home listening to ABC footy. I'm in Dingle in Ireland and I spoke to Mark O'Connor's dad at half-time. He's watching nervously at home. I told him, she'll be right, John. I've got a good feeling about today. Go Cats and go Norwood on Sunday. O'Connor is, of course, on the ground, which is good news for Mark. Not such good news, of course, the disappointing story we've heard with Holmes, a serious hamstring injury, down straight to the rooms. We can only assume from what we saw, he broke down in tears on the boundary after he left the ground, that he will not be playing in next week's grand final. We'll discuss all that and plenty more wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC News Radio. This is Grandstand AFL.
Know the story with ABC News Digital. Get the latest breaking news with live notifications whenever you want, wherever you are.
We are considering going to zero emissions.
We'll go ahead as planned.
And abruptly ended the case.
It will help us all get back to normal and back to all the things that we love.
Those are the kind of things that work.
There's hope for a brighter future.
ABC News, Australia's most trusted news source. Head to news.abc.net.au or download the ABC News app.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Smith waits for it to bounce, tapped it over the shoulder to close, got it to Stengel, deep in the left forward pocket. Stengel will go for goal, and that is absolutely top shelf.
Charlie Cameron to try and give Brisbane a rev. He moves in, his drop punt floats through. One to grow on. Both rucks miss it, bounces to Blitzarps, hand pass away to Myers. He's off and running. Broadcast wing, kicks inside 50, onto the chest of Hawkins. Tom Hawkins, he moves in. The set shot finish is superb. The Cats are purring.
Going back in. Blitzarps with a more telling tap. It came down to Selwood, hand pass to close. Hand pass releases Rowan. Rowan, despite the pressure from Archie, kicks the goal. Brian Myers shoots on goal. Kicks the goal. He's got 2. The Cats are all but on their way. Their lead is now 50 points. On form, Hawkins will kick it from here. He's deep in the pocket. Kicks from 45 out. And he nails it. And Guthrie to close, bursting away. On champagne footy. Now to Zach Guthrie. On in turn to Rowan. He'll send it inside forward 50. Beautiful gather on the bounce from Hawkins. Wheels around. Gets a hand pass to Stengel. Oh, it deserves a goal. And Stengel makes sure of it.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It was a lopsided third term. And the Cats, already in control, made absolutely sure where they will be next Saturday. They lead by 63 points over the lines. Let's get the thoughts of our experts, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio on Grandstand AFL.
Commanding quarter by the Cats.
Yep.
They were superb around the ball. They were brilliantly organised, and their play, their ball movement at times was just scintillating. Of course, there was the unfortunate moment where Max Holmes, we've just seen the replay there, involved on the outer wing. As he kicked it, just straight away knew he'd done something. Devastating for him, Lids. But this is devastating for the Cats because his importance to this team cannot be overstated. He's got the hard edge to his game, but he gets up and back and runs.
With speed.
Yeah, you're right.
With speed, yeah.
He gives that midfield an entirely different dynamic.
Yep.
It's a huge blow.
It is, and that's he hasn't got a like-for-like replacement, I don't think. Like Menegola's bigger body, but he's a lot slower. You'll churn the ground out, no worries. You get up and down. Parfitt is probably similar in terms of dynamic inside, but only on a short burst. He's not up and back and covering the wings spots, is he? So, yeah, how they replace that, it'll be really interesting.
I reckon they're going to have to go with Parfitt. And the only reason why I say that is because you've got Atkins with ribs, and there's no doubt he's done something with ribs, because as you say, he's a very tough player, and he's gone out there again. He probably had a little jab in it, but you need to get a good one next week. Yep. And your main in the middle, O'Connor seems to me the logical one, just to come into the side and fill a hole, and then bring Parfitt in as your sub, or comes in the side and O'Connor stays as a sub.
As the sub, yeah.
Because
this is, sorry to jump in, Nick. This is a tricky last quarter for the Cats.
Yep.
You said it before, they want to train good habits and finish it right off. But you also know you've got nothing to play for today, and you just want to get through this 30 minutes.
No one wants to get hurt.
No.
It's the mercy rule. Just finish it off now, because the last thing you do as a coach, you go, please ring the bell. Please, no ball ups. Don't even kick a goal or a point. Just have 20 minutes of football so we can finish it.
If it was boxing, they would have just waved it off a long time ago, wouldn't they? It would be done already. Now it's raining.
It's had everything this evening, except, unfortunately, a close game at three-quarter time.
Geelong has scored 60 points from turnovers tonight. They have absolutely torched the Lions on turnover.
Take a long line by the Angels ringing around the MCG. The Cats are about to reel in a grand final berth. Just a quarter to play as far as they're concerned, and a quarter to play in the Lions season. Stanley won it down. Dangerfield kicked around the body. Ricochets around, trying to get to it. Zorko can't gather. Rich puts himself over the football. Dangerfield gets him high. Free kick here for Brisbane.
It's funny, you do run around not wanting to get hurt, but you still have to attack the contest like you normally would. Otherwise, you end up getting hurt if you try and go in with half efforts.
Rich bounces the kick to Payne, who then turns it over. O'Connor reading it well, getting in front of Archie, and the Irishman plays on by a hand to Tui.
Tui along the boundary line to Rowan. Gary Rowan. Long kick inside the forward 50 again. Hawkins the target, tries the chest mark against Andrews, knocked away. Rich sockers it off the deck. Archie sitting on top of it. Got it out to Neil, who's tackled into the ground by Jeremy Cameron. And the ball up 70 out from the Geelong goal. Cats coming home to the punt road end. The drama drained completely out of this prelim. The Cats by 63 with a quarter to play. From the ball up, it comes to Gardner of the Lions. Long kick down the wing, but a turnover. Kolajasny takes the intercept mark for Geelong and swings his kick across the centre square to Myers.
Jeremy Cameron's work rate, that is superb.
Marks on his chest, and he finds Cameron, who has run a mile, to mark in the right forward pocket, 50 from goal.
Sorry to jump in then, Clint, as you were calling, but Jeremy Cameron was at this ball up over on our side of the ground. The moment he saw that turning over, his work rate at full speed to get over on the end of that. That's the sort of thing you get a young forward, you show them that clip. That's why Jeremy Cameron's one of the best players in the competition.
Two behinds tonight from where the 50's painted on the ground. He puts a goal next to his name in the preliminary final. Jeremy Cameron sees Geelong's lead out to another game high, 69 points, 15-11, 101. Brisbane are 5-2-32. We've travelled less than 3 minutes into the final term.
Again involved there, Jake Kolajasny, 12 intercept possessions. Yeah. He was in doubt coming into this game after getting injured in that first final. They backed him in, and this would be his best performance of his entire career as far as big games and playing an important role. But 12 intercepts, that's pretty massive.
That's a huge game. What Jeremy Howe had 13 last week, I think, out of 15 touches. He'll clips that, you think, nearly tonight?
Myers has been good.
He has.
You just keep going through the list. Dangerfield's been outstanding, really.
Stanley down to Danger, kicks inside 50. Rowan spills the mark, comes to Rich. Got a hand pass away. Cam Guthrie sockers it deeper inside 50. Wilmot chases after it. Puts his head over it, can't collect. O'Connor stands up in the tackle. Got a hand pass out, but Wilmot picks it off. He's caught by Stengel. Up lets them roll. Close to the boundary line, eventually taken out by Starcevic. We'll have a boundary throw-in, left half forward for Geelong. Cats by 69. 3.5 played final team.
Ball spun back into play. Stanley won it down, but it was straight to Gardner. Kicks Brisbane towards the commentary wing. Awkward bounce for Hipwood. Couldn't get there, and there's going to be a holding decision that's going the way of Hipwood against Stewart. Hipwood looks to send it back into the middle of the ground. He missed the target in Starcevic. Oh, then Myers dropped it. Just dropped it cold. The Lions will pick it up through McCluggage. He kicks the centre half forward. Danaher marks on his chest. He'll wheel around, send it long, and it's going to go... Or maybe Bailey has just marked it right on the line. No, it's going to be out of bounds on the full.
Goal umpire backed himself in there. He thought the boundary umpire was going to call it, but he had a good angle.
He said no. This will be Kolodjasny's for yet another disposal. And it's a pinpoint perfect one as well to Buse at right half back.
Jed Buse off the back flank. His old man played for both of these clubs, goes long down the wing, and Dangerfield takes the mark. Wanted to dish off a hand pass. He got rid of the man on the mark in Bailey as the kick comes inside the forward 50. Hawkins got separation from Andrews. Tumbles it through for another. And the party is ongoing for Geelong. And Hawkins now up to 4. After a wayward start to the night, he's cashed in. The Cats by 75, 16-11, 107. Brisbane 5-2, 32.
It's amazing. So I was going to say about Hawkins, who at 34 just hasn't missed a beat in probably 3 or 4 seasons. Andrews, All-Australian a couple of years ago, when he has to play one-on-one football, gets found out too regularly against the good players. And there's for Geelong to identify that really quickly. They could have gone short, they went long because they just know that there's going to be a good body work, but they also know that all night Geelong have outnumbered. So even if that ball had fallen, Geelong had a player almost on that ball straight away.
Cats bench is interesting. Dangerfield, Selwood, Kolodjasny, Stengel at the moment.
There might be a chance to just stay there for the rest of the night, I think, that bench.
I think you might be right.
Can you add maybe a 4th, a 5th, a 6th, a 7th?
Jezza, Tomahawk, who else do you want?
Get Jez there.
We'll make do with 16 out there. Forget the wings. We'll take, don't worry about those positions. Free kick here for the Lions.
I've gone with extra player on the bench.
Yeah.
Did you play the game like that, Lids?
Yeah, we did when we smacked the Blues a couple of years ago.
Andrews looks to kick inside forward 50 for the Lions. No mark taken. Archie looked to knock it forward to Bailey. Hand pass to Danaher. He pops it over the top for Cameron to turn and mark. Right up against the boundary at right full forward.
So you rely, this is the leading goal kicker. If you rely on a small to kick your goals in finals, in trouble.
Charlie Cameron tries to go quickly and he's missed to the right-hand side. 1-1 for him tonight. 5-3-33 the Lions. 16-11, 107 the Cats. 6 gone in the 4th.
Kick out duties here for Izzy Smith, who goes on a run and then just kicks it long to another lefty in Jeremy Cameron. Gardner floats through to take the intercept mark. Kicks Brisbane back into the centre square for Matheson. Looks inside the forward 50. Danaher in a bit of room, takes the mark. The Koning arriving late, makes contact. But Danaher will get the kick up against the boundary line, right half forward.
He's a competitor.
Made him earn it, didn't he?
Not only that, stood a metre over him. Look,
part of me really loves that, Mick, but I wonder if Chris Scott will send a message out saying, just concede that mark for the rest of this quarter.
Yeah, you're probably right. This is a coach's nightmare the last quarter, you're 10 in front.
Sam DeConing, he's played 22 games this year. He'd been played just 1 coming into the season in his first prelim tonight. Joe Danaher, his left-footed drop punt, sails goalward. It's across the goal face and through for a minor. Behind for Brisbane, 5-4 to 16-11. Geelong way out in front. The Cats by 73 points. 8 minutes played, final term. Headed towards a 6th grand final in the last 16 years.
Stewart, long kick towards the outer wing through the hands of Blitzarms. Sat up the head perfectly for close. And I'll sweep it forward again. This is Smith to Duncan to Close. He can run inside forward 50. That's as well rehearsed as you could like. A goal for the Cats to celebrate again. They've got 17 now as the Pyrotechnics continue to explode at the MCG. 17-11, 113 to the Lions, who are 5-4-34. That lead is 79 points to the good of the Cats. 9 gone in the last.
I ran into Tom Hawkins this morning. He was taking his 2 little daughters to an indoor soccer kick academy type set up in Geelong. So that's not the way Hawk prepares for a game, just being a bit of daddy daycare.
Yep.
And he was stirring me up saying, have you noticed how many number 45s are getting round at the moment? And they're all brand new jumpers. I think they all love Brad Close the most. He's been,
and why wouldn't you?
He has been brilliant this year, Brad Close.
Absolutely.
Stengel has been the recruit of the year. Clint, you said it before. But Close has been the other one who often goes under the radar. Just crucially important to that Geelong forward line.
79 points the margin. Blitzarf's doing some of the ruck work. Comes down though to Neil of the Lions. Hand pass to Berry. Slips the would-be tackle from O'Connor. And then kicks out wide to Bailey. As Bailey kicks down the wing to McStay. And you can hear the Geelong chant just echoing around the Melbourne cricket ground. McStay to Charlie Cameron, marks at centre half forward, kicks into the pocket for Brisbane. Henry covering across and knocks it out of play. And a boundary throw in forward pocket for the Lions. 10 played final term. Party time for the Cats. They're 79 points up.
Kev from Forest Hills agrees with our experts. The Lions need the mercy clause. As it's thrown in again. Well done by Blitzars. Won it down, but it was straight to McStay. Spilled to Robertson. Got it knocked out of his grasp by Atkins. Couldn't gather. Went over the top of it. Blitzars picks it up. Got it out to Dangerfield. Tackles as he tried to get a kick away. It's in traffic. Atkins went again. Will pick it up, then lose it. Scooped up by McCarthy, who Atkins tackles over the boundary line for a throw in about 45 out from the Lions goal.
That last tackle was by Atkins with crook ribs. Last quarter, he could save himself.
He only knows one way, Tom Atkins. Once had 25 tackles in a VFL game while he was trying to get a chance at an AFL career.
Blitzarves kicks in the middle of the ground. Myers tries to gather and then elects to try to just knock it forward to Duncan, who tapped it into the path of Stengel. Hand passes away. Close, couldn't take it first time under real pressure. Spilled out and then socked forward by Myers into the path of Berry, who then kicks towards right half forward and finds Danaher.
He rolls straight away, Big Joe, then going to kick long to the top of the goal square. Charlie Cameron arriving late, somehow came down with a footy. Tries to snap it over his shoulder, and again there's a heap of Cats back. And Henry takes the intercept mark in the goal square.
Well, there was four. There was 4 Geelong players in the goal square, and no Brisbane players had got the number to even break that up.
Again, though, De Koning just did not give up on the Danaher kick. Yeah. Stewart did not give up on the Charlie Cameron kick. Desperation to the end.
Good habits.
Yeah.
Henry short to O'Connor, goes long to the wing. Rowan the target. Payne knocked it away from him. Rowan gets another go at it. Hand pass to Duncan. Hand pass to Blitzarves. Payne on the wing. Hand pass out to Neil. So Brisbane back with it. Neil hooks a kick down to Danaher, and he should get it on the bounce. There's a few lines just drifting forward. Berry on the end of it receives the hand pass, kicks inside 50, Hipwood up, Hipwood marking. He's got it 25 out, just right of centre.
There's also a few lines just making their stats look okay towards the end of the game. They're cashing in now that the game's lost all of its sting. I've got a question for you, Corby. You're big on the grand finals and a shellacking. The prelims come into that reckoning at all with you?
Oh, about the carryover effect to next year. Yeah, up there, not as much. I'll pay it. Here's Hipwood. His set shot floats through. His first of the night. It comes when his team's 79 points down. You can make it 73 on the back of that kick. Brisbane 6-4-40. Geelong 17-11, 1-13. The Cats going through to another grand final, 12.5 played final term.
It happened to Melbourne after the 2018 belting they got
too. That's right.
By West Coast.
Yeah, big time. They really struggled there to come back from that. It does immediately when you lose a preliminary final like this too, just the questions start asking, okay, is this player good enough in the big finals? Have we got a good enough balance here? Does that forward line actually work? McStay might not be there, but Hipwood and Danaher and Cameron, Charlie Cameron plays as a key forward type role. Is it the right mix?
Well, also, you start to question the game plan.
Yep.
Very much the game plan.
The other thing on this night last year, Geelong lost by 83 points to Melbourne, and look where they are.
Lots of questions out of that, though.
Seem to have answered them pretty well as Bailey sends it out of the middle towards full forward. Taconi is back there, gathers on the bounce, gave it to Tsui, kicks beyond defensive 50, Smith stretches, can't mark, umpire spots a push. They'll take the advantage here, the Cats. Go charging down the southern wing. Dangerfield takes a bounce, and then he'll kick into the right forward pocket. Rowan.
It's downfield, Clint.
Yeah, Rowan's been knocked high as well. There was a free kick off the ball, and then Rowan looking to take his free kick, misses a targeting Duncan first time. Blitzarms was there, his hand pass was to McInerney. He was able to turn it away to Bailey, then to Robertson, who kicks in the middle of the ground, and it bounces the way through the middle to McStay. He'll kick into an open 50. It's just a chance of which way will the ball bounce. It bounces for Hipwood, and Hipwood will kick the goal. They needed one lucky bounce tonight, and Hipwood has one to get his second. Consolation goals nonetheless. Brisbane a 7-4-46. Geelong 17-11, 113. The Cats by 67, 14 and a half gone in the final term. Is Rowan okay? I wonder.
First time tonight, back-to-back goals for the Lions. Glenn comes.
Yes.
15 played in the final term.
Let's head downstairs. Tim Hodges saw a little bit more after that. Tim?
Yeah, Gary Rowan, very sore. It's so weird down here. I'm right behind the Cats bench, and the doctors and physios are sort of prowling around, hoping they're not required. The physio did go out to Gary Rowan. He waved him off. He is very sore after that big collision. But they just have their fingers crossed. Just interestingly, Max Holmes, still no sign of him, still down in the Cats' room. So I can't imagine what he's going through right now.
About to play in a fourth grand final. Gary Rowan still yet to get that big gaudy premiership medal hanging around his neck. In the middle of the ground, Cam Guthrie, hand pass away to Matheson, the older Lions. He feeds it to Neal, kicks inside 50, and Bailey marks. Centre half forward.
I think they have taken them all off Slingy.
Yeah.
They're all sitting down.
It's difficult.
I totally agree.
I remember Mick playing against you guys in 2010 when you just destroyed us. I think we, Geelong, got a couple of late goals, but you could see the Collingwood players like, let's just get us on to next week. And that's fine.
Bailey's finish is out to the left. It's a behind.
It does happen with big wins in prelims. The first thing that goes through a player's mind is safety. I want to be there for next week.
Cats by 11 goals, 16 played final team.
And here's a chance, I reckon, for them to just call a little bit of kick mark, Geelong.
Yeah.
Just burn a couple of minutes off the clock, kick mark. It's not the style they want to play next week, but they can just be cautious with the footy.
It's what they're doing right now. Duncan, just as I say it, decides to get a hand pass away to Zach Guthrie, who moves it out to Henry, marking it right half back. Plays on by hand. This is DeConey.
They're so trained up to move it quick now, so they're just going to do it.
Can't help themselves. Yeah. Goes to O'Connor. And the Irishman will kick inside forward 50. Stengel turns, marks. He's got time. He's got space. And he's run too far.
Well, what he wanted to do was to give it off.
Yeah.
You can see him looking inside. No, it's covered.
Yep.
And then just ran probably 1-2 steps too far.
No change to that score. 7-11 plays 7-5. 17 gone in the fourth. Oh dear.
Gardner puts it straight back out on the full. It's been that kind of night for the Lions. They just have not got their game going at all as Isaac Smith receives a hand pass from Hughes, kicks it inside 50, turns it over, and Rich marks. Brisbane, you see, finishing outside the top four. They win back-to-back finals for the first time under Chris Fagan. Their road will end here as Rich finds Berry. His kick bounces off the boot of Dangerfield and balloons over the boundary line. It was already out of play, or in fact there's going to be a conference about whether this is on the full or a boundary throw-in. It's all a bit obligatory from here.
It is a little bit. That 2010 prelim I was talking about, Nick, I remember running around the last quarter. You try and finish your game off well, even though you've been really badly beaten. I remember Dane Swan just looking at me going, what are you doing? You've finished. I'm on to next week.
Yeah, but you got him next year, though.
You can run all you like.
Boundary throw-in. After all that comes Brisbane's way. Neal to Matheson. Hand pass to Berry. Hooks a kick down the wing. Southern boundary line. Izzy Smith for Geelong. Picks it off. Hand pass to Stengel. Back to Smith. Hand pass to Selwood. He gives it to Stengel. Still on the southern wing. pulls the trigger inboard, and Duncan takes the mark in the centre square for Geelong.
He'll pop it to Kolajasny. Kolajasny spears it inside forward 50, but Archie read it well, got in front of Blitzarms, took the mark, goes right up the corridor and turns it over to Henry, who marks defensively and then chips short to Duncan.
Well, he chipped the ball. Archie kicked the ball to Dan, who was running back towards the goal. The ball was supposed to be kicked 90 metres.
Did you expect anything different, Mick?
No, I don't, because Joe is a lovable bloke, but lazy.
Cats move it up the corridor, Tui to Duncan again, who's been involved, and he flares it out to where the 50's painted on the ground at right half forward, and Dangerfield marks.
This has been the best big game by Patrick Dangerfield in his career. He has been commanding all night. Don't worry about that kick. His job's been done.
Kick wasn't great. Wilmot mops it up. Missed everything. Wilmot beats one and gets a hand pass away to Robertson. Has to backtrack, and the hand pass misses Matheson from about 3 metres away and goes over the boundary line in the right forward pocket for the Cats for a throw-in.
And Clint, I want to back over what Lyd said right at the start about Dangerfield. He did it by not trying to do too much. He let the game come to him a little bit and stood up and just has played an unbelievable game, rather than almost trying too hard and trying to do too much.
From the stoppage, Berry gave it to McInerney, kick smothered, spills to Matheson, hand pass to Robertson, took on one too many, holding the ball, and a couple of Cats got him, one of them O'Connor, and he'll get the free. O'Connor, if you weren't with us earlier, he's the sub. He came on for Max Holmes. Heartbreakingly, the 20-year-old did a hamstring in the third quarter with his team already 7-8 goals in front. He lays it off, and a little kick out wide finds Close, coming from Mitch Duncan, and now Brad Close can have a shot. 45 out, pressed up against the boundary line.
There's one bloke I'd like to lead to day in, day out, Mitch Duncan. And I reckon Tomahawk knows it. He's cashed in, I don't know how many times. Jez has worked it out, now Close is on the end of one.
Tough kick up against the fence. Right half forward, Brad Close, tight angle right to the goal line. It's whacked through by Andrews. And behind. 17-12 to 7-5. Geelong by 67 points as we tick into time on in the last.
What do the Lions have left in regards to adding a bit of respectability to the scoreboard, as it's with Neil, Brownlow medal favourite, short to Matheson, one of those two subs on the ground Corbin told you about. Matheson for the Lions. Kicks down the southern wing, stretching. McInerney couldn't mark it. Spilled down though to Danaher. Kicks quickly inside forward 50 for the Lions. Met by Zach Guthrie. Sends it back towards centre wing. Close was able to bring it to ground. Matheson tried to hand pass it out. It only went as far as Cam Guthrie. Gave it to Smith. Hand pass was meant for Blitzarms, who takes it over the line for a throw-in on true centre wing in front of the Shane Warne stand.
Your comments, Lingy, about Patrick Dangerfield, interesting given the fact that for everything he's done in his career, he hasn't been a premiership player, and some of his finals performances have been questioned. But he's so great in the regular season, whether he can do it in finals.
Yeah, well, and tonight, when it was there to be won, he was the man. He just was huge in that first quarter and gave others in the team the confidence and then kept going. Now, it doesn't matter who touches the ball in this last quarter. It was that performance in the first three quarters that set this game up and won the game, and Dangerfield put in a massive one.
We're playing just his second grand final next week after being there in 2020 with the Cats. Of course, left the Crows at the end of 2016. They played in the grand final the year later. He wasn't there.
I know what that's like.
We'll have a chance to crown his career next weekend as Blitzarms palms it down to Atkins. Hurried kick down the southern wing. Here's Rich for Brisbane. Kick smothered by Stangl close to the boundary line. It trickles out. And a throw-in. Southern wing. So that the guys that haven't played in a grand final previously for Geelong that are there tonight, Brad Close, Zach Guthrie, Tom Atkins, Tyson Stangl, Sam De Koning. And unfortunately the other one was Max Holmes. Of course there will be a change there with Parfitt, Menegola, O'Connor, the contenders to come into the 22 for the Cats.
The restart, McInerney got his left hand to it, pumped it straight back over the boundary line. It's going to be another throw-in. The applause you hear is for Jeremy Cameron. The fans showing their appreciation for the huge amount of work that he's done as he comes to the bench to sit down. Stanley back into the action. The Lions will bring it away from the restart. Wilmot to Robertson, pops it up in the air. Running back with the flight of the football, Bailey marks. He's at left half forward. Bailey puts it into the left forward pocket. There's 3 Cats. They win the spoil and see it over the boundary line again. Throwing 30 out from Brisbane's attacking goal. They're kicking to the city end for what it's worth in this final term. 23 minutes are down. Geelong, they lead, and they lead by a commanding 67 points.
Solid bench. Jeremy Cameron, Tom Hawkins, Tom Stewart and Joel Selwood.
You can see the pecking order, can't you?
They're not coming back on.
For the boundary throw-in, Brisbane trying to get it out. Archie's tackle taken to ground. Ball up 30 metres out from the Lions goal. So Brisbane over the off-season. Josh Dunkley, obviously a prize recruit, toured the facilities as McInerney knocks it down to McCluggage. He swings it on the right boot and he misses. And another behind for Hugh McCluggage. 20 goals, 18 for the season. And the other one, of course, is Will Ashcroft, who might be the number 1 pick in the draft. The father-son prospect. He'll walk to the Lions in November's draft.
Best on ground today in the NAB League Grand Final, Corby.
Cats, they come down.
Won by Sandringham, is it?
Yep, comfortably. The commentary wing, it's with Dangerfield. That's the reason for the cheer. He'll move it inboard to Duncan. They're playing, they're toying with them at the moment. There's Tui, spins one way, then the other, kicks inside the attacking 50, and that's a good mark to Robertson for the Lions.
I had a bit of a giggle there as a mark.
He then turns it straight over, and Zach Guthrie can have a shot at goal from pretty much right in front and from 45 out.
Going to say, Reece Stanley rendered that forward line totally and utterly unopposed. Dangerfield looked at him, didn't want to kick it to him. The ball got transferred across. The next player, Geelong player, looked at him, didn't kick it to him. In the end, he just put his head down and walked out. Yeah. he was that clear. He felt he could have sat down and had his afternoon tea, and no one still could have got to him.
It's like, I've got no use here. Long range shot at goal, Zach Guthrie. He kicks a major. His first goal in finals football. Just a little bit more decoration on a cake that was baked a long time ago. Geelong 18-12, 120. Brisbane a 7-6, 48. 25 gone in the last. The Cats by 72 points in front of a crowd of 77,677.
Zach Guthrie, great crowd. Zach Guthrie's a great example of sticking with a player over time. He often Geelong fans would laugh and say, who's the 14-year-old kid running around out there? Skin and bones. But give them time, develop them, put the resources into them. And Zach Guthrie's year this year has been very, very good.
Great to see Max Holmes just walk out of the rooms in the tracksuit top, sitting on the bench with his Geelong teammates. In the waning moments, a smile on his face after doing his hamstring in the third quarter. The 20-year-old knows he won't be there next week. And what a role he's played in getting Geelong here. He's one of the runners that Chris Scott often references that they brought into this team to try and put them over the top. And they'll have to try and cover him as we got another stoppage here. Centre half forward for the Lions. McInerney scrapping forward on the deck. Got it out to Robertson. Kicks inside 50. Zach Guthrie knocks it away to O'Connor. He's going to be tackled by McCluggage. And a ball up 45 metres out from the Brisbane goal. Geelong by 12 goals.
They win the tap down as well. It comes out to Danaher for the Lions, though. He kicks around the body, and then it's marked by Hipwood leading out from full forward. He'll go back and have a shot just better than a 45-degree angle to the right. He'll put boot to ball from 35.
I'm trying to find it where the Conning was.
I was just watching Joel Selwood forward, pumping up Zach Guthrie. He comes out off the line, cleans up Joel, bit of friendly fire. He's walking out of Corky at the moment, pumped.
Eric Hipwood trots in. This will be his third if he kicks truly. He doesn't. Missing to the left-hand side. 7-7-49 Brisbane. Geelong 18-12, 120. The Cats lead back to 71 points, 28 gone in the last.
All of a sudden he's getting up during the night lids for the next few minutes to
he's
put
filthy.
the ice on that.
He was filthy.
He gave him that look, didn't he?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
There's no chance he'll miss, but as you said, a little bit of work to do for Joel Selwood with that Corky as the Cats short kicking game in the defensive 50. Geelong by 71 29 gone, final term. Just trying to take some time off the clock. The kick from Tui, back to Cam Guthrie under pressure. Got it to brother Zach. Trying to hang it inside the boundary line. He thought he was out of room. Boundary ump said play on. In the end, the kick's out of bounds. So we will have a boundary throw in half forward for Brisbane. Next week, the Cats against either Sydney or Collingwood. It'll be the first Geelong-Collingwood grand final since 2011, while we've never ever had a Geelong-Sydney/South Melbourne decider. So 2 of the original 8 in the VFL way back in 1897. And really 2 of the banner programs in the competition over the last 20 years, and they've never met in a grand final, with, of course, the second preliminary final to come tomorrow afternoon, which you can hear here on ABC Radio, of course, around the country. From the stoppage, no clean possession. Kadeem Coleman is there. He's tackled by Zach Guthrie, and the umpire's going to say, I'll have it. And a ball up out on the southern boundary line. It is Geelong by 71 points.
Brisbane will try to bring it away. A kick up in the air. Buse is over the top of it. It's being tackled by Cameron. They'll ball it up once more. Most of the 77,000 are going to explode into raptures in a moment as Geelong win possession of the football once more. Smith from the right back pocket thumps it forward. There's a free kick spotted. It's going the way of Brisbane. Those that have stayed will be celebrating loudly. Brisbane, any chance of kicking one more as we tick past the 30-minute mark. Ball in the hands of McCarthy.
And a free kick downfield. Actually,
it'll
go back to Geelong, I reckon.
Yeah.
It was De Koning who got put down.
It's been reversed. Good spot. Cameron Ling, and Stengel has it in the right back pocket. He goes short again to Duncan. He goes right back inside the defensive 50 again to Tui. He'll look to put it across the face of goal to Henry. Brisbane's dreams are over, and we've known it for more than a quarter, but it's official. Geelong are into the 2022 grand final with a thumping win over Brisbane. The Cats by 71 points.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Cardinia Park.
In front of 77,677 people, the Cats led by 14 points at quarter time. They stretched that to lead by 30 at the half and then had a thumping third term. They led by 63 with a quarter to play and went on to win by 71. The Cats back in another grand final, their first since 2020.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Cardinia Park.
The Cats stretch their winning run to 15 consecutive games. It equals their second longest winning streak. Fascinatingly, their best, the 52-53 run of 23 consecutive victories, which included with a grand final thumping of Collingwood. Will that match-up happen again? We'll find out tomorrow with the Swans and the Magpies waiting and watching on. The Cats by 71, 18-12, 120 to Brisbane's 7-7-49. We knew for a while, and Cameron Ling, you are a very happy man.
Oh, I must admit I am very, very happy. It is sheer joy at the moment. I have, now that the final siren's gone, I don't have to try and analyse the game as a neutral and do everything like that. I can just be a fan for a moment, if you don't mind. I've loved this club since I was born, since I was 5 years of age. I went to all those losing grand finals. My kids are somewhere in this crowd right now too, and they ask me during the year said, Dad, if the Cats make the grand final, can we go? And I think it was just after St Kilda had beaten Geelong at Docklands, and I thought, yeah, I'll take you boys, because there's no chance that's happening.
Which, by the way, was the last time they lost back in round 9.
So now to have this moment to share it as a dad with my 3 boys, this makes me so very, very happy. I'm not normally this emotional, Mick, but I'm starting to get a little bit emotional,
Well,
so I
so
might
you
need you
should,
two to take over and talk.
enjoy
But
it, mate.
I
Enjoy
love
it.
this club, so that's fantastic.
No, it's well done, and you do wear your heart in your sleeve, and you know you're a boy, you've captained the club, you've been a premiership player, you've always looked for the brighter side when they've had bad ones. So it's a credit to you, and we wish you and your club and all your boys all the very best, and the supporters. You know, if we're really frank about it, like, it's hard to look. We come here thinking, and I know I come here probably hoping for a good game of footy. Deep down, you're thinking it won't happen, because the Cats have been that good. It'll be very interesting next week. We can't talk about it until we know who wins it. But I reckon the questions we say, or the answers for Geelong are the questions for Brisbane. How good are their forward line? Well, Cameron kicked 2 late ones, but it was Hawkins. Last week it was Cameron. Rowan jumped up last week. They kick 18 goals, 12, which normally you would say of the 12, probably 4 would have been just eaten up by the Cats generally. But it happens. But defensively, they were able to play their defensive game exactly the way they wanted to play it, because they dropped the player off. They didn't worry about Zorko going up. As soon as they walked out, and Zorko and Stewart walked over and spread the players around it and picked up Zorko, you go, right, you can see what's going to happen here. Zorko's going to go to the stoppage, probably may influence it, but under pressure, we'll just kick it straight back to Tom Stewart. If it wasn't him, it was Kellen Jesney, it was Henry, it was De Conning, it was Buse. They played the game on their terms virtually, or in fact you can't even think of a time when they didn't play the game on their terms. Even though in the first quarter I think it got to 2-1 and we're thinking, oh, you know, maybe, but from there on in it was just such a disappointment. And as I say about the questions, Danaher, McCluggage just doesn't kick goals enough, very slow. Neil, if he gets tagged, I've got a theory about small players. You can't rely. Small players are fantastic, but if you're going to rely on one of them to kick all your goals, like Charlie Cameron, don't do it in finals. It won't happen.
Well, can I just say on your questions of Brisbane, I think they were the areas that Geelong fixed up from their questions of last year.
Yeah.
So Chris Scott embraced a different way of playing. It's a completely different game style this year to what it's been for the last few years that got them very, very close. A grand final, multiple prelims. So they embraced a new style. Sam De Koning's down back, and they gave him a big job every single week. Tom Atkins comes into the middle of the ground. Max Holmes, who I'm sure we're going to talk about soon as the heartbreak of this one, comes in and plays an important role in the middle of the ground. They go and get Tyson Stengel and embrace the fact that he's going to play this crucial role. No, Luke Dalhouse is out of the team. Sean Higgins is out of the team. These younger players come in, combined with still some wonderfully experienced footballers. They take a risk with Patrick Dangerfield and say, we don't need you for these home and away games in the middle of the year. We need you fit and firing at the end of the year. So Geelong embraced that from last year's smashing. They copped in a prelim. So I suppose that's what Brisbane need to now self-reflect and say, okay, we've been close. It hasn't worked. We need to actually fix these things up and take a few risks. And they can be back up there again, giving themselves a chance like the Cats are right now.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about just then in the last quarter about who's potentially coming in. You talk about Josh Dunkley coming to that side. Will Ashcroft will walk into this team and play from game one next year. He's ready to go like Nick Dacos was this year. But you're going to have to go back, lick your wounds and work out what works for you. Their best game for mine was against Richmond when they played against the Tigers. Albeit they only just got over the line, but they looked their best with McStay in the ruck without Big Oscar McInerney. You know, they weren't all on top of each other in that forward line. But yeah, look, for me, it's the Cats' evenness right across the board is what impresses me. They don't rely. Danger was fantastic tonight. Don't get me wrong, but they don't rely on him having 35 and kicking 3 to get them over the line. It's and forget about the last quarter too a little bit, but before that it was 15 to 20 touches for the majority of their lists, and that was where it's just like, well, it's a team performance, not just one or two individuals.
And you look across this team, and okay, you go straight to the big high-profile recruits. So they get Dangerfield from Adelaide, they get Jeremy Cameron from GWS. So wow, I mean, they got this opportunity, but then you got to look deeper than that. Tom Stewart was playing at South Barwon.
Yep.
Zach Guthrie, as I said before, was a kid a lot of people laughed at and thought, well, who's the Oz kicker out on the ground? He's played an important role. Gary Rowan, and I said it as well, has been horrible in finals, and I was questioning whether or not they should back him in. They backed him in, and he's played two terrific finals to this point. Jack Henry was an athlete on a rookie list.
I was going to say, he was a rookie. Yep, he was a rookie. He's now he could go front end and be damaging up there as much as he's a spoiler at the back end. And I'm just looking at his time, Henry, 124 minutes. He's hardly, if at all, has come off the ground. So he's clearly motivated. He wants the football. He wants to stay there. 124 minutes. That would just about be
pretty much everything.
Pretty much the whole game, wasn't it? Yeah.
Kind of Tom Atkins. He was in the VFL plying his trade, and he gets an opportunity. I mean, yes, you can focus on those high-profile ones, but you've got to just take your hat off to the development program they've got there. And one of their opponents, Sydney, they've been able to do similar thing. Yeah. And I think Collingwood, through Craig McRae, showed they've had an ability to do it. Great development programs constantly put you in a position to compete.
I think also, Lingy, don't forget, Zach Toole was virtually thrown out of Carlton.
Yep.
I would say Stanley was probably pushed out of St Kilda. In fact, he was. Smith was considered too old. And just trying to think who else.
Stengel, the listed free agent.
Yeah, that's right.
On.
But
Gary Rowan at Sydney, they've got a number of recycled guys, haven't they, that have come from other clubs.
Yeah.
Jed Hughes chaired off the ground to celebrate his 150th, and he'll celebrate it as the Geelong Cats make their way into their 19th grand final, and the players themselves make their way down the race and into the rooms where Tim Hodges will wait for them. As we'll head downstairs in just a moment. Patrick Dangerfield with 28 disposals led all comers. The Cats about to join Tim. Let's head into the rooms now, Tim.
Well, Clint, this is interesting. Last Saturday night in the Collingwood rooms, there would have been over 1,000 people, family, friends, relatives. In the Geelong rooms, there's the media, there's the staff, and that is it. We've all been given face masks, so they're on high alert with COVID with just a week to the grand final. So no one else allowed, no family, no friends, no relatives allowed in these rooms. So it is it's not business as usual, it's business with one sole goal, and that's next Saturday for this team. So Tom Hawkins will be the last Cat to come in and join the song. He's the last man to head in, put his arm around, and here is the Cat song. Well, they've made it through to a grand final, but it is remarkably subdued down here. Even the belting out the song wasn't anywhere near what I thought it was going to be. We'll endeavour to grab a player. I think all players are heading straight in to meet with Chris Scott. So give us a few minutes, guys, and we'll grab someone for you.
Thanks, Tim. It is all business downstairs. It's all business for the Cats.
Yeah, you don't sing the song that much in the prelim final with a win.
Depends how close it is, I suppose.
A close game, thrilling game. If you're playing on and riding an emotional high, say Collingwood, and they've done that, and then they're pushing that. That's you carry that through.
You ride that way.
If you've got a different build up and it's this professional, whatever you want to call it. No, I think that's completely fine. I'm with them on the COVID protocols, by the way. Oh. Imagine getting ruled out because of isolation.
No, I understand that. I would say also perhaps it may have a bit to do with the experience with so many who've been there before, and Sir Swamp Thing, who we know and love dearly, ignoring the Medi-sub, so the Geelong 22 that was named tonight had an average age of 28 years, 173 days. That's the oldest named 22 for any VFL AFL game in history.
Wow.
Tonight.
Thanks to Sir tonight.
Yeah. So, and that's the whole theory about forget the birth certificate.
As you say all the time.
Pick the player on his ability and how his form is.
And the guy that's going to miss out next week, the only change is a 20-year-old who's going to go out and probably replaced by someone who's, 24 or 25, so they're going to get older again.
Yeah. But it means little. Little. The only thing it means is you're coming close to losing a few players from age. But that's all it does, because if you've got your form up, Geelong today, it's their bigger bodies, and you get bigger as you get older. I mean, here's the little one. He's small, skinny kid. You get a stage where 27, 28, your body's just about there, and it starts to broaden, and you hide the ball with your body. You hit a bit harder. There's nothing that says you have to be a certain age to play in a grand final or play for sport in general. I mean, Lauren Jackson's coming back at 44 playing for Australia in the basketball.
There's still time. Is that what you're saying, Mick? It might be a sniff.
Well,
how are the cars in
I did say you'd have form.
I do remember Chris Scott last year, we talked about age, said when we win, we're experienced, when we lose, we're too old.
Yeah.
Yep.
And proving again today, we'll look at them. The questions were last year, are they too old? What do they have to do? Well, with a couple of changes that you've pointed out, they've been able to keep the core of this group together and just add in a little bit of class and speed around the place.
Well, and the changes they made were critical changes. So De Koning's ability to hold down the key back position on the best forwards meant that Mark Blitzarves is not asked to go and do that. So Blitzarves can play this incredible utility role that he...
20 hit-outs today.
20, well, he's done well in the hit-outs, but he's so important to what they do structurally, Blitzarves, because De Koning's stood up. Tyson Stengel comes in and adds that speed and energy and brilliant goal kick and everything like that. That means that they've got that other threat there. So there's not... And Close's ability as well. There's not that other defender for the opposition who can go, okay, one of you go and help on Hawkins, one of you go and help on Cameron. They got to stay with them because they're genuine threats as well. So the little pieces they plugged in have just balanced out that team so much better than what it was. And then throw in a completely different game style. A game style that I think plays to their strengths even more.
Yep.
They've got a forward line that can score, so get it in there as quickly and as often as possible and let them go to work. As they say in the NFL, Corbs, let them cook.
Yep.
They're always calling for the quarterback to let them cook. Well, let Hawkins, Cameron and Close and Stengel do their thing by getting it in there fast.
So Chris Scott seemed committed to win a particular way, in the way that he wanted to do it. How much has he had to, not so much eat a humble pie, but sort of change and be less stubborn and committed to the way that he wanted to do it? And how much of it is personnel and the guys that he's got in?
Yeah, I think, and I think this is Chris Scott's greatest strength is into this year is his willingness to be open to these new ideas. Because I also don't blame him as much as I always said, I want them to speed up. I don't blame him for continuing with it because it was prelim, grand final, prelim. He's right there and thinking if we could just execute the way we play better, it'll get us far enough to win it. So he wasn't finishing 8th, 9th and 10th on the ladder and he was delusional. He was right there. Then to still be kind of right there in a prelim, but then open himself up to these new ideas. And James Kelly comes in as an assistant coach, has a couple of ideas. Sean Grigg steps up from a development role into an assistant coaching role with a couple of new ideas. He's not taking them all on board, I can guarantee you that, but he's open to them. And then they do throw an Atkins in the middle. Let's see how it goes. Let's look at De Koning playing on these big key forwards and not just having him as a third or fourth defender and ease him into his first full season. Let's throw him in the Lions den. So that type of thing has been Scotty's strength this year is, let's give it a try. Because he's finally understood that what was happening wasn't quite going to get them over the final hurdle.
It was a powerful display. If you talk about, what's the saying? Let them cook. Yeah, that's Michelin star stuff tonight. That's how impressive that was. Geelong 18-12, 120 to Brisbane 7-49. So for our listeners who are still with us on News Radio, can we just assess the lines for a second before we head back into the Geelong rooms? where to from here? Have they taken steps forward? Do they need to change what they're doing? Are you concerned about them? And I do believe this to be the case, quite often with preliminary final losers, we treat them horrendously harshly. Mm-hmm. There have been teams that have fallen off the cliff. We've spoken about a few of them, but they have been in the top 4. Was this a step too far? They've got rid of a couple of hoodoos and they come up against a team who most of us did think were likely to beat them well tonight. How did you assess what they did?
It's a really good question because I've seen improvement from some of their players. Kadeen Coleman's a big plus for this team. I think Zach Bailey's a beauty. Oh. He's going to play, I think, more bursts on ball too at times and a forward half type player. So you go, yeah, there's a couple of nice big ticks there. I think Cam Rayner unfortunately got injured tonight. But he looked their most dangerous player, at least most proactive player throughout tonight's game. I think he took step lids as well as the season
coming
progressed.
Back off a knee as well, which you've got to give him a little bit of lenience for, but he is the one I think that could really elevate himself, get himself super fit into the midfield with Zach Bailey almost swapping that half forward or that deep forward on ball sort of role, like a Dusty type role.
And the midfield needs to get deeper because, unfortunately, again...
You can't rely on Lockie.
You shut down Lockie Neal. He ended up with 20 touches, but he was well beaten tonight. Who's next? Or if he can't bring others into the game, how can they get themselves in the game? So that's where Zach Bailey or Cam Rayner coming in there. And you mentioned Will Ashcroft potentially being almost a Sam Walsh type who can just hit the ground running. Well, then... Maybe. I don't know.
I'm not sold on him.
I hear you, Mick, and I don't love that forward line the way it is. They can score because they were the number 1 scoring team for most of the year, but I reckon they score when it's on their terms a little bit, that forward line. So it's...
They go back the other way?
No.
They don't. And that's my biggest question with them. When it starts to get hard, how hard do they go back the other way to stop another team from scoring? Yep, offense, juggernaut, no worries. Defence, I reckon that's their question.
They got nothing there. They do not work hard enough. It's all on their terms. And I've got Joe Daniher. Look, let's take it aside. We know he's a lovely bloke and stuff. He is that lazy. It's got to go to him, and if he sees space, he'll run into it. But if he has to chase someone down, he doesn't. Then you've got McCluggage just doesn't finish. He finishes with the ball around the ground, can't finish in front of goal. The goals that he should kick are the ones that, say, a Selwood kicks. He's a good player, yes he is.
He's 24, so I give him
he's going to be around for a while.
Huge
there's no doubt. Lockie Neal.
Start.
Tagged him out of... Brownlow is... I'm not going to say Brownlow's overrated, because best players never won Brownlows. Best players in the competition have never won a Brownlow. Right? That's an absolute fact. Whether it be Matthews or Carey or Kevin Bartlett, whatever you want to say. Brownlow medalists deserve it, it's an umpire's award. But when you're that small and you can get taken out of the game, it's very difficult for me to get excited in finals about players like that.
Park that thought, Mick Malthouse. Let's head downstairs into the rooms. Tim Hodges.
We're blessed to have Patrick Dangerfield come straight from the meeting room to come and speak with us on ABC Sport. Can I ask you, Paddy, what was the message? There were a couple of loud cheers. Is it just making the granny, or was it something else?
No, to be honest, that was our media and comms Sarah when she comes out and has a chat. She gets a bit nervous sometimes, so just calming her down, and great person. So it was acknowledgement that we've got one to go. Tick this box. They're hard fought, finals always are, but the job's not done yet.
Another granny. Is it sinking in? Is it surreal, or is it this is awesome?
It just feels like there's one to go. This whole season has felt like we've continually been building, and that's, you still got to enjoy the moment and acknowledge it for what it is, but, we haven't come here just to be an also. We're here to win the thing.
I'll let the boys talk about footy with you. Can I just ask about the heartbreak story is Max Holmes. He kicked the winning goal a couple of weeks ago against the Pies, and unfortunately that string, he gave it a good tear by the looks of it. How was he? And even the shots on the bench when he was starting to cry, the guys just sort of got him down to the rooms away from everyone.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure. Having not seen him yet, we'll just have to wait and see with the scan results and where all that sits, to be honest.
I'll send you upstairs. A very happy cat, Cameron Ling, leads the charge.
Thanks, Hodgie. Appreciate that. Paddy, well done. Fantastic game, fantastic win. Just on your own game, I said that I felt like that was your most commanding big game performance. And I know you're not going to want to focus on yourself too much here, but just... And I'm up here with Brett Deledio and Mick Malthouse as well. And Lids said that it looked like you almost played with a calmness early on where you let the game come to you a little bit and then influence the play. Did you approach this one any differently to the way you normally do or anything like that? Or was it just that's just the way the game panned out?
I actually spent some time with a man by the name of Michael Gervais during the week, and he does some work with the Seattle Seahawks, and he's got a podcast called Finding Mastery, and he talks about the moment and not building it up to be any bigger than what it actually is. At the end of the day, it's just another moment. And he's a US guy, and spending time with him and chatting to him, it was brilliant. And it's sort of, not that you view the game differently, but you sort of view it as just another moment. So you understand what it is, and we understand as a team and individually it's a game that we want to win, and there's moments in it, but it's just another game. So he sort of grounds what can be perceived and built up to be something enormous, but it's something that we've actually done, so many times right throughout this year. So it's sort of connected for me this week, and it's nice for us to play well. It was nice to contribute to that.
Paddy, it's Brett Deledio here, mate. So I want to talk to you about a couple of your younger blokes up in the front half, Brad Close, Graham Myers, and even Tyson Stengel. Their ability to commit to the cause, I suppose, in terms of putting the pressure on, but also getting on the scoreboard and creating goals as well. You must be really pleased for them, but also for you guys in general.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not always a role that rewards with goals and the fanfare, and that's just the reality of playing in that position. It's can be starvation corner at different stages, and it probably was a bit for the guys in that first game against Collingwood. But credit to the way that they've played right throughout the entire season. It's just next moment playing your role within that formation and within that little cog that is our forward line, and they took some great opportunities tonight, and which can be tough. We've got two of the all-time greats in Tommy Hawkins and Jeremy Cameron. So to see the little president doing his thing up there and the other two, it was terrific.
Paddy, congratulations, mate. It's just terrific to see you go around the way you did. We're talking about it before. We just think it's one of your better finals that you've played, and you just seem to have full control. Just tell us a bit about your year. We're discussing about the fact that you missed a few weeks, and it must have been very frustrating for you, but obviously there was a plan to get you to play your best football coming into the finals.
Yeah, it was frustrating, Mick. Waking up and training and sort of feeling that you're close to being able to go, but understanding the greater picture at large. And, as athletes, I'm sure you can understand, especially, guys recently out of the game, you're pig-headed at times. You just want to go out and compete. But the strength of our team this year has been the collective. So when you're right to go, you're right. But if you're not, then take the time.
Was it believable when they were talking to you about saying just have a risk? Because I know that some, we coaches have got a tendency to sort of just patter things down a little bit, and I know players walk away going, "No, he's not telling me the truth." But I mean, so was it compelling enough to say, "Look, yeah, I know where you're coming from, but."
I probably just wasn't quite there feeling, still that feeling within my calf that's still tight.
Right.
Like it's fine. So we continued to rescan it, but it just didn't feel the same as the other one. And whether you start to build that up in your own mind that it's bigger than what it is, God, I don't want to redo this, and then your mind can play tricks on you. But got there in the end, and it's a credit to our medicos. They're very strong-willed, and they're not afraid to say no, which I think is a really important thing in professional sport.
Will you sit down tomorrow and watch the game, or will you just do it by yourself, or will you watch it at all?
I'll definitely watch it. Probably from home, just might just head down the beach, Mick. As you know, it's beautiful waters down there, so those recuperative properties that the Surf Coast has. But definitely watch it and take it in and see who we're going to be playing.
Yeah, well, Quentin Wheeldon, one of our commentators here is at the end of the grand final, he's going to go down to see what that Gratian Road looks like, mate.
I will get down there from WA, Patrick.
God,
so
what are you doing? You need to get down there.
I'll get
Clint,
down there.
whatever you do.
Busselton on steroids.
Is it Margaret River like though? That's my question.
Oh, well, it's a lot better, to be honest. And this is not to talk down Margaret River, but the surf coast.
I've told him that too, Paddy.
I'll give you one warning though.
Yeah.
Don't try and get a wave anywhere near Moggs Creek
Spot
or
on.
anything like that. They're very hard to find.
No, I'm pretty right with that. I'm likely to be the buoy floating that they have to swim around more than anything else, Corby.
Same.
Patrick Dangerfield with us on Grandstand AFL. Patrick, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Congratulations on making it through to another grand final. I was fascinated by your answer around the Michael Gervais sort of podcast and the work that you did during the week. How do you reconcile that at 32 years of age between the focus on, look, it's just a game at the end of the day, so we've got to focus on this, and actually appreciating the moment when it comes now at 32 that this is something you've been chasing since you're a little kid and you're 4 quarters away from putting a premiership medal around your neck?
Yeah, look, I think a big thing is not fearing failure. Failure is a part of sport, and no one goes out, you don't want to fail. But if the worst that had happened was that we lost the game, like, it's not the worst that could happen. Like, nobody's died, if you put it, in that sort of context. So it sort of enables, that conversation around just embrace the moment for what it is. It sort of frees you to be able just to enjoy it a bit more rather than building it up too much. You never stop learning as an athlete. And the moment that you think you've got all bases covered, the sport will catch up to you. So, Chris has been big on him and just spending some more time with him. You can understand why the Seahawks have been the organisation they've been. Pete Carroll is their head coach, is the reason why he's so revered within the competition.
And just on, I guess, your own individual game, and particularly in finals. I mean, you've been so great in the regular season, one of the best sort of players that we've seen over your time in the game, and yet there has been criticism of the past year. Can he get it done in the final series? And like Cameron said tonight, it was one of the biggest games that you've had individually. How aware are you of some of that chat that is out there about, I guess, your own performance as an individual?
I don't think they've been too bad. I think it's important as an athlete to never take your ups from the media, because for as many ups as there will be, there'll be twice as many downs, and I'm sure that's something that sort of Mick as a coach would have talked through with his players. So you've just got to take the information that you get from the people that you really value their opinion on, and that's coaches and players within the organisation.
Patrick, just one from me, from what you said before, your answer to Corbin. How do you put into words, though, what it does mean for another opportunity for you to win a premiership? You've sort of spoken about it's not the be-all and end-all and it's not life, and I absolutely understand that, but it is something, as Corbin said, that you've worked on for so long. What does it mean to have another crack at it?
Well, it means there's another crack. Don't dive too deep. Enjoy it, embrace the moment. It's a privilege to play in finals, let alone a grand final, and you never take that for granted. I certainly have never taken it for granted. It's a privilege to play an AFL game. So, I've played for 15 years and this is my second opportunity at a grand final. So I'm going to embrace and enjoy the hell out of this week and drink it up for what it is. And then, anything can happen. Why not? Why not us? And I feel like we've been building all season long, and, the crescendo is in, 8 days' time.
And the chance to be at the MCG for, as you say, that crescendo?
Yeah, I mean, if COVID has taught us anything, is that, the sport is only the sport because of the people that support it and embrace it, the members. That's what makes it special. I remember playing a game here against Melbourne, when COVID first hit, and the game had finished. I think we just won it. It was just ugly, but no one cared because there was no emotion attached to the fact that there was no people watching. So, this season's been, such a great season with so many great games, but it's been the people and the fans and supporters that make it so special.
There was 77,000 in tonight who enjoyed pretty much every minute of it. Patrick, thank you very much for talking to us.
Pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Patrick Dangerfield downstairs. That was tremendous. What a great chat that was.
Yeah, he certainly. I know it's easy to say when he plays that well, and they've had a terrific win like that, but he certainly approached it differently.
Yeah.
Just the way he
seems at peace with.
Yeah.
You know, it may be, but you have to be incredibly lucky to be able to do it. And trust me, I never got to play even in a grand final, so to be able to play in his second, but you know, it's going to be a nice cap off to his career, but it's not going to define the player that he was because he's a superstar of this competition.
And that's the important thing, isn't it? That these players who do miss out on winning a premiership, they shouldn't be defined by not winning one. But I suppose I'm lucky enough to have won one. It's just such a nice reason to be able to get back together with your teammates. That's the thing that I suppose I take out of it most, that I cherish, that you've kind of got this reason. And that doesn't mean somebody who plays in a premiership's had any better career than someone who doesn't play in a premiership, but you're just constantly hunting after that. And I'm sorry to talk about this if
it doesn't get me.
But it's that special feeling that even ever since you're a kid, you do chase. And Paddy's got a great approach to it with everything that he just spoke about then. But
because a couple of years ago, he was really open about how much it really meant to him. I think it was before that 2020 grand final.
But he
really
played,
put it out there.
Yeah, and I think he played with almost a desperation that Lids identified this really early in this game. He wasn't trying to do too much tonight, and I reckon go back 3 years or so, he almost in that desperation to win that premiership, he was trying to do too much in finals and ended up not playing quite as well. As opposed to still somewhere deep down inside his gut, burning inside him is this desire for that premiership. But the ability to just push that aside for a moment and say, but here's how I need to approach things and here how I need to collect my thoughts. And he'll end up playing better football and possibly with the outcome that he desires so strongly anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look over a career. As calm as he is right now and as reflective and saying, well, if we win, we win, we don't, we don't. It'll be down the track and you'll tick these boxes. Number of games, best and fairest, All-Australian, played for Australia, didn't win a premiership. And it will get him if that doesn't happen. If he can tick that box, then you've almost ticked, well, he's ticked every box because he's done everything. And so right next door to him is a bloke called Selwood who would have tick, 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 and tick multiple times. So there's no question, because it's very interesting. I spoke with some people during the week called Club 42. Club 42 is a club within a club of Collingwood. They asked me to go along and talk to these members. And Paul Lecurri was there, and I said to him at the time, all those players from 2002 that went so close to Brisbane, you know, they said we still should meet up because it was such a 100% gallant effort. But you know, we will one day, and the club will be part of it. But the fact is, those players will still have no premierships next to their names, and it is unique. It is unique. I mean, all the things you've achieved, and you haven't got that premiership at that level. So yeah, I think Paddy might go in with a different view next week. But I think if it doesn't happen, it'll hurt him 10 years down the track.
I've spent a lot of time with Matthew Richardson over the years.
Oh yeah, Matty.
And talked to Richo, and Richo is quite philosophical about it. Understands it doesn't define his career during the season. But then he admits to me, you get to this time of the year, and he just sits there jealous as hell.
Yeah.
Is that, can I ask you, is that
100%?
It gets to this time of the year?
Yeah, and these are the games that, this is what drove me every time. Well, I didn't play finals for the first 8 or 9 years of my career. And so I'm back in my training program while guys are still playing, and I'm just like, I can't have this, you know, I've got to be a part of it. So that's what your driver is. And I say it doesn't define who I am now because I look at so many other things, you know, how I am as a dad, as a husband, brother, sister, brother, son, whatever. But it would be a nice cherry on top, absolutely. But I am jealous of the guys because of that friendship factor of all getting back together. But I also come back to Paul Lecurri and the Pies that lost in 2002. It's like, well, why can't you? You went through so much to get yourself into that. Do we have to be winners to not go on and celebrate together?
And they were winners. Let me say, against that side, those blokes were winners. In my eyes, as I said to them, they are. There's a couple of games or a couple of years in my coaching career that stand out. And they're both losing years. They're both losing years, but they stand out because of the effort put in by an inferior, and I'll say inferior side, overall collective, as a collective, but they achieved well beyond their capabilities because of just this grunt. So and even in, look, it's funny because 1985, I coached the Dogs into a prelim final, and we did have a night, was put on by the club, because they thought it was an extraordinary effort to get to the prelim final. And so the club was very respective of the fact that we put in and the two sides that were better than us were Essendon and Hawthorn, who were great sides. They were simply great football sides. We got that close. So you're right, it doesn't defy you, but what it does do, though, when you do knock one over, there's a bond that is very hard to break.
It goes to show just how great the gulf is between winning and losing on grand final day, and how enormous that four quarters is next week. I mean, at Lids, I've been lucky enough to work with you now for a number of years, and you talk about sort of the work you've done on yourself, and I guess the way that you view yourself and everything else, and you compare that. And it sounds like Patrick Dangerfield's done the same, that he's sort of got to a point where he's at peace regardless of what happens in the four quarters next week.
Let's head downstairs again. Tim Hodges in the Brisbane rooms. Tim.
Clint, the Brisbane captain has been good enough to join us. Dane Zorko, we really appreciate your time. How do you put that into words?
I haven't got many for you, Hodgie, unfortunately. We just didn't move the ball to give us any chance tonight. We played long down the line, which was straight into their hands, and that was a credit to their pressure. They were absolutely extraordinary in that department, and we didn't execute anything really, which was a little bit disappointing. Actually, very disappointing.
Do you think you may have spent too many petrol tickets in the first 2 weeks of the finals to have anything serious to throw at them tonight?
Nah, not really. We knew this. If we were going to win this, we had to go deep, and the energy amongst the group the whole week was fantastic. Even, in the change rooms this week was exactly the same as what it was in Melbourne. There was no real signs of that. We probably, I'd have to look at the GPS numbers, but judging by a few comments, boys felt a little bit sluggish, so it's still no excuse. I mean, it's a preliminary final, you get a chance to play in a grand final next week, so disappointing we weren't able to throw a punch tonight, that's all it was.
That second half, especially the last quarter, was there a sense of helplessness out there as well when the game was lost, and it would have been hard to get through?
It makes bloody hard work, especially when their high half forwards just get up and keep lengthening, and falls out the back and you're just chasing tails. So, but a lot of that fell back on our offence. It really did. I mean, if we moved the ball with a little bit more urgency, things like that wouldn't have happened. So a lot of that falls back on us, and we'll go over in the pre-season, have a really good look at it, and see how we can get better and get back next year.
We appreciate Dane's time so much. He's got the cans on, given us a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio.
Dane, Brett Delidio, commiserations tonight, mate. I'm just interested to know, is it yourself or Fags who will speak to the boys and just say, right, what happened tonight is not what we're going to stand for. We've got some work to do, we understand that, but who's the one who drives that? Is it yourself and your leaders, or is it more from the coaching staff looking forward to going again next year?
I think all of us will probably have to sit down, Lids, and have a really good look at what unfolded tonight, but I think collectively as a group we need to, we played some of our best football the last 2 weeks, which gave us this opportunity to play in a preliminary final, and that's what we need to look at, but obviously we can't sweep under the rug what happened tonight. It was a big game, and we just, we didn't fire a punch, mate, so collectively the whole group, including the coach and staff, need to have a look at it, and we'll do that really thoroughly this week.
Dane, it's pretty well recognised in the football circle that if Lachie Neale is held, then Brisbane are in real trouble. Now, I don't know whether that's filtered through to the club or the rooms or the player group, but tonight he was well held, really well held, and not necessarily by one player. So the blocking and this sort of stuff, you didn't know who your target was. So how are you going to overcome that over a pre-season, and what's the club need to do? Because, I mean, put it this way, it just seems that every time that he doesn't play well, you guys do not play well.
It's an interesting comment. We've got the philosophy that there's about 9 or 10 of us that play through the midfield, and obviously Locke being the player that he is, he's going to spend a hell of a lot more time in there, so naturally, if a team wants to stop him they just got to run with him in the midfield. So,
but what's that mean to you guys, though? How do you tolerate that? And I mean, the stats will show that. I'm not trying to make something up. It's just simply that if Lachie Neale is well held, then he hasn't got many friends out there that can actually then jump up into that spot. You're the captain, and there's other players there that they're not babies anymore. They're 22, 23, maybe 24 years of age. Surely, with 4 or 5 years under their belt, someone's got to step into that breach.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something that we'll look at. But I thought majority of the year, all those boys that have played through the midfield have shouldered the load really well, and Locke hasn't been. Locke's been well held in games, and we've been able to win them this year a number of times. So, tonight, unfortunately, we weren't able to get the job done, but certainly what we're building at the football club, it's not just a one-man team, and, there's multiple roles there where blokes have to come in and fill, and tonight, unfortunately, we didn't get them done, and all credit to Geelong. They stopped us from doing that, but, we won't be going away from that.
Yeah, there's a philosophy in any ball sport like this. Best offensive side just can't match it with the best defensive side, and that was pretty evident tonight. The Brisbane are a good side at scoring, but can be scored against, and it just seems to permeate right through from deep forward to even the backs. Then either there's no offensive play to them, it's a very defensive mindset. They trailed players in. Andrews tonight got 4 kicked on him, probably should have got 6 or 7 kicked on him. Is the game structure that you guys want, is it high scoring and just kick 18 and the others can only kick 16, or is there a defensive element to the game you're trying to create?
I'm just going to cover for Harris there. I mean, the byproduct of Hawkins kicking and getting so many shots on goals is the fact that, our ball movement up the field allowed Geelong to move the ball the way they wanted to. So, unfortunately, Harris had a hell of a job tonight on Tomahawk, but when he's getting it on a silver plate, a lot of that falls back on, us and us who distribute the ball into our forward line. So, look, we've tinkered with our game plan in the past. Last week we were able to hold Melbourne to 60-odd points. So, unfortunately tonight we weren't able to get the job done defensively. I thought we were just that half metre off, and when you're a half metre off in a preliminary final, you're going to get paid, and Geelong were able to do that to us tonight. But once again, we'll go back and review this. I'm sure Fags leaves no stone unturned, so we're going to look at this very thoroughly. We'll review it, and that's all we can do right now.
Dane, just one from me. Bad luck tonight, and well done on the season. I know it's hard to say that after you've just lost a preliminary final, but the way that you guys have played has been very, very good all year. So when you talk about reviewing this game, there'll be exit interviews, there'll be players leaving the club, you'll be trying to get new ones in. Lots of things happen once a season ends. Will you get really good quality time to go through this game like you'd go through a normal game and really break it down and see what happens to get the learnings out of it? Is there still that opportunity before everybody scatters?
Yeah, well, our best affair is in for another couple of weeks, so players, we won't be heading off until then, so we'll make sure our schedule's centred around and made have the opportunity for this to certainly happen, but we will have enough time to review this and do it properly, and I guess we've got the whole summer to sort of review it and get back and have another go at it, mate. That's all you can do.
Dane, we know it's tough to talk after a loss like that. We really appreciate it. Good on you for joining us. Best of luck for the off-season and for next year.
Cheers.
Dane Zorko downstairs, the Brisbane captain. Good of him to join us down in the rooms. Just to recap, we were wrapping up things with... Well, I'm stoked for Patrick Dangerfield getting another opportunity, but there was a really interesting stat throughout the week, for whatever this is worth, which is not a great deal. But most AFL, VFL wins without actually winning a premiership. Wow. Patrick Dangerfield has now got 181, so he's in equal fifth. Those players above him, talk about not defining you as a player. Robert Harvey with 194, David Mundy 192, Nick Del Santo 184, Brendan Goddard 183, and Bernie Quinlan 181. So
terrible players.
That's exactly my point. It's whatever happens, and if he wins it, it is a big plus for all the reasons you've spoken about. But there have been some very good players who played an awful lot of footy, won an awful lot of footy, and still couldn't quite reach the ultimate.
Yeah, I felt like I was getting into something real deep then, and we had to go to Dane's Orco, so I apologise, Lids, for trying to lead you down that path. But it is interesting when you hear the way you speak about it, Patrick Dangerfield. I mean, this game seems to have a way of building up, and Mick, you've been in footy a long time, about having a premiership medal and the importance on grand final day, and it feels like the modern day player does a lot of work at trying to put that into perspective in a way that perhaps they didn't once upon a time, to understand that, yes, it's everything I'm going for professionally, but the sun does come up tomorrow if we don't win it, and just trying to get that balance right, that it doesn't mean you're not going to leave everything out there next Saturday, but if it doesn't happen, that's okay too.
Yeah, interesting enough though, being involved in any sport, and I'll say, okay, mine's football, the ones that are on my mind more often are the losses. Mark my word. I could just, not that I ever went back over and necessarily watched them that often, but I could categorically tell you, 1991, 2002, and it's always comes back to 2002, 2003, 2011, because, I think I coached 7 or 8 grand finals. The wins were there, but the losses, they just are still stabbing you in the heart. So, but at least we were there. I couldn't imagine going through 10, 20 years of football and not being part of a grand final, let alone a victory in one.
I think, to talk about your modern players, they watch a lot of American sport, and I think they see how much American sport, NBA, NFL, celebrate a successful season based on an AFC championship game in the NFL. They win that, but they lose the Super Bowl. Well, it's still a successful season. They made the playoffs. It's a successful season. And there's trying to find joy and happiness in that type of performance. In the AFL, rightly or wrongly, if you don't win it, you failed. So the team next week that loses the grand final will be picked apart and has failed miserably. But they haven't, because they've been so good to be there. Brisbane Lions, so we're already doing it, and we're trying to be as balanced as we possibly can. But you start picking, where did they fall short? What do they need to work on? Why do they keep falling short at this time of the year? Because it's, unless you win it, you failed. And I think modern players are trying to find a little bit more, I don't know if joy is the right word, but a little bit more feeling of success and pride in their work by not having to ultimately win the premiership. But we always want to win that premiership.
But surely for your own mental health, that's a good thing that we've come a little bit in that way, because for everything we understand about it nowadays, to be able to have a bit of inner peace, and look at someone like Lids, and we've put him in the hot seat and spoken about it a lot tonight, but you have a very successful, what did you play, 15, 16-year career, and you've got a lot to be proud of by the time it comes to a close.
Well, also, we've got to remember, and as my wife says this, we run into people in the street and you've come away from a grand final and it's a loss. But she said, you've had some great wins. What about the wins you've had this year? Oh, yeah, that's right. Of course we did. Like if Collingwood get beaten this weekend, those 10 victories under a goal or thereabouts, how great was that for their supporters when early in the season everyone said they can't win the first 6 games because have a look who they're playing. Well, I think they won 4 or thereabouts, 3 or 4. Then they win 10. But getting back to winning and losing, the coaches some years ago, I think it was Danny Frawley, it may have been just before his time. Anyway, I think it was Danny Frawley. He started to say, don't worry about your wins and losses. How many winning years do you have? And they counted 11 as a winning year. All of a sudden people going, wow, because it made you feel better because you may well have had, I don't know, I couldn't remember how many I would have had, but nonetheless, it made you. It's a bit like the American system. If you can win games,
plus 500,
plus 500, plus 500 or plus. It's a winning year.
You talk about that psychology in our game when we talk about the difference between winning and losing next week. You could even shorten it down further in Aussie rules football, that it's about being in the 22 or the 23 on the day. And they've tried to change that very much in recent years, and we've seen at the end of the game, all the guys that aren't playing on the day rush out there in their jumpers and they do their best to try and make them feel part of it. I'm sure the conversation will come up again this week with Max Holmes in particular. He's played 18 games this year. He's 20 years of age. He's been a huge part of the program all year. and yet it doesn't look like he's going to be there next week, at least with a hamstring complaint. How do we do that better as a game in recognising anyone outside of the 23 on grand final?
Well, how you can do it, now I'm not 100% sure this is right, but how you can do it, it's a bit like Richard's membership. You don't need to life member, you play one game and you can be life member if it's a premiership, which I'm totally against.
Let's not get into that.
Anyone who performed for Geelong or Sydney or Collingwood, whoever the winner is, has been part of the team's success. Now, whether you give them an actual grand final medal or that just goes to 22, but there's another one for the club who participated for the club during that year, is another way of having them. It's a bit like with Leon Davis missing out in 2010.
I'm going to make myself
we loved
him here, but I'm absolutely against that. You get a premiership medallion if you're part of the team that plays on grand final day and wins. And one of the reasons I want that is because they are elite. They are hard to win. You need a lot of luck. You need to play well. You need to be in a good team. The reason we prize them and treasure them so much is because they're damn hard to get. And that's why you get one if you're part of that team on the day. Yep. Now, I know that doesn't fit in with current modern-day thinking. No. I'm absolutely comfortable with that. But that's why they're so important.
Well, Clint, I think clubs do it so much better to include all the whole squad.
Oh, I'm absolutely
give them so
with
much
that.
acknowledgement and everything like that.
Absolutely with that.
But I'm actually with you in that if I was outside it, I wouldn't want the medal. Or maybe
played a part in the prelim.
Maybe I'd take it, but I don't know.
This isn't
probably
a championship. I would argue this is not a championship where it's decided by who wins by finishing top of the ladder.
Yeah.
Where everyone that's had a part in that season has played a success.
That's right.
To win, to make sure you get the most points and finish on top of the ladder, like premierships and championships are decided in football around the rest of the world. In Australian rules football, you win the premiership by winning on the day. The team that is out there wins on the day. And that's why they're so elusive.
Yeah, Max Holmes kicked that goal. He's going to kick it because I think they had two blokes in the goal square. But nonetheless, he's played such a prominent role. I'm with you with the 22 medallions and the coach getting them the grand final. But I think there should be another one that's a tack on for the players that played in that side. Now, in Geelong, they may have had another 10 players. So, and maybe really prominent, or maybe just, like taking the place of Dangerfield when he was out those 5 or 6 weeks. I'm not 100% sure. And I know that probably the clubs do this back at home. But I think we should respect them on match day on the MCG before probably 50,000 people will still be there at the end of the game cheering on.
And we've seen clubs get it right in recent times when they celebrate, the whole squad comes out when they go back. I'm absolutely for all that. And Ring don't have a problem with, but the premiership medal you get because you're part of the team on the day.
We're talking about Max Holmes as being the one who may be a recipient of that.
Yeah.
Geelong are going to miss him massively next week.
Yeah,
that is a huge blow. We're talking about it from he'll be devastated. That has potential to not necessarily decide the game. I'm not going to go that far. But his importance to that Geelong midfield is so crucial. Mm-hmm. His absence, and without a really obvious replacement like for like, it is a monster out for the Cats. And I know that, they'll go through the scans and I'm sure they won't want to rule him out right now and all of that, but we're assuming he misses.
Let's find out, actually. Let's head down and take some of the Chris Scott press conference. Let's go down there now and join it. Chris Scott, the winning coach of the Geelong Football Club, after his team was successful in the first preliminary final, beating Brisbane by 71 points.
They haven't given me the detail yet, except that they're optimistic that he'll play. So it didn't look like that to me. So that made a good night better.
Did you go and speak to him during the game? Obviously, he was pretty distraught on the sidelines there, and he was quite buoyant in the rooms.
Yeah, so I did, and I wanted to speak to our medical staff about another issue or two as well. And I went down there thinking the worst, and I bounced out of the rooms as well at 3/4 time. So it's looking like, it's not a sure thing, but my understanding is, when the guys I'm talking about, the quality of our medical staff, when they say they're optimistic, then it gets me up on my toes.
There you go. Maybe
Wow.
a miracle.
Wow.
A cramp, maybe. I mean, notice the kick, Lingy. It wasn't a direct kick. What it was, a kick that he had to move his leg inside to kick the ball. Instead of kicking a left footer, he kicked the right footer. I don't know.
Off his instep.
I
I
don't
would
know,
say
but-
this, it wouldn't be grand final week, and I mean, I'm not trying to be facetious when I say this, if there wasn't a massive injury scare or an injury drama for everyone to get super excited about on the whole build-up.
a race against time
That's
story.
the one, that's the one.
I remember the helicopters hovering over our training when Stevie J for the
and Tay Hunt
2011.
was giving him the working over. I've spoken to Tay about that. Stevie said, "Mate, make sure you go easy. I've got to play you." Tay's like, "Want the next one in?"
Fitness test to decide the future of, yes. We look forward to that next week. That is really interesting that Chris Scott has said that. He's buoyant, that there's a chance that maybe, because the reaction we saw downstairs, the moment he came off the ground, Holmes lays down and bursts into tears. They were awful scenes, dreadfully upsetting scenes, and you thought at the time, he must know there's something serious that's happened here for him to react that way. So maybe there is a hope. If you want to ask us a question, by the way, we'd love to hear from you. 0437 774 774. Haven't had a chance to do much with our listeners. Apologies for that. Owen, who always texts us from Bruce Rock in WA, the one-eyed Cats fan, is very happy, as he absolutely would be. And this is not a bad one from Anne in Brunswick. If Collingwood win tomorrow, the grand final will be a first-year coach versus a coach who won a premiership in his first year. That's quite nice.
It will be.
Well done, Anne.
Very good, Anne. I'm as we're nearly finishing up, I'm busily working the phones to make sure I can get some grand final tickets.
I reckon you'll be right.
Come on, you're the mayor. The mayor of Geelong, you'll get them.
Need tickets for my 3 kids and my wife.
Can I just ask you one question,
Yes.
Lingy, just to get a little sentimental with you? Are you ready to hand over the baton as the last premiership captain of the Geelong Football Club?
Good
question.
You have no idea how special that would be to hand it over to that particular person, Joel Selwood. It's going to be his 40th final, break the record for ever finals in the VFL AFL history.
Yep.
He's already broken the record for most games captain in VFL AFL history. It may well be, and I feel silly even float, it may well be his last game ever. If he was to be premiership captain, it would make me so very, very happy. He's one of the greatest people I've ever met in footy, one of the greatest players and people at the Geelong Football Club's history. I can't wait until I'm no longer the last premiership captain of the Cats. And I hope Joel is, and it'll just top off his career very, very nicely.
This is very unfair of me because we have a minute left, but can you 3 of you give us a tip? Who will the Cats be facing in the grand final? Who wins tomorrow? You've all got about 15 seconds.
I've got 50-50 at the moment.
Yeah, I'm very 50-50.
Yeah.
I've gone
Sticking
the
fat with the
Swans.
Pies.
Pies?
Yeah, I'm riding the fairy tale.
Mick?
No, I'll lean the 51-49 Pies.
Your Pies.
I thought the Swans were the most impressive team of the first week of finals. That's what gives me a 51-49 their way.
There's nothing in it. There's nothing in it because they're both hard as cats' heads, and they both play very. They play finals footy. Like, Collingwood played a different game than Sydney, but they play finals. Both clubs do their own thing at the best. They do their own thing.
I got one final tip for you, Clint.
Yep.
If the Cats win next Saturday, don't try and ring me next Saturday night. I'll make no sense whatsoever.
It's like me most of the time. Cameron Lee, thank you very much to Mick Malthouse, to Brett Delidio, to Corbin Middlemass. Geelong, the first team into the grand final. Congratulations to the Cats. Big winners over Brisbane by 71 points. Here's how they celebrated in the rooms.